voice can break the dark. A single spark ignites the heart. But if we turn when justice calls, the chains we forge will bind us all. When truth is silence, when lies take hold, the cost is freedom, the soul grows cold. No one stands tall while another must fall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for all. We're mavericks of freedom, rebels in the fight, defending every voice, defending every right. For the moment we falter, the moment we stall, we lose our own freedom when we let others fall. You can't stand free while others kneel. When justice fades, it's freedom they steal. An innocent condemned, a crime unspoken, and with it the bond of liberty is broken. No tyrant rules without our consent. Oppression thrives where silence is spent. Stand for the weak, the silence is small, or freedom will crumble for us all. We're mavericks of freedom, guardians of the light, fighting for the truth, for what is just and right. For the rights of one are the rights of all. We rise or we fall by answering the call. Even those we may oppose deserve the rights we all uphold. For if we deny them what is fair, we build our own prison in despair. The fight's not easy, it never will be, but justice for one is the key to be free. We stand as mavericks, together we strive, defending the rights that keep freedom alive. We're mavericks of freedom, rebels in the fight, upholding every truth, protecting every right. When one is oppressed, we're all in the thrall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for all. So take a stand, let your courage rise. Defend the truth, don't compromise. For the soul of the world, the writing's on the wall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for all.
Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Maverick family, welcome back. Big night tonight. All-star panel for tonight's Canada election 2025 coverage. Yeah, all-star panel. You guys, you are the all-stars. We're going to open the phone lines and you can join the conversation. I'll try to, maybe trim down the number of people on at any given time. I'm not sure how this is going to go tonight, but I want to make sure you guys have a voice tonight. So please, if you haven't called in a while, if you haven't called in before, please call in tonight and help us as we cover tonight's Canadian election together. This promises to be, I think, the most consequential election maybe in our lifetime. Certainly in a generation. Canada facing, I would say, a true existential threat from a neighbor who has historically been our best friend, ally, a cousin, a relative, a peaceful coexister. But even tonight, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, asserting again that he thinks Canada should be the 51st state and weighing in on the conversation. Foreign interference, some think so. Maybe it has been, maybe it hasn't been. I think it has been on an unprecedented scale. We'll see what the impact is tonight. And I'm not the only one. I think even people who say that it isn't election interference acknowledge that it's election interference. And all you have to do is look at what's going on social media. But we'll look beyond social media. We'll look at legacy media tonight. We'll look at the polls. We'll look at what's going on out there as Canadians cast their ballots. And we'll take a look at today's top news stories as well as our coverage of this election 2025. Canada Votes begins right after this.
You know, someone very profoundly once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the Founding Fathers. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
The entire world is watching.
Every dictator, every crazy dictator in the world is watching.
The world is watching. On TV, the entire world is watching. On social media.
But the entire world is watching, and yes, they are seeing what we have apparently bravely been willing to say that others are thinking.
Stand for freedom. Literally stand for freedom. Let's get this done. The entire world is watching.
We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars.
Maverick News. Maverick News. Maverick News.
Let me have more control of my own destiny.
The world is watching.
The first polls have closed, as you can see, and it looks like we already have somebody scored a goal. Yeah, the first polls closed down in Atlantic Canada just moments ago, and we already see a 1 on the scoreboard for the Conservatives. Zeros all the way across, but that's going to change through the night. And we'll be here to the bitter end, bringing you the results and analyzing all of this together. Now, we've also seen record advanced poll turnout, approximately 7 million people casting early ballots. What does that mean? Well, traditionally, early voter turnout, heavy voter turnout, signals an advantage for Liberals. But this time, everything seems to be different. I'm not sure that is the case. It seems there is an appetite for change, and I would say that large early voter turnout this time around probably signals probably a conservative tilt. Just my personal assessment. Now, that being said, don't know. The polling out there has indicated that, the Liberals will probably get a fourth term. Most of the legacy media saying, I don't know if it will be a majority or a minority. I'm not sure. But independent conservative podcasters are like, no way, can't happen, not going to happen, no way, PP all the way. So I don't know. Large crowds at those pure poilievre rallies, but even there, some of that stuff can be a little bit misleading because it kind of gets you dragged into an echo chamber. I've seen some pretty sizable crowds at Carney rallies as well. And of course, it depends on where they're campaigning. And it really, I think, is going to come down to the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, in the very Toronto-centric ridings. You know, those will be Liberal strongholds largely. Then in the outer ring, when you get into the 905 area code, in places like Brampton, you're going to see, I think, maybe a little more strength on the Conservative side. But there's still it's a battleground there, you know. It can swing either way. And we've seen huge swings in the polls. Now, I went to vote today, and I'm not telling you who I voted for, but I can tell you that voter turnout was heavy. It seemed today, like in my community anyway, there was just a ton of activity. And the other thing that I noticed just in my local riding is that the Liberal candidate seemed to gain some ground, at least in terms of putting signs up. Early on, the only candidate that I saw with signs up was the Conservative incumbent. No other parties have put up signs. I haven't seen signs for the Green Party, the NDP. I haven't seen anything for the PPC in this entire riding, in the entire election. Not a single sign for anybody else. The Liberals were late to the game. It just indicated to me that shows that I think in many places the parties were really not ready for this election. It was called in haste, probably because of, you know, the developments of Trudeau stepping aside, Carney coming in, and then Donald Trump talking about Canada as a 51st state and possibly annexing our country. Never in our history, in Canadian history, has the sovereignty of this nation, not since 1867, has Canada's sovereignty really been threatened in this way. It's just unprecedented. So we'll see how all this goes. And as I said, we are going to go to the phones, and we're going to do that early tonight. In fact, we're going to do it right now. And, we'll touch on today's news stories as well as we navigate through tonight's election coverage. And we're seeing that we now have 2 seats declared. These are early poll results from Atlantic Canada, where the polls have just closed. This shows how quickly the results can come in. So we have 2 seats declared for the Conservatives, 1 Liberal out in Atlantic Canada, but still very, very early, obviously. And we're going to be watching this closely. This is, as I say, Canadian Press providing these results, and they're getting them directly from Elections Canada. So we'll just take that down. We'll keep tabs on that, and you can join the conversation by calling this number. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Exercise your right to free speech. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. All right, let's put that number up on the screen at the bottom on our ticker. So we can scroll across the bottom of that screen for you. You can join the conversation by calling 1-647-734-4220. That's 1-647-734-4220. When you dial in, the system will queue you up, and you have to punch in that PIN number, which you also see on the bottom of the screen, 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign, and that'll let you into the system. So, yeah, it was pretty heavy voter turnout in my community, as I say. A lot of activity out there today. I don't know where all the people came from. Normally on a Monday, things around my town are pretty quiet, but everybody was out. I don't know what was going on. I noticed all these people out at the grocery store. When I was out voting, I went to the community center where the polling station was located, and tons of traffic. It was like suddenly people were waking up. And we're seeing here now that we have another Liberal seat declared. So 2-2, 2-2. It's quite a hockey game. Lots of goals being scored already early on. And it is only, what is the time? It's 7:20 p.m. Eastern time where I'm at. And as you can see on the bottom of the screen scrolling, we have the first polls have closed out in Atlantic Canada. Polls in Newfoundland and Labrador now closed. And polls in the rest of Atlantic Canada closing around 8:30 p.m. Their time, 7:30 p.m. our time, which is 10 minutes from now. So we should get a little flurry of early vote results coming in. I think, the way things roll with an election in Canada is the results come in waves, because the polls close in the various time zones. And as you work your way from the Maritimes into Quebec and then Ontario and into the prairies, the votes start to roll in. And a common complaint, of course, is that, from people out in Western Canada, is that the election is decided sometimes even before the polls close out in Western Canada. But your vote still counts. So hang in there, and I encourage everybody to go out and vote. And don't let anybody bully you or browbeat you. Just vote for whoever you want to vote for. Let's go to the phones here, shall we? Who's on the line with me tonight?
How are you doing tonight, Rick?
Great. How are you, Laurie?
Hey, great. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Eastern Ontario. I don't think we could have had a better day for the election here anyways.
Yes.
The weather was just perfect. I thought I'd call in and just give you my numbers because I think it's going to be an awfully long evening here tonight.
You think so?
Yeah, even where we are here, and I'm not far from Montreal, the polls don't close till 9:30. So,
yeah.
By the time we get out to the West Coast, the sun may be coming up again.
Well, if it's a close election, then that would be the case. We'll be here quite late before we really know. But of course, we have such a concentration of seats in Quebec and Ontario that often we know, we have predicted winners, or declared, fairly early on in the evening. But I think you're probably right, because I think this election is going to be a bit of a nail biter.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be close. If you got your pencil handy there, I'll give you my numbers.
If I can make my pen work, I lost my writing instrument, and these ones.
Well, we're going to have to get you. We'll have to get you a new one.
Yes. Yeah, I need a 29-cent Bic. Oh, they're not 29 cents anymore, are they? They're probably about a buck.
No, that's for sure. Those days are gone.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We're going to have a very slim Liberal majority, about 178.
Okay, let me just, I'm going to open a notepad here in my computer. So I can.
Yeah, you should have some of the other people maybe charming their numbers as they phone in.
Okay. Come on, computer. There we go. Okay, lay it on me.
Okay, I got the Libs at 178. You got a thin majority.
Okay.
Conservatives 132.
Yeah.
Bloc at 23. NDP 9 and 2 for the Greens.
You think the Greens are going to get 2?
I think they're going to get 2. Yes.
Wow.
But here's the one for Rimby John out there. I think we're going to have 6 Liberals in Alberta.
Really? Wow.
Yep, I'm betting on that one.
Okay. I don't know. The reason I question the Greens is because the polls that I've seen showed the most recent one on the 338 poll showed the Greens actually below the PPC, which had doubled from about 1.3 or 1.5 to 3%. And I don't think the PPC will get a seat again. So if they're polling lower than the PPC, I'm not sure that they will survive. And the NDP also is struggling so much right now that I don't know if they will even retain official party status.
That's for sure. I think if those NDP seats and the Green seats, if they come from anywhere, they'll come from British Columbia.
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. You know, the reason I think we're seeing this with the NDP and the Greens is because, just my opinion, but I think we're getting real polarization in this election. People really concerned about a possible threat to, Canada from Trump, and the going to the Libs, and then the people who, looking for change or whatever, narrative they're buying into on the conservative side, then they're going to the conservatives. So I just see a lot of polarization that way. The PPC vote all going to the conservatives, the Greens going to the Libs, the NDP probably going all to the Liberals. So yeah, that's the way I'm seeing it.
Hey, it's kind of neat here, Rick, to phone in and make a comment, and then you look down the live chat, and I've got what's he smoking, and I sure hope he is wrong. So
yeah.
Anyway, Rick, I'm going to sign off. I challenge everybody else on the chat line there to phone in and give you the numbers, and we'll just see what happens here tonight.
Okay, I've recorded your prediction, and I think that would be fun. So thank you very much, Lori, and call back later in the night, and we'll keep everybody updated.
Well, we may talk to you later, Rick, if I can keep my eyes open.
Okay, thank you. Talk to you soon.
Bye. Okay, bye-bye.
All right. So you guys can call in too, and give us your numbers. What are you thinking? 1-647-734-4220. That is the number to call. And let's take a little break here. I'm going to come back on the other side, and we've got more numbers here first. So let's just show you that. Libs 3, they scored another one, and the Conservatives 2 seats. And we're now 3 minutes away from those other polls out in Atlantic Canada closing. So let me take a little break here. We'll come back, and I'm gonna talk about Donald Trump and this interview that he did with the Atlantic. Today's quote, it's a gem. We'll be right back.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
So yeah, Donald Trump interview on the Atlantic today. I don't know if you're paying attention, but this one, if you this, I showed you over Easter how he has this God complex. This is unbelievable. I mean, I know the president of the United States has, I guess, a right to expose a pretty large ego, but this is just like there's a limit. I run the country and the world. That's the quote from this interview that he did with the Atlantic. Donald Trump believes he's invincible, but the cracks are beginning to show by Ashley Parker and Michael Shearer. So, wow. Before we begin, it says here, primer on the science of arranging an interview with a sitting American president. An Ordinary Times reporter seeking an on-the-record encounter with the commander-in-chief. First write an elaborate proposal, blah, 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 blah. It goes down. Okay, so let's go to some coverage from other media about this interview. It blew my mind, honestly. I run the world. When I heard this today, here we go. I run the country and the world. Yeah, see, that's why I guess he feels he can just rename things like the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Just do whatever he wants, right? No. So, here's USA Today's coverage of the Atlantic. I don't have the full article because I don't subscribe. I wish I could afford it, frankly. Here we go. The Atlantic, or USA Today. President Donald Trump declared that he runs the world as he reflected on what's different during his second White House go-around in an interview with the Atlantic magazine. The first time I had two things to do, he said, run the country and survive. I had all these crooked guys, Trump said in the interview published today. And the second time, I run the country and the world. Wow. What an ego. Trump has pushed the boundaries of the presidency during his first 100 days back in the White House, signing more than 140 executive orders to unilaterally achieve his policy aims and seek retribution against his political adversaries. Trump's sit-down interview came as his approval rating has taken a considerable hit, falling to 39% in a new poll from the Washington Post, ABC News, and Ipsos. And they had concerns about the economy and his aggressive use of tariffs. Nevertheless, Trump agreed with an observation that he's having more fun blowing up Washington with a twinkle in his eye as one close ally so far during his return to, it said, during his return to the White House. I'm having a lot of fun considering what I do, Trump said. You know, what I do is such serious stuff. Trump remarked on the friendly reception he's gotten from many in the billionaire class, including Meta founder Mark Zuckerberg and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos during his second term. It's just a higher level of respect. I don't know, Trump said. Maybe they didn't know me in the beginning, and they know me now. Oh, yes, we're getting to know you very well, Donald. The interview conducted, this was back on April 24th, took place after Trump broadcast on a social media platform, Truth Social, that he agreed to take part, quote, out of curiosity and as a competition with myself to see if it's possible for the Atlantic to be truthful. Trump ripped the publication in a social media post weeks earlier as he denied the magazine's request for an interview, only to later change his mind because he has a huge ego and he loves the attention. So if he can get his face on the cover or even inside the magazine, of course he's going to go for it. And the Atlantic is a prestigious, white collar, highbrow, intellectual publication. Trump has a long-running feud with the Atlantic that dates back to the magazine reporting that Trump referred to U.S. soldiers who died in combat as suckers and losers. Yeah, so he runs. Oh, yeah, and then he's asked about Pete Hegseth, and he's like, oh, he's going to get it together. He's still defending the guy on something that is indefensible. But they don't care. He doesn't care. Wow. He runs the world. Runs the world. Yeah. And he is absolutely having an impact on the election. No doubt about that. Weighing in, even today, talking about it again. Canada should be the 51st state. Let's take a look here. Any changes in these numbers? Nope, still 3 conservatives, 2 liberals now. So I think they shifted something. They made a correction. Wasn't it a moment ago? 3. It was, and I'm seeing over here, actually, there's a bit of a delay here. Yeah, so let me get that up. It's 5 and 3. Yeah, there you go. 5 liberals, 3 conservative now from Atlantic Canada, and those polls now closed. The next set of polls at an Atlantic Canada, 5 and 3. So, all right. So, Laurie's predicting a Liberal victory with 178 seats. I think what they need is, if the Liberals do win, I think what you're going to need is, sort of by the time they get past Ontario and hit the Manitoba border, they'll need about 140 seats, somewhere in that range, in order to secure an election victory tonight. So look for that mile marker number. That will be a real indicator. So what do we need here? We need 172 seats for a majority government. I don't know if we'll get to that point. If Laurie's right, the Liberals will end up with a mandate, a real mandate with 178 seats. That would be a majority government. What say you, other Mavericks? What say you? PEI is closed, says we be jamming. And the chat's a little bit behind on the numbers we've got up on the screen. Let me just refresh this screen here. And I don't know, I guess Johnny's just behind. He's saying current seat 2. Okay, I got to keep that call open. You can call in and join the show at 1-647-734-4220. And yeah, Trump absolutely having an impact on this election, even today. Look at what he's done on Truth Social. You know, sticking his nose in, frankly, where it really doesn't belong. The proper protocol, the proper thing, I think, even just out of for good form, would be to just stay silent or say, we hope the Canadian people have a good election, let the people decide, and just stay out of it. No, not Donald Trump. Because I guess he feels he runs the world, he's allowed to just stick his nose in wherever he wants. So here's how he's meddling over on Twitter/X through Truth Social. This is on Twitter. Where'd we go here? There it is. All right. He says, good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world. Have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America. No more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border. All positives with no negatives. It was meant to be, all caps. America can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. Okay, so there's a lot of lies in there. This is not really truthful or honest. Zero tariffs or taxes. Yeah, I guarantee you, if Canada becomes the 51st state, or if Alberta chooses to join the United States at some point, you'll still pay taxes. Oh, that much is certain. And that line that's drawn as a boundary line between Canada and the US, yeah, it's not artificial. It is very real because there is a difference between Canada and the United States. And I had this conversation with someone last night, and I've thought a lot about this. And you know what really sets Canada apart from the United States? You know why Canada? Like some people say, Canada is an artificial country. Like Yves François Blanchet, leader of the Bloc Québécois, which has no seats so far because they have no candidates even running out in Atlantic Canada, only in Quebec. The difference between Canada and the United States, and the reason Canada is more legitimate, is because Canada is a country built on compromise, not on conquest. The thing that holds Canada together is cooperation. It's belief in the country. It's because people support it for no other reason, really. It's because Canadians love their country because they do see it as a very legitimate nation state. Every day we get up, we go to work, we participate in society, we drive on the roads that we pay taxes to pave. And my garbage is picked up every Tuesday like clockwork. But more than that, there is something that is cohesive. There's a unifying force out there, a social contract between us and our government, which was betrayed, in my view, during the lockdown, but only because we asked the government to do so out of fear. The majority of people at the time demanding that those actions be taken, not just through an expression of fear vocally or online, social media, all that stuff, but also through an actual election. If you go back and think about it, during the pandemic, our government did go to the polls. Canadians were given a choice, and I did not like the way the election was conducted. I didn't like the way the campaigns were run. I didn't like what Justin Trudeau did at the time because he did use the pandemic and fear to divide Canadians and used it as a wedge to leverage support for his government. And he got reelected for a third term. But Canadians still voted. It was the choice of Canadians. Now, if I had been prime minister, not that I am, nor will I likely ever be, I would not have locked people down in the same way. I would have approached the pandemic in a much different way, because even though people maybe were clamoring for it, preservation of individual rights and freedoms for me is paramount. And as such, I think a little tough love in the opposite direction would have paid off for the country, because we would have had much less polarization now, and this existential threat coming from Donald Trump would not be so pronounced. Everything really has been put to the test because of the cracks that formed in that social contract between the people and our government. But the thing that holds Canada together is still simply belief in the country. Those who say Canada is not a real country want it torn apart. They're actively working to destroy Canada. Even some of these people who say that they are trying to save Canada are, in fact, while wrapped in the flag, traitorous and enemies of the state, either witting or unwitting. You don't save the country by tearing it apart. But somehow Canada has always been resilient, even in the face of separatists and those seeds of doubt about the actual existence of the country. But people support it. Not because they're forced to, not through coercion, because we just believe in it, because Canada is different. There's something that binds us together, and that is what makes Canada a legitimate nation state. Beyond all the other metrics for a nation state, it's really simply that. If people believe in a country, then it is. It's a real thing. Is the United States a real thing? I would argue that if there is an artificial country in the world today, the one that is most artificial at the moment may well be the United States of America. Because the president of the United States thinks he rules the world, and the thing that holds his world together, the Trump world, is coercion. It's the use or the threat. It's using the threat of coercion, that military might. It's using that to not only hold the nation together, but to exert influence and spread Americanism, MAGAism beyond the U.S. borders, to annex entire countries, Greenland, Canada, the Panama Canal, maybe even Mexico, to make people capitulate, use tariffs, the economic might of the United States, to make others bend the knee and come to the king. Make a deal just to survive. We don't have that kind of power in Canada. We don't have the guns. We don't have the fighter jets. We don't really have the nukes. Well, not directly, we don't. But we don't need them. We just have the people. Now, some people want you to believe that Canada isn't a real country. If they convince enough people that Canada isn't a real thing, that it's just a myth, then it can fall apart. And right now we have people appealing to some Canadians using the worst of, the worst part of, I guess, human nature: greed, fear. You'll get a tax break if you join the USA. Trump's lying. It's not going to be tax-free. He's talking about, no tariffs because you become part of the US, but you're going to pay taxes. I guarantee you that. Those rich friends of his who will end up controlling the resources in places like Alberta, oh, they'll profit, and you'll still pay. We all will, if that's what comes to pass. Corporatocracy? No, we've moved beyond that. This is a battle tonight. This election, it's part of a larger global battle between liberal democracy, and a new oligarchical future where the rich few, not big corporations, but the people who control those corporations, and even greater concentration of power being placed into the hands of those people. Trump's friends, and it's Trump's friends who will control maybe Canada and much of the world. he's not joking. It's not hyperbolic it's not hyperbole, man. To take a quote from Joe Biden. No, it's very real. This is the vision from this man in the White House. The threat is real. The vision that he has, he's trying to make it real. He's trying to impose a new reality upon us. He's trying to impose a new world order, such as it is his new world order, his and Vladimir Putin's, and maybe Xi Jinping's, as they carve up this world into spheres of dominance. In Canada, it's the big prize. It's in play. And this election tonight, it is for all the marbles. It really is. And I'm not even sure who to vote for. I'm not telling you who to vote for because I can't tell tonight who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. I can't. I've got my own personal opinions on it, and certainly with the work that I've been doing and the information I've been sharing through the actual journalism that I've been practicing here, I've shown you the Trump administration, MAGA, even before Trump was reelected, the MAGA organization, the shadow government that he was running, certainly it was having direct influence over that freedom convoy. Oh, yeah, a lot more going on there than I ever realized in the beginning. And his fingerprints are all over it. And I have real evidence that I haven't even shown you yet, which I may or may not be able to show you because I have to protect certain people's information. But yeah, man, it's a real thing. And it's all in play tonight. So vote. Just get out there and vote. There's so much going on and there's so much at stake tonight. It's truly, when I say existential, I mean it. It's our future. It's our country. Here's the latest results here again tonight. I'm going to refresh this and we're going to go to a couple of new callers on the line here. We have actually it's up to 11 now for the Liberals, 3 Conservatives. So out in Atlantic Canada, not surprising, really. You know, the Liberals are pretty strong out in Atlantic Canada. Always have been. So 11-3, Libs over the Conservatives. But the night is young. Let's bring these callers online with us now here. Hang on a second there, Dragon. People can't hear you yet. Okay, Now you're on the screen with us. We have 2 callers in. Dragon's up first. Go ahead, sir, from Montreal.
Well, I'm in Montreal, standing in Verdun in front of one of the poll station. So there's still 1 hour, 10 minutes left for us to vote. So I hope that I'm going to see some heads coming back and forth in that beautiful building.
So is there like heavy voter turnout there? Is there a lineup? Is it just smooth sailing? Give us a description. What are you seeing there tonight, Dragon?
Oh, it's pretty smooth. I see 1 or 2 person coming in and out pretty quickly. There's no lineup. I would say probably that there were much more people on the anticipation vote earlier this week. So from the 18 to the 21, if I do remember well. So yeah, I've seen a lot of people lining up in those moments. So I think that Montreal has spoken already.
Okay, and who else is on the line with us?
This is Brian from Kingston.
Well, hello, Sir Brian from Kingston. Welcome.
Hi, Rick. How are you? Hi, Dragon.
Great.
Hello, sir.
So
yeah, this is almost like a hockey game. It's 11-3 now.
Yes.
It was 5-2 a couple of minutes ago for 5-3.
Yeah, big score.
Yeah, this is going to be a real sense of drama all night.
Yeah, I think so.
Actually, I came back from the hospital to see one of my friends that was interned a few days ago, and on my way back. So I called, and yeah, that's what I told him. Today it's a big day, man. It's a real hockey game for the politic passionate. So
yeah, exactly.
And it's now 13-3. So the Liberals scoring a couple more. So that's important.
I noticed
for the Liberals
you
to
read
score well there.
You read Trump's little comment on his Twitter page.
Yeah.
Is that guy ignorant or what?
Yeah.
It's just no respect, no dignity at all. Hateful.
No.
Everything that comes out of that guy's mouth is toxic.
So, Brian, do you think that I've seen people say, well, way to go, President Trump, you just handed the election to the Liberals. What impact do you think his comments have had on the election? He says he'd rather deal with Carney, but I think that he's trying to use reverse psychology, frankly, because I don't believe that he's not a liberal in that sense. He's at war with liberalism and progressivism. So what's the game there, do you think?
From the American side, I don't know, but from the Canadian side, it's ignorant.
Yeah.
If there's only been one platform that's been laid out since January, it was, hate to give him credit, it's Trudeau's Team Canada. I think it's ignited a certain patriotism in some people in Canada. I'd like to see Canada continue as it is, all 10 provinces and 2 territories, Quebec and Alberta. If you're listening, Rimby John, we're a stronger country all together.
Yes.
Than split up. And as for the Quebec Premier's comment the other day, well, I've heard the same thing for 50 years. You know, do they really want to leave Canada?
Yeah.
Maybe not. It's just it's positioning of some political ideology.
These comments that we get from
Canada, and it's Canada.
The part of the problem is that the Bloc has always used separation as a tool, a tactic, right? Well, give us what we want or we're leaving. And we've accommodated that. And I think personally, we've taken that too far. I said the other night, the real path forward for Canada is to not give Alberta what it wants. What we need to do is tell Alberta and Quebec and all the provinces, we need to find a way to actually reduce the amount of jurisdictional sovereignty that these provinces have, because then the federal government can take steps, on certain issues like pipelines to do what is best for the country and and just do it without this level of interference or blocking from different provinces. It's everybody, all these provinces looking out for their own self-interest, greed, and then you get corruption into the mix, and and you can't get stuff done. So you need a strong federal government in order to overcome that. And until we just come to terms with that and just have that federal government in some way, and Canadian citizens support this, say, no, sorry, Alberta, sorry, Quebec, sorry, all provinces. On some issues, the federal government just rules because it has to have sovereignty over the nation as a whole. And this has been the biggest stumbling block. This is actually at the center of these arguments to say that Canada isn't a real country because you can't get anything done. What do you think?
Well, I've looked at Pierre Poilievre's platform. Some of it sounds okay on a superficial level, but how is he going to pay for all the things he wants to do? Axe the tax. He's going to create 350,000 new jobs in the trade. He's going to build 4 new icebreakers, remove tent cities, rebuild the entire military, 25 new bases, Navy, Army, Air Force, cancel the CBC, build more homes. cut foreign aid, do all this, eliminate a lot of hospital services, healthcare. How is he going to do all that? And to my my good friend Remby John out in Alberta, I could say with the healthcare thing, how's that measles outbreak going on out there in Alberta? How's it doing? Is I don't know whether Pierre Poilievre's rhetoric is just a campaign, or I don't see how he's actually going to do hardly any of his platform.
Yeah, to me, when I read his plan, I agree with you, Brian. A lot of it doesn't add up. His housing plan, when I look at it, it's good campaign rhetoric. Very few people actually read in detail what these plans are, what the platform really is. They just listen to what is said at the campaign rallies, and those speeches are designed to be simplistic, deliver a very simple message to people, appeal to people on an emotional level usually. But when I look at the plans, even the housing plan, I've said it here, and we did analyze it the one night. The Carney plan is more free market. The Carney plan, from an economic and financial perspective, it will work. I'm not so sure about the Poilievre plan. It just acts as the HST, and then uses punitive measures, like possible penalties against municipalities if they don't reduce their zoning regulations and other regulations that kind of stand in the way for quick builds. But he's going to run into jurisdictional issues, just even at the municipal levels, the way that he's trying to do this. And, people are like, oh, well, the Carney plan is just to build houses with no driveways, and it's just little tiny houses. And I want a real house. I don't want to live in a 15-minute city, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not what the plan is at all. If you actually look at the Poilievre plan, his plan fits more into your 15-minute city scenario, simply because what he wants to do is take government buildings, sell them, which would mean largely in the core areas of cities, and then either tear them down to build homes, or more likely convert them into like apartments or something. Like, so you're going to convert or sell these federal properties, these federal buildings, and turn those into housing. I don't know, man. Let me put this back up. Sorry. I lost you here on the screen. I lost our feed. Hang on a second, guys. I'm going to get you back up here. So yeah, like normally I would say that a conservative government would have a more free market, less regulatory sort of approach to things. But what I'm seeing with the Poilievre plan, it's just the Carney plan is more free market. It's a reality. So what can I say?
Yeah, it could go either way. Whoever wins, I hope it's a minority parliament.
Yeah,
as simply to be a pacifying gesture for Alberta.
Yeah, the reason I say that the Carney plan is more free market is because he is creating a fund of a pool of money of like $10 billion, which will then make low interest, affordable loans available to people for mortgages, especially for first-time home buyers. But the Poilievre plan doesn't have anything like that, and you need the capital there in order to make it create the economic conditions where people can then actually go out and afford to buy the home. If you can't get the mortgage, then you can't get the home. And if you're relying entirely on the banks, a lot of first-time home buyers, given our current economic situation, and even if they take some steps, their banks are more restrictive than a pool of money that is being made available in that manner would be. So that's really the key to fueling the economy too. First time home buyers, so important, because if you create the conditions where they can get a mortgage, get into a home, then everything changes. It's a game changer. You have people living in a home, you're building communities, you have people going to work and stopping at the corner store on the way home. And then that's, you get strip malls, you get all these economic spin-offs from all of that, that are possible.
Well, as long as there's some criteria, we don't want another subprime mortgage scandal like happened in the States.
No, not at all. But you still need that, those seeds. You need to be able to plant those seeds, right? But if the Poilievre plan, I don't see anything in it that provides capital. You have to provide capital to people. And then, that to me, people say, well, you shouldn't be using government money and spending government money and going into debt. Well, to me, that is an actual investment. And there are few things out there that are as solid an investment as it is in real estate, especially in homes that are affordable. And that's the other reason, Brian, why, you're not going to, I don't think, get into a subprime mortgage crisis like they had in the US. That was a different scenario because that was allowing people to buy homes that they couldn't afford. And that was the government really creating conditions through political correctness where they were compelling banks, lenders to approve mortgages for people who couldn't afford them, threatening them with, accusations of discrimination if they didn't approve loans for people, especially in visible minority groups, that they couldn't afford them. So they would approve the loans. And that in itself was exploitive of people who were marginalized or in, lower socioeconomic, of lower socioeconomic status, because it's like, then it became like a used car dealer taking advantage of somebody who couldn't afford to buy the car. So they give you the loan anyway, and then they milk you for everything you can get. And then when you go bankrupt, they just go and repossess the car, and they just make money off people who can't afford stuff. Or if people have already gone bankrupt, they jack up the interest rates, and then they were selling the junk mortgages off, and it just as other financial products. That was just bad money chasing more bad money until it all collapsed. But these are modular homes. It's very much the same kind of approach that we saw after World War II with wartime houses being built that were a little bit smaller, affordable for veterans returning home to build, a life. And that's an investment in the future. And I think that's a good approach. And you still need to have checks and balances in place and make sure that people can afford the mortgages that they're given. But you put somebody into a house, you build a family there, and then suddenly everything changes. People can't afford things because now they've got a place to live, a base of operation where they can go to work and live and prosper, build a community, build a country.
Yeah, you remember when Poilievre gave a speech a few days ago, he was talking about his wife who bought a home when she was 25 years old.
Yeah.
And he was talking about in the Ottawa area and the Riverside South area of Ottawa.
Yeah.
Well, I know the area well, and you think of a house or a home, you think of a standalone structure. But in Riverside South, in Ottawa, Fells Corners area, they're all row houses. They're all the same. They're all part of a homeowner association. They're all row houses. They're not a standalone house.
Yeah,
you might think of.
Yeah.
So you actually buy your little unit in a series of row houses. There might be 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And then a little gap for a driveway, and then another little building with another 6 or 7. They're row houses, townhouses.
Yeah.
They're not a standalone. This is all yours. That you might think of.
Yeah.
So.
And I think, personally, I think that we should be having like standalone homes, single unit. Like, you can have a mix of stuff, I guess, for people. But like the first house I bought with my wife, was a semi-detached, and it was a fixer-upper, and that was how we got in to the market, right? And then you build on that. There are other issues in play here too. It's not just the housing plan. It's about taxation and, would a liberal government tax us more? Would they, reconstitute the carbon tax? We're seeing that Carney is saying, yeah, they would still implement a carbon tax. It would just be integrated into the corporate side or the production side, so that you don't really see it. It's hidden in your final price of various goods and services, not on the consumer level. But so
well, I think Canada is strong. To quote a line from Poilievre, "Together, the land is strong."
Yeah.
Well, okay, I can make a little joke of that. It has to be to survive 10 years of Justin Trudeau.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
I've said that too, in my own way, because as horrific as the situation during the pandemic was, and even as they were shutting down businesses and printing all the money so that they could ensure liquidity in the market, and people still had money to spend to extract the wealth from, the residual wealth from our economy, while production was, reduced and the GDP went, way down. The country survived. All those stresses on our economy, on our country, it showed how resilient we really are, how much stress it can take. And even now, still in the face of all this chaos from Trump and the tariff talks and just all the other pressures that we're under economically, our economy still survives. And we get these constant doomsday scenarios from people who say, everything's going to crash. It's, soon. And I'm guilty of that to some degree too at times, because I do worry about the money printing and inflation and everything. But if you could just have politicians and governments in there who would just manage things a little more responsibly, the system does work. And there's so much wealth that we have accumulated over time. There's so much wealth built into everything that we have in our society that, there's a lot of depth there. So we are resilient.
Yeah. It's interesting to note that after the last campaign in 2021, I think it was only a few months after that the Freedom Convoy emerged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're going to say something there, Dragon?
Well, actually, I see some similarity with what's going on and the Liberal under Jean Charest, if you do remember well.
Yeah, I do.
I remember Jean Charest, yes. What about him?
Well, I think there's some similarity with, the housing crisis that we were having at the time, and the economic crisis also. Both were really relevant back in the days, and that was, I think, how for at some point the election swing back to the conservative back in the days, if I do remember well my history. But on that part, don't quote me on this one. I might be wrong, but I think it was the conservative who won after that.
So Lori gave us.
I'm on the phone here, Rick. Can you give me the numbers there?
Yeah, so we're at 14 for the Liberals, 12 Conservatives. Nobody else has any seats. And
can you call up any particular ridings? So I'd like to know how Natalie Provost's campaign is going in the Montreal Center or Montreal East or whatever.
I don't think the polls are closed there yet, are they, Dragon, in Montreal?
No, they will close. Let me say, they going to close at 9:30, so in about 1 hour 15 minutes from now.
So we wouldn't have any numbers from there yet, Brian, at all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They don't provide any numbers until the polls are actually closed and they start counting those ballots. Nothing gets counted until it's shut down.
Yeah. Because I found it nauseating when Rebel News were in Montreal a while back, and they're, hassling Natalie Provost's speech in an auditorium somewhere, and Rebel wasn't let in. And if there's one person in all of Canada, I give Natalie Provost a free pass. for the rest of her life because of what she went through with surviving the Montreal Massacre so long ago. She gets a free pass.
Well, 13-13 now, and the hockey game continues.
There's going to be a triple overtime, I think.
Man, it's wow, it doesn't get much closer than that, does it? Well, still early. Still early. So Laurie gave us his numbers predicting what he thought the outcome will be tonight. Do you guys want to take a stab and give me a prediction, Brian? How many seats do you think?
I can't do the numbers. It just
can't do the numbers.
Yeah, I just whoever wins. I hope it's a minority. I really don't want to express my own opinion.
Don't want to predict. What about you, Dragon?
I hope it's a minority.
You want to make your prediction tonight?
Well, if I do remember, the number of seats per party should be around 174, if I'm not mistaken. So on that,
you need 172 seats for a majority.
Yeah, so I would probably go around with a majority of conservative. That's my prediction, and well, let's go with a full 172 seats.
So you think they're going to get 172 seats?
Why not?
Yeah. Because I don't know. That's why not. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. The polls have been so crazy. They've swung back and forth so much. I mean, I think at the lowest point, the Liberals, heading into the election, they hit a low of like 16%. 16. And then they've come all the way back to a place where the polls indicate that they could form government again tonight for a fourth term. But 1-6.
Rick, you're an old media guy from CTV. Do you remember when the networks used to invoke a blackout?
Sure do.
On election nights.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Well, those days are gone, I think.
Well, very much clearly because of social media. They used to. There were regulations through the CRTC, so we were not allowed to report on what were the regulations at the time. A lot of restrictions on what you could say. You could go on the air, but you couldn't say anything political. You couldn't talk about the candidates. The reason being because of what I talked about earlier, how the polls close at different times across the country. So you weren't really allowed to talk about the political aspects of the campaign before the polls closed across the country, because you could influence how people vote if you talk about that while the polls are open. So, yeah, I mean, people talk about mainstream media, not being fair or balanced or being controlled by the government because there's government money. The reality is there are all kinds of rules and regulations for, mainstream media that they have to follow that ensure that there is some degree of balance. And I said to John when I was from Alberta today, when we were talking on the phone, he was talking about Jason Kenney being on, former conservative premier of Alberta being on CBC as a commentator tonight. And I said, well, there you go. I mean, you have a conservative on the CBC criticizing Rosemary Barton. So have you ever seen a liberal on any of the conservative independent live streams? Any of these leading conservative voices, do they ever have a liberal on? Ever? I haven't seen one. Not one. And then they say defund the CBC because they're not fair and balanced. Well, that's kind of the pot calling the kettle black when maybe the kettle isn't entirely black.
Is it ever?
Yeah. And I would say beware those who want to shut down competing media, because that's like saying don't listen to them, only listen to me. I think that in itself is pretty dangerous, because I've been watching, especially during this election, like the masks have really been coming off a lot of these characters. And make no mistake, some of these people really are characters. With the branding that they have going on, they're projecting an image. They play characters on their channels. Those kind of shirts they wear, the way they look, the names they choose. I mean, think about it. Some of these people don't use, like, my name is my name. I'm just straight up and honest with people. This is me. I'm Rick Walker. This is my name. I'm a real person. I've always done that, because to me, if you're going to be honest with people and truthful, then you have to start right there. You don't create a fake persona and pretend to be somebody you're not. I can understand it if you think you have a security risk or something, maybe, and you don't want people to know your true identity because they might come and kill you at your house or something, right? But that's not what this is about. This isn't really who I am. But some of these people, they pick these names and they're like, I don't know, characters in a show. That's not journalism. I didn't ever work in a newsroom where people had, I don't know, like the loose goose or the brash beaver from Kapuskasing. like
Or a dragon from Montreal.
Well, yeah, but we know your name, Ian. Go ahead, tell people what your real name is.
My name is Ian Leonard from Montreal, and I'm happy to serve everyone from the Maverick family. So,
and there you go. And the only reason we call Dragon is because that's been his nickname around here from the very beginning, and people started calling him, we're Dragon. And so, but we know your real name. It's Ian.
Yeah.
So you're a real person. You're not out there playing a character, but that's part of the branding, right? Because these guys, a lot of these streamers, and they can do what they want, and they're entitled to their free speech, but that is a show. And we use the word show here sometimes, but I've never been comfortable calling what I do as a journalist a show. It's a program. Where I'm trying to provide an information program with at least a fair degree of balance and transparency, enough to say that I do have a bias, a worldview that everyone brings to this work, but I do try to be fair and balanced. And yeah, I have liberals and conservatives and other people on here, and as a result, I get attacked in the chat because people just want you to pick a side.
Rick, have you ever heard of something called Hansard?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Have you ever heard of something called Hansard?
Hansard? I don't think so.
It's the official records of Parliament.
Okay.
Hansard documents.
Mm-hmm.
I've got two short, very brief quotes. And this is from one of the Hansard documents I've discovered in the House of Commons, June 15th, 2012. Digital bundle 1140, file number 141. And this is Ralph Goodale, Liberal, saying, quote, "There was a risk of election fraud. Prime Minister Harper would know if there was evidence of forged documents. The Right Honorable Prime Minister would know, as did his close friend and colleague, Bruce Carson." To which here Poilievre replies, quote, "Mr. Speaker, these are the same kinds of false allegations the Liberals throw around at election time. The reasons why the allegations about Mr. Bruce Carson never went anywhere is that the Liberals never had any evidence for the things they are saying," unquote. And that's from an official Hansard document. Kind of oil business research that I've been digging up. The key person to know there is Pierre Poilievre, of course. And the other person, he's passed away a few years ago, is Bruce Carson. I've linked the two people together. And Bruce Carson, when he was in the oil consultancy business as a lobbyist, he was working at the University of Calgary, no, University of Edmonton, I think, as a consultant. He was in liaison with a guy called Dr. Jack Mintz, who was just on the True North Juno podcast a few days ago, I noticed, talking about basically 51st state, Alberta's sovereign, Daniel Smith had to do this, we're going to do that. I just found it an interesting little quote I came across in the official records of Parliament Hansard document. So
Yeah. 21 seats for the Liberals now, 10 for the Conservatives. Two-way race, obviously, so far.
yeah.
So,
this is a close race.
sorry, Dragon, what?
This is a close race.
Yeah, maybe.
Very close race.
Yeah, well, 21-10, like the Liberals seem to grab some seats and then the Conservatives catch up. And then, so we've seen that a few times here, but it, obviously still very early in the night. And
Any end of P yet?
nothing.
NDP?
Zeros all the way across the board otherwise. Just 21 Liberal, 10 Conservative. Nobody else has any goals yet. Do you think the PPC or the Greens will get any seats?
I'd be surprised to see the PPC or the Green Party to have probably 3 or 4% maximum all around Canada. And I mean, probably even so for the NDP probably will end up with 5, probably 2% minimum, maximum 5%. That's my prediction.
Yeah. And we have all these other even smaller parties out there. Again, they're always active during these elections, but they just never get anybody elected. We had Brandon Pringle on from the what do they call the Christian Heritage Party, but since they've formed in 1987, never one time have they ever elected anyone to office. And this time around, I just can't see. I thought maybe this time the PPC would get someone elected, but no, they're not. I don't think it's going to happen because as I've been watching this, the party has been they've been very active in trying to get things organized somehow. Even since the last election, but as they went into this election, generally speaking, they seem to be in a much greater state of disarray and disorganization. Like I said, in this riding, not a single PPC campaign sign up. And I haven't even seen an NDP sign up in this riding. So these parties
I've seen
really
a few
struggling.
in Montreal, but not in my riding.
Yeah.
I mean, part of Montreal is because, there's like 2 or 3 little riding in Montreal, right? So from those that I've looked at, there's probably the riding of Verdun where you can see probably few signs of the PPC, but that's all. And for the rest, well, it's always the same 3: NDP, Conservative, and also the Bloc Québécois, and Liberal. So that's the 4 major one that you see all around the corners.
So join the conversation, folks. You can call 1-647-734-4220. Would really be great to have maybe a couple of new callers call in tonight. We've got our regular crew, our all-star panel. That's you guys tonight. Our all-star panel is the Maverick family. So yeah, join in. Call the number. What do you guys think? If we get this, if this trend holds, and it probably won't, it'll probably ebb and flow through the night. But if we get a Liberal government again, how serious do you think this threat from Alberta separating is, guys?
Oh boy.
I'll tell you what, you guys mull that over. We're going to take a little break here. We'll come back on the other side and dig into that for a moment.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, we're back with Brian out of Kingston and Dragon up there in Montreal as our election coverage continues. What do you guys think about this threat of Alberta separating? It seems like not only does Donald Trump have an economic gun to our heads, Alberta seems to be taking that same approach. You know, this threat of we're leaving and we're taking our oil with us if you don't elect a conservative government. That's really being the message. Do you think that there's a real threat there?
I have to be careful how I answer that. You go first, Dragon.
Well, I hope not, but how would it turn out? Well, first, there's a lot of the work on the wood to go from there because now there's new territory to be, say, drawn on the geopolitical scape. So that's going to be a big one. How does it going to turn with, say, for example, Danielle Smith, or whoever is going to be on the writing, who's going to go on and ask the independence of Alberta, and how is that going to work to get to the America? That's going to be one heck of a question, I would say. Because even me, I don't even find much of an answer. They will have there are going to be some new treaty that's going to be signed, I think.
Well, if Alberta decides to secede from the Dominion, much like all those Confederate states that seceded from the American Union back in 1861.
That's it. That's a new territory. I mean, we haven't seen that locally since the 18th centuries. So that's going to be a totally new landscape.
Yeah.
Well,
it'll just mean that most of Canada will be Liberal or NDP. I'd like Alberta to stay within Canada, like Saskatchewan.
Dragon, Quebec, and the referendums that we've had up there, that really laid the, I guess, the blueprint for how a province can separate. So you've got, the Clarity Act, you have a procedure in place that can be followed, but it's not easy. It's not just simply have a referendum and leave. The danger, I think, that we have here right now, the real danger is that I think that, the way this might play out, because you have these, I would say, not just the influence of the United States, but these oligarchs and big U.S. money, I would say, influencing what's going on out there in Alberta behind the scenes, and MAGA, Trump. And if they are successful in pushing forward, if we get a Liberal government and then they push forward and they manage to force a referendum, which I don't think is even legal if we're getting U.S. influence, because this lawyer, Mr. Rath, who's really been pushing it hard, and some of these other separatist organizations and individuals, as they push for this, some of them are asking for the U.S. to actually facilitate it, to fund it. That's against Canadian law. But if we push back against some of this stuff, because it's coming from the U.S. and the Trump administration, it'll be portrayed as sort of like anti-democratic. It'll be like, what are you afraid of? You're standing in the way of the will of the people. It'll turn into a huge tug of war, friction. And if they do proceed with a referendum funded by the US or even just funded provincially, and they are successful and they get even like 50 plus one, I think you'll see that, if Trump chime in and say, that's it, they got to leave. And then you'll get this massive amount of pressure from the United States and even from within Alberta, from the pro-separatist movement, saying, no, we voted, we get to go. And they'll try to just push it that way, because the process is so difficult for a province to actually leave Canada that it makes it, not impossible, but it's quite difficult, because you have to, it's not, the Clarity Act is not really clear in what percentage you actually end up needing with the referendum, these votes. And you need to actually have like a majority of the population actually vote. You can't have 40% of the population vote like we do in our elections, and then, get a majority of the 40%. You need 80-90% of the people to actually participate in the referendum, and then you need to get a majority of them to approve it. And they're just there's a long list of things that have to, hurdles that have to be overcome in order for a province to actually leave the country if you follow the Constitution. So the real danger here is the meddling from the United States, which could fuel real conflict.
No, it's like you mentioned earlier, Rick. You mentioned earlier the keynote year, 1867. Mm-hmm. No one in Canada has ever even thought of this until 2 months ago.
Yeah.
We're Canada. Hey, we're Canada.
Well, I wouldn't say no one has thought of it until 2 months ago. I think that there have been people who have been thinking about it a whole lot and planning this for quite a long time. That's really what I was showing in that expose that, I laid out for people with Bridget Belton, the real mother of the convoy, and the U.S. meddling within the convoy, and the way that they were exploiting and hijacking the convoy in order to be disruptive in Canada. And that's just one example. That's the biggest, most major example of U.S. interference in our politics. It's there. The evidence is all there for anyone who really wants to open their eyes and look. And not only that, regardless, the interference, the meddling is on full public display right now. It was it was hidden back then, masked, but now it's just wide out in the open. You've got the president of the United States just stating it. He's saying it. So I don't have to prove anything that I was saying, because it doesn't matter really in the end, because he's just saying it outright. Canada should be the 51st state. I'm serious about annexing your country. Vote for the guy who's going to axe your taxes. Oh, axe your tax. Oh, so maybe he doesn't want Carney in Parliament after all as the prime minister. Maybe he wants the guy who's going to axe the tax. Cloaked language still, not quite clear where he's going, but I know he ain't a liberal. So I think maybe he does want the Conservatives to win, but you may never know. Maybe he's using double reverse psychology and playing 6D chess.
It's like the Atlantic magazine article. Trump is he's the leader of the world.
Yep.
If I do remember well, it was under Mulroney that under the Lake Meech Accord, that was about the sovereignty actually of Quebec and Canada in general. Mm-hmm. And that's where you had. It was easier at that time. You needed something like more than 55% of the vote, if I do remember well, to get a referendum accepted at that point. But then, since it was like a 42%, 52% for 48, if I do remember well from the research I've done earlier. This was too close to accept the referendum back in the days. So what they have done is that there's I don't remember which laws or treaty that has been signed, but you needed like you said something like 70% of the population voting in accord for a referendum to take place. But yeah, it's totally a new beast today and a new landscape.
You know, the other thing that I worry about, guys, is I hear from, I've been hearing in the last couple of weeks in particular from some of these really pro-conservative voices out there. If Canada elects a conservative government, quote, all this talk about Alberta 51 goes away. Well, why? Why would it suddenly just go away if you elect Poilievre? Why? Because, and these are people who are advocating for the separation of Alberta. So they're separatists. They pretend to be out there trying to save Canada, but are you really saving Canada? And why is Pierre so palatable? Why are they like, what's behind that? It makes me wonder, since we've seen this, and am I going down a conspiratorial road here, or are there legitimate concerns about maybe how much, what kind of prime minister will we have if the guy being placed in office is the guy who's getting all the support from the people who are separatists? And we see puppet governments all over the world from these superpowers, right? Why is Canada any different? Why would Canada be any different? Is therefore Poilievre truly going to act as the leader of a sovereign nation, or are they comfortable with him because he's not really going to act in a sovereign nature? Is he going to act more like a puppet? And is that why they're okay with Pierre? But then if you listen to people on the other side, they're like, well, Carney is the big bankster, so you can't trust him. He's actually in cahoots with Trump. They're really working together. That's why he said he wants Carney elected. That's why he'd rather work with the Liberals. All these conspiracies, but I don't know, guys. What do you think? Help me out here. Help guide me.
I feel like opening the hatch and jumping. There's just so much swirling around. It's
well, you
just got to take it as it comes, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that they're both committed to Canada and a Canadian future, keeping Canada sovereign, keeping, that they're patriotic, that they're not traitors. But when I see the level of influence from right now, Trump, and the meddling, and you can see that there's direct influence. And you see where the rhetoric kind of leads. I'm very worried.
Well, if Alberta leaves and then becomes the 51st state, are they going to build a wall around Alberta?
Yeah, I don't know why people out there think that separating or even becoming the 51st state solves all their problems. Like, geographically, nothing changes. You want to build your pipelines east-west because you're tired of selling your oil to the U.S. at a discount. Well, news flash, and the geography doesn't change just because the politics does. So you think you're gonna have an easier time getting your pipelines built east-west? No, it's probably going to be impossible then. Well, then fine, we'll sell it to the States. Well, that's where you're selling it now. And look what they're doing to you now. They're taking advantage of you, exploiting you. You think it's going to get better? Probably not. You're just going to have, now they'll be able to go right up there and with no regulation at all. They just under the boot of the U.S., and whatever U.S. oil companies come up there and exert their influence and buy it, take it, whatever. I don't know where it all goes, but that's the thing people really need to be asking is what does this all look like on the other side? And there's no clear answer. Nobody's telling you really what they're offering. They're just criticizing what you have, telling everybody Canada's not a real country. It's you're being taken advantage of. It's the same rhetoric that we hear from Trump. Yeah, all these countries are ripping us off. You're being ripped off. So they're making everyone in Alberta feel like they're a victim. But I would be very careful about that rhetoric because I don't think it's really accurate.
Well, sometimes I get spooked when I talk to Rimby John, and he's saying, "Well, if the Liberals get in, we're leaving.
Yeah.
We're leaving."
Yeah, I hear that a lot out there. I'm not sure. I can't really gauge how deep that runs. A lot of people, though, it's there's a fever pitch to it, but is it 20%, 30%, 50%, 70%? I can't really gauge. I don't think it's like over 50, but it could be 30, could be 40%, and you get that organized, you get a campaign behind that, you start doing what they've been doing even in this election, using I'll just say smears and half truths and a few lies here and there, using emotion to drive narratives. This election has been, I would say, the dirtiest that I've ever seen.
I don't think Trump much cares for First Nations.
It's gonna have some huge outcome for the future. I think it's one of the most subsequential election of our lifetime, guys. I think.
Oh yeah, and when I say dirty, it's been so dirty that people don't realize that it's even been dirty. And there's so much polarization that people just kind of buy in on one team or another, and then they're just their views are just reinforced, and so they just believe what they want to believe. It's this social media environment. It's really cooked up a lot of emotion. And yeah, you're right. You're quite right, Brian. First Nations, they really, as usual, not really being considered here to the degree that they need to be, and ultimately, I think, will be. But unless the U.S. comes up and really does an end run around our Constitution, our laws, and that's also one of the reasons they need to show that Canada isn't a real country, because if or convince people that it is not a real country, because if it comes to that, then they'll just say, well, you don't have a real country anyway. Your Constitution isn't legitimate. We don't have to follow your rules. They just had a vote, 50+1. They get to leave. And then it'll be, if you don't let them leave, well, we've got the military might to back up the people who voted. So what's your choice? I mean, I think I don't mean to scare people, but that's a reality that I think could come to pass.
The other reality that I might see in the future is that if you got Alberta going to the U.S. In however situation or however it is, you might see probably Quebec follow suit soon, depending on how the people react. So, I mean, we'll see. I don't know how it's gonna turn out, but that's also a something that I'm considering probably to see.
Well, I hope not.
Yeah, me too. If anybody out there listening to what I'm saying thinks that I'm being, or if I'm exaggerating, I'm not. Because if you go back and look at what I was saying 2.5 years ago, I said Canada is in play. I could see it then that this country was, the separatist movements were going to be jacked up, that they were going to try to divide us. But I just wasn't sure who it was. And one of the reasons I couldn't figure out who it was is because I just could not imagine that it would be coming from the U.S. side, that they would ever do this. But it's not the United States, it's Trump that's doing this. It's his Trump world, MAGA. It's that whole political machine down there. And behind all of that, big money, big oligarchs, people making deals down in Mar-a-Lago. That's what's behind this, guys. Why do you think you've got Daniel Smith and Kevin O'Leary together going down to Mar-a-Lago? Why do you think you've got Yves-Francois Blanchet going down to Mar-a-Lago to make a deal? And what kind of rhetoric are we getting out of Yves-Francois Blanchet? Canada is an artificial country. We are sovereign. We are a nation, and we feel like we're in a foreign parliament when we are sitting in the House of Commons. Yeah, I get it. I get it, man.
It's reminding me what happened with Meech Lake Accord in 87, sorry. It has a little bit of a sauce of it, if I can put it this way. Don't you think?
I think this is a different beast kind of dragon because, back then, with Meech, it was really about Quebec. It was a question of Quebec and what people from Quebec wanted for Quebec. What's going on with this? This is like, this is foreign interference. And people are like, name the names. Who's interfering in our politics? Who are the compromised members of parliament? It's all China, 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 China. Yeah, I don't think so. I think there's some Chinese influence for sure, but the greatest existential threat to Canada right now is in the White House. So this is different. I understand Meech, and that did set up the blueprint or a roadmap for these people who want to destroy our country. But
definitely,
this is a different animal.
Yeah, it's a new beast.
Well, I'm going to sign off, Rick.
Okay, guys. Let's 21 for the Liberals, 22 for the Liberals now, 10 for the Conservatives, and the Black Québécois has one seat.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say goodnight, and
okay.
I'll catch you somewhere down the Outlaw Trail.
All right. Well, if you are watching and you're still awake and
yeah,
you have
I'll certainly be watching. Yeah, I just want to get something to eat here.
Yeah, because we can certainly use your voice here tonight to help move this coverage along. Thank you so much for calling in tonight, Brian.
Good talking to you, Rick.
Good to have you here. Okay, so 22, 10, and 1. And you can join the conversation and help us out here tonight at 1-647-734-4220. And the PIN number is scrolling on the bottom of the screen as well. So just punch that number in, 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. And then I'll let you right into the studio so you can join the conversation. I'll be right back on the other side of this with Dragon.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
So yeah, the a lot of the first polls have now closed. Now 22 Liberals, 22 seats declared, 10. These are unofficial results at this point, by the way. But 22 for the Liberals, 10 Conservative, 1 Bloc seat secured. As we are now seeing that we have some polls closing in Quebec, and we're seeing the first wins in this 2025 election. And we're seeing tonight too, Dragon, that Elections Canada is confirming that some people are having trouble accessing the Elections Canada website tonight. And if you're having difficulty, and a lot of people going there, I guess, to get information like where their polling stations are and things of that nature, there is a number people can call. It's 1-800-463-6868. 1-800-463-6868. You can call there and get assistance if you still need help, because I guess some people can't get into that website. I'm not sure exactly what the technical problems are there. So Liberals performing well so far out in Atlantic Canada, and now heading into Quebec. How are you feeling about this? What do you think, Dragon?
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. I thought that I would probably see more of a tie between the two, but there's 10 points between the Liberal and the Conservative so far. So I'm kind of surprised by the outcome at this point.
Yeah, one of the Liberals to be reelected is Dominic LeBlanc, who has been serving as International Trade and Intergovernmental Affairs Minister. Also, Kent McDonald has been elected. He's a Liberal. So we'll see how this goes. Just checking for other up-to-date information here. And, of course, the shadow of Trump, his influence felt up here tonight. And he just couldn't resist today, could he? He just had to say something, had to post on this actual election day.
Well, that's something I could have predicted. Trump saying something on the day of the election, for sure. I mean, it's Trump, right? So.
Okay, I gotta get these commercials off the screen. There we go. Okay, 22, 10, and 1. 22 Liberal, 10 Conservative, 1 for the Bloc. I'm just checking something here for us. Okay. So you're still at the polling station there tonight, Dragon, or have you left the scene?
I did left, but I mean it was really calm. Few guys came in, came out, but it's really like to the drop count. I could say that Montreal has spoken already, at least in my writing or in my corner.
Yeah, and just to, also to give people a little bit of accuracy there, when I was talking about those blackout rules that used to be in place for broadcasters, certainly when I was working in television, those restrictions were actually largely voluntary, and we adhered to those things, certainly at the radio stations and in TV when I was working in mainstream media, and that was to avoid influencing voters on election day by restricting what we were reporting, especially in terms of things like exit polling and things like that, and certainly not allowing sort of campaign style messages into the broadcasts while people were going out to vote. And there are still regulations in place. Like you can't campaign on election day outside a polling station. You can't have election signs on the property of a polling station, for instance. You can't have someone walk into work at a polling station wearing any kind of like party insignia or anything that would be interpreted as, promoting a party. So even if you have a scrutineer from a local campaign going in to just observe, which all campaigns can do, you can send a scrutineer in to just observe during the voting process, just to make sure everything is above board. They're welcome to just sit there and observe. You're not allowed to interfere or try to influence anybody in any way. You can't really walk up to people if you're a scrutineer and talk to people if you're if they're as they're coming in to vote, but you can stand there from a distance and watch them and make sure that all the polls are operating properly. And a lot of the campaigns, if they do have a campaign team, they will send scrutineers to the polling stations.
Oh yeah, I spoke earlier with one of the security guy or one of the benevolent or one of the guy volunteer that was working there, and yeah, he told me that it was closing around 9:30, and he had a lot of people coming around, probably in the first hours of the day, but most of the voter in that point did already voted, I think, into the primary voting moment last week. So, yeah, that's what it is, my friend. But yeah, I mean, that's what I did. I was standing far away, not too close, looking at if people were still coming in, and it's going to be a fair share of a good one tonight, and I hope that everyone's going to have a beautiful smile at the end of the night with that election, even though they don't win, because we never know.
Yeah, so I'm just looking in the chat here over on Rumble, seeing what people are saying. And let's see here. Yeah, there's Tarface says, I don't think BC will vote NDP either. Weeby Jammin says, you're right, Rick. I have no idea what I said, but I'm glad I was right about something. Thank you. It was some time ago that was posted. I'm backtracking in the chat, and Tarface says, why does the Conservative keep losing seats on the board? They were at 11 the last I looked. Yeah. So again, that's from some time ago. We're at 22 for the Liberals, 10 for the Conservatives, and 1 now for the Bloc. And you may see corrections because these are unofficial results coming in, and those numbers come in sort of quickly. And then you can get different mistakes made through the night. Keep in mind that, this is the Canadian press getting their results from Elections Canada, but then you have staff at Canadian Press taking those numbers and putting them up on the screen for you. So if someone makes a mistake, then you may see a correction there. And there can be mistakes made through the night. So don't be surprised if the numbers shift back and forth a little bit. Keep in mind that these are unofficial, and that's always the case until even at the end of the night. Those results are unofficial. They're not, because they're verified later, and then like usually the next day they come out and say, okay, we've checked these things, now we have the official results. So even then they could change a little bit into the next day as well, as they audit everything and make sure it's all accurate. CBC Brown says, exactly, Rick. Trust no politician. Help your neighbor. Help close family. Support local people. The bigger we go, the more corruption needs to be dealt with. Yeah. Miss Kitty Prep says, what Trump said wouldn't have had any effect at all if Carney hadn't jumped on it like flies on S blank IT and used it as constant fear-mongering weapon through whole election. Carney ran campaign on fear. Dogmum says the number seems fishy to me. PP, every rally was jammed back. How is it possible? Well, like I said, I think that a lot of stuff that people are seeing on social media may not be in our minds an accurate reflection of what's really happening in the real world. Keeping in mind that, looks can be deceiving, crowd sizes even sometimes can be deceiving. It also comes down to the way you have distribution of seats, concentration of seats in different provinces based on population size, because we have a lot more people living in Quebec and Ontario. Those areas get more seats. Out in Alberta, you have fewer seats, therefore less influence. So you can have huge crowds out in Western Canada, and you can take the entire province of Alberta, and as you're watching that on social media and you're seeing airplane hangars filled with people, it may not actually translate into an overall electoral victory across the country. Out in the Maritimes, I'm not sure what kind of crowds Pierre was generating out there. I think they were still sizable, but different animal out there too. And who's on the line? New caller joining us.
You got Al in BC.
Well, hello, Al. How are you tonight?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm okay. So what do you think
right
here
on.
tonight?
Well, I'm just thinking it's never about the man. It's only about the platform. Like all of the crap that you hear in the media, it's always just trying to drum up rhetoric, propaganda about the man. But it's the platform that the man is going to implement that affects us people.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes down to what they actually do, not just what they say.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, we've had 10 years of the man. We literally went from an actor to a banker. They're both millions and billionaires. This is a class war. It's always been a class war.
Mm-hmm.
Stick with the man's plan, not the man. That's what I had to say, really.
Okay. Yeah, well, there's some validity to that for sure. Yeah. The rich. Well, what's the golden rule? Those with the gold make the rules.
Right?
Yeah.
To the victors go the spoils. Mm-hmm. Right? He who wins gets to write history.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of these things are applicable, but people forget. It's definitely about those who have the yachts taking from those who have not. It's always been. Lest we not forget.
Yeah, I've been saying, Al, I can't tell who the good guys and the bad guys are. That's why I'm sitting here, and I haven't endorsed any candidates. I'm not telling anybody what to do. All I can do is try to bring people, honest information, and hope that we get people. I'm going to say it's the truth. Get people closer to the truth. I won't lie to you, but at the end of the day, even after all the digging I've done through this election, everything I've looked at, I'm still sitting here going, gee, I don't know who's really going to do what's best for us. I just don't know. It's still a crapshoot for me.
But you're not either way. Well, I'm not voting either way myself in particular, because I'm sitting in BC. I'm actually an Ontario boy.
Yeah.
That's where I was born and bred, and I come out here to God's country, and I said, "Fuck that, I'm not leaving." Mm-hmm. So, and I stayed, right. And the fact of it is my vote since I come out here has never counted. You can't imagine how that's changed my opinion about this country.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been out here like half of my life, and I'm 54 now. Still, when you figure half of this country feels that way, because you guys were talking about Alberta and Saskatchewan and all that earlier on, It's all of us. Everybody east of Saskatchewan is like, screw you. The block, these guys are they're wow, these guys really got to learn to get off their knees and stop crying about life, because they're getting all the gifts without giving a whole bunch back. Anyway,
Well,
yeah, all of the West is choking on it, on the liberal CRAP. And I mean, I can't blame them. Like I said, I'm an Ontario boy. I played for Wexford Hockey Association. I traveled the whole Eastern Seaboard playing hockey, you know.
Uh-huh.
I'm better than Carney. I bank on it.
I don't know, man. He was pretty smooth on those skates.
Oh yeah, did he come down and play the Shamrock tournament with me, bro?
Well, elbows
No,
up.
he
man.
wasn't there, and we got stuck playing. Everybody was a year older than us when we went down. But we played anyway. We played our little hearts out. You know how it is being Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but anyway, you know, remember I was telling you the last time I was on, well, quite a while ago.
uh-huh.
The fact of it is like we are just the next Ukraine. I mean, you look at all these countries that are going down. Remember I told you, I said Germany was going to be the first after Ukraine?
Mm.
Yeah. Like, we've got genocides going on all over this bloody planet, and nobody has the balls to call them that. It's ridiculous. You know, like, we are basically Germany, or the rest of the world not calling out Germany here in 2025. Like, this is bloody ridiculous. Nobody can call a spade a spade.
Well, I think
the fact of it is, the fact of it is all we are is Ukraine. Everything that's going on here now was going on in Ukraine in before 2014, before the coup happened. Like, I don't know if you guys have been catching up on history, but the crap that's been going on in Ukraine started long before the 90s. Mm-hmm. This has been going on for 30-something years that they've been going after Russia, trying to get Ukraine to get them. Anyway, that's our proxy. They've admitted to it. But hey, you know what? The upside is we're going to go sit there and pretend like we're the mediators. Oh, you smooth. OMG. I don't know what to say. Well, it's all pretty disgusting. But we're like, because you're saying that this is all, you know, China, this and that. Mm-hmm. Well, it's all of those. But the devil's inside the gates.
Well, that's pretty evident. Yep.
Right? So, I mean, screw all of them. Let's get the devil inside the gates first. And then shut the damn gates.
Well, I think that it's
but
just
that's why
a lot of it's wide out in the open, and you're saying the quiet part out loud. You know, well, I just hope we can keep it peaceful and that it doesn't come to that kind of situation.
Well, I don't know if you're keeping up on the global news, but if you start thinking, look at what's going on in England and that right now, in Britain, mm-hmm. If you look at what's going on in France right now, on the street level, right? If you look at Hastings Street, it looks a lot like that everywhere. All of a sudden, Mr. Mark Carney, I don't know if anybody knows, he's like the founder of the carbon tax and the ESG and all this stuff. He's like the godfather of all this crap.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but...
Oh, we'll start looking into him. Look into him, my friend.
I have.
The history's deep. It's thick. Yeah, no, that goes all the way back to like some summit back in the 80s.
Yeah, so who do you think we're going to see emerge forming government after tonight's election? What's your prediction?
Well, in Canada, as we all well know, we only have a uniparty because they're both, you know, they're both two feathers from the same damn bird. So well, that's my opinion, but my prediction is I say let's go with the Conservatives for the sake of a minority. And the reason I say that is because Canada only ever votes anybody else for the sake of a change.
Yeah, well, liberals generally pass their best before debate with Trudeau. I would agree with that. But yeah, is Carney enough of a change for the public? I don't know. All right. Well, I've got you down.
It's a matter of how good is the propaganda, right? Like that's what it is. It's a propaganda machine we got as a media nowadays, because they literally have nothing to do with truth. So they're spewing propaganda. In other words,
which media machine? Are you
CBC, the mainstream.
Only the mainstream. You don't think the other side's propagandizing anything?
Like as in CBC, like all the stuff you get on TV, on the cable news?
No, like all these streamers that have popped up that you think they're all telling you the
I'm
truth?
sure a lot of them are bought and paid for.
Mm-hmm.
There's no getting away from that. I mean, you need to be a thinker for sure to decipher your way through it. I mean, most of it you can tell, okay, that's just, they're bloviating. That's BS. Whatever. You can you can pull it out. And I mean, the more you listen to it, the more you can tell, right? It's like listening to a liar. The longer you listen to him, the easier it is to hear what he's lying about.
Mm-hmm. That's true,
right? It's just a matter. It's your ears are just another muscle, right? The more you exercise, stronger you become, right?
Well, okay, I've got you down. Minority conservative government. We'll see how it goes, and really appreciate you calling in tonight, Al.
No worries, man. You guys have a good one.
Okay, good to hear from you again. Take care.
Yourself as well.
All right, Dragon. So there you go. Al says a minority conservative government. You know, I still believe that voting can matter, but that's me. I still believe that the country's worth saving. I do think that we need to stand up against this guy who wants to exploit Canada. I don't think that he wants to. I don't think that he would cherish this country. I think he would exploit it. But again, that's me. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
All right, join the conversation at 1-647-734-4220. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Exercise your right to free speech. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. We're back, and we have 22 seats secured by the Liberals, 10 for the Conservatives, now 2 for the Bloc. I noticed there was a correction. It went from 1 for the Bloc to 0. And then a little while later, they got 1 back, and now they're sitting at 2. And you need 172 seats for a majority government. It is now 9:19 p.m. Eastern Time. So polls still open in Western Canada. And they just closed here in this part of the country, here in Ontario, about 20 minutes ago. So we should see, Dragon, a flurry of results start to pour in here, I would say fairly soon. I think we're getting to the point where, some densely populated areas with and seat-rich ridings or regions are about to start reporting results. So buckle up, get ready, because we're really going to see the roller coaster start to roll now, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I never had any other election in my life that I felt so exciting, and at the same time, I'm kind of afraid of the result at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm afraid too. I'm very nervous for the whole country, honestly. Okay, new caller on the line. Who's there?
Old caller. It's Isabel.
Well, hello, Isabel. Welcome back.
Hey, Dragon.
Hello, Isabel.
I'm telling you, if I wake up to another Liberal government, oh, God, my life is going to be a nightmare.
Well, whatever happens, you have to accept the will of the people.
Yeah.
That's what a democracy is about. Democracy is about putting up with stuff you don't like in order to keep the peace. So,
and I see that, but after the last 9 years, I'm like, are you guys all asleep or what? I don't see it being any different. I just see another repetition, only worse.
I don't know. I don't know, Isabel. I wish I did.
That's what I wish I could see into the future. Then I would not have nightmares tonight.
Yeah. But do you really think that a conservative government is going to make much of a difference?
I don't know, but I'm like other people. I just want to change. I want to change, and I know they both tell their own stories, and they all throw out their own ideas, and to pull the people in, and I get that. But it's the thought of, I don't know. He was there when Trudeau was there, and things were really rough. It's just the thought of going through with the Liberals again. I mean, I hated everything they did in the last 9 years immensely. And just the thought of knowing that they would have the majority again. Are these the overall numbers for Canada, or just the ones that in certain areas that you're showing right now?
Well, the polls close in different areas because they're in different time zones, right? So the polls close earlier in Atlantic Canada than in any other place because, they're ahead of us on the time zones, right? So
right.
They closed first.
So
when
is Ontario?
you start to get the results as soon as those polls close. So right now we've got results basically from Atlantic Canada. We're starting to get some from Quebec, and so you'll start to see numbers really start to ramp up here I would say even within the next 15 minutes, we'll start to see more numbers on the scoreboard because
Right.
the polls just closed here in Ontario 23
Oh, they
minutes
just
ago.
closed.
Yeah, they just closed
Yeah.
in Ontario. But it won't take long for the results start to come in because the way they do it is at the polling stations, they lock the doors, and then the people working the polls, they open those ballot boxes, they count them by hand. It's paper ballots, and as they tabulate the results, they're put onto these sheets that they mark for Elections Canada. They then take all the ballots and the sheets that they fill out and they sign, and everything is scrutinized as they're doing this. And then they put all that stuff into envelopes that are sealed. And then they phone the results in to the Elections Canada office in their community, like the central office. And then they take those results and then they report those numbers to Elections Canada, which then sends them out to media outlets, and they put them up online. And we're just getting the CP feed here with the numbers up on the screen for you. So that process, they're counting those ballots right now in those polling stations in Ontario. So those numbers will start to come in. Yeah, probably within the next 15, 20 minutes, I would say.
And officially, it's still minus 5 minutes before Montreal and Quebec in general, the poll election will close. So those numbers will come in probably a few minutes. So
yeah, because the polls here closed at 9 p.m. It varies from place to place.
Right. I mean, and from what I've been listening to all the way along, Ontario seems to be more PC than liberal. I mean, like in my area anyway. But a lot of people's opinions in Ontario was against the Libs. So I don't know. I'm I'm just so drained thinking about this. Oh my God.
Well, you get up into that Toronto area and you get a lot more liberal support, especially like in the 416 area code. That's heavy duty liberal territory. You get the arts communities and people with more of a left wing perspective, right? But you get out into the 905 area code, those regions, you get a different demographic. The liberals are still in play there, but it's more of a tug of war between the conservatives and the liberals. So you start to see more conservative influence, especially in places like Brampton. And I think that this whole thing could be decided right there in the Brampton area. So these parties, they need to do well. Whoever's going to win this election, they need to do well in Quebec and Ontario. And we may see a decision, like what we should see, maybe a real result even before we get as far as Alberta. It depends. It depends on how close it is.
It depends on what I didn't like, because the orange dumpster down south really has a thing for the Liberal Party. That's why I don't want a Liberal in. He doesn't like Pierre Poilievre. He doesn't want anything to do with the Conservative. I don't like that. Oh, I like this guy. I really wish he had kept his nose out of our business. But he's the king, right?
He's the what?
I said, he's the king. You got to bow down and kiss his ring.
As you saw today, he says he's ruling the world. What?
Yeah, he's ruling his world.
Yeah, I don't remember the world voting for you, Donald. I remember there was an election in the United States, but
you know what it is? It's too much Diet Coke. It's going to its head.
Oh man.
That and his McDonald. Oh my God. Yeah, that's my fear, is that if the Liberals get in, he's willing to work with the Liberals. He said that. That's where my fear is. Even though Carney
Did you ever
says the
stop? Did
opposite.
you ever stop to think that that might be like reverse psychology that he's trying to employ?
I don't know.
Yeah, because
Maybe.
he might be saying that to try to, double fake out people. Because you see, here's the thing, if what his intention is he really wants to annex Canada, if he really wants to fuel separatism, then what he's saying is I would find it easier to work with a liberal. So if you put the liberals back in power, you're already hearing from Western Canada that if you elect a liberal government, we're separating. So there's Donald Trump wringing his hands, ready to cash in. Elect Mark Carney, elect the liberals. It'll fuel more division. It'll get that whole separate. It'll just create the perfect environment for a referendum. And the people out there will be convinced more than ever to separate from the country because you have a liberal government in place. So of course he wants a liberal government. That will, for him, that's a bonus. Yeah, get a liberal government in there, guys. Go ahead. He's not a liberal. He's a conservative, but he doesn't want the conservative elected. He wants the liberal because that will tear the country apart. Because they're going to use that as a weapon.
Oh, that'll be their biggest leverage right there.
So it's not that he really wants Carney. He wants Carney because Carney, he'll be able to attack Carney and attack the liberals. Like that could be a perspective. I'm just throwing that out. I don't know for sure what is going through Mr. Trump's mind. But that
does
makes
anybody?
Sense. Yeah, it depends on, what hour of the day it is because it seems to change from moment to moment.
And and I don't like to go down the rabbit hole. I really don't. But I think a lot of this shit that happened to him was staged. So people would look at him as, oh my God, he was saved and he's going to save us.
Sort of not just as a martyr, but as a what's the right word? An idol
figure
of sorts, right?
Yes.
Yeah, sort of as an idol.
Yes.
Someone who's bigger than life.
Bigger than life. I mean, he's damn near putting himself up there as God of the world.
Yeah.
And he keeps repeating that God saved me. God, I don't believe that you're anywhere near religious at all, Trump. But I think he has created this. We all know he's a sensationalist, and we all know he likes to be in the spotlight, obviously, because he's king shit. And I think just the more I think about it, and maybe I overthink it, but it's put him on that pedestal that people think he's an actual savior.
Yeah,
and I think that was created for that.
Yeah. So what's your prediction tonight, Isabel, since we have Al calling for a minority government, Dragon saying a majority conservative government, and Lori is predicting a majority liberal government with one, and he's very specific in his numbers, saying they'll secure 178 seats. What do you think?
The way it's looking now, the liberals are at 24.
Yeah.
It looks like a majority for them. I'm hoping it's not. I'd like to see a conservative majority.
Yeah, but what do you think will happen? What's your prediction?
I want to predict for the conservatives.
Well, you can pick anything you want, but you're going to be held good at the end of the night. What?
They got 12. This is like the hockey game.
Oh, damn. 13 now. So what's your prediction?
I want to predict that the conservatives are going to have a majority. If you don't think positive, you think negative, the spirits in the universe are going to come back and bite my butt.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with the majority for the conservatives, like Dragon.
I don't know, 25 to 14.
This is almost like the Canadians and Toronto Maple Leafs, right?
Yeah, so I don't know. Do you think the Bloc taking seats in Quebec hurts or helps the Conservatives? Who do you think benefits?
Well, I think it's going to help the Conservative because it's vote that they're taking that the Liberals aren't getting. Okay, they're taking votes too that the Conservatives aren't getting. But I'm thinking it's more so going to hurt the Liberals.
Yeah, actually, to me, it's a double-edged sword because you're right. I will say exactly like you say, but at the same time, as you take off some of the conservative or liberal vote to go to the Quebec bloc, basically what you're doing is a form of division. Creating division is probably good to a certain extent, but it's a double sword. So it's also some point taken out of for the conservative, as we can see there's a 9 point in the between of the liberal versus the conservative. So that 6 point given probably to that conservative would have put them into the front row or near.
Well,
I am surprised.
Go ahead, Isabel.
Maybe I'm not surprised that NDP got nothing because I'm really not surprised.
Well, the way the seats are distributed, you can win, you can form government and not actually even win the entire popular vote.
Yeah.
It just depends, especially when you have, when the vote is broken up among multiple parties, right? But what we're seeing here tonight is, like, I think we're going to get an unprecedented level of polarization with these smaller parties like the NDP, the Greens. I think they're going to be really, really decimated tonight.
Yeah, definitely. What's her name?
Elizabeth May? Yeah, Elizabeth May.
May,
for the Green Party.
For the Green Party.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen her a couple of times and I'm thinking, holy crap. Like, who writes your lines?
Yeah, like the Liberals won the last 3 federal elections by securing the most seats, but on only one of those occasions did they actually win the popular vote. That was back in 2015, and that's when the Liberals won that majority of 184 seats, and they had 39.5% of the popular vote at that
39.5.
Yeah, but see, it's because it's divided up among multiple parties, right? So they secured the most in terms of popular vote, more than anybody else. But
well, I don't think I've drank so much coffee as I have in the last hour.
Wow.
Same here. Actually, I haven't slept last night. But I mean, Rick could probably correct me, but whereas in the U.S. you have few swing states that can kind of turn the election on a dime. Quebec is probably, I would say, the swing province of Canada kind of thing. It's a swing one.
Yes.
It can turn everything on the dime, or probably give a good idea of the what's coming in the few hours to come. So
yes, because Quebec is the only one really that has its own party, right?
yeah, its own like party representing just the province, which I think is bizarre. Because as far as I'm concerned, you really have a party that has members of parliament sitting in government that are, well, working against the interests of the government. Also, I'll say that diplomatically. So I don't like it, but
I've always found that odd. And I mean, I've got relatives in Quebec, in-laws, or are they outlawed? I'm not sure. but I have family that live in Quebec, and I mean, they're people like everybody else. I just find that it's weird that you've got one province that's almost like midway, and they have their own leader for parliament when no other province does.
Yeah, you could form a party in another province and do exactly the same thing if you wanted to. I've never liked it. I don't like that. I think maybe that could be one of the things we could do to reform our government is prevent that from happening. If you're going to have a federal party, you know, maybe have to have a regulation or a rule in there where you have to run candidates in multiple jurisdictions, like maybe a certain number of provinces, multiple provinces, maybe even all provinces. I don't know. Because if you're the federal government, you're supposed to be working in the best interests of the country as a whole, not just for your region or your province, right? That's what provincial governments are for. But
because you have one that they have their own boundary, you know, and they work within their own boundaries, but they're part of the government.
Yes.
And I'm not putting your province down.
Holy Toledo! The NDP got a goal.
Wow.
They scored.
They snuck in the back door.
Shoots, he scores. You got one.
They snuck in the back door.
There you go.
If I can remind people's mind, because I did a bit of a research just to remind myself how did the Bloc Québécois was founded, basically. And it was founded in 1991 when Lucien Bouchard, former progressive conservative prime minister, after a failure of the Lake Meech Accord, it was an attempt to recognize Quebec as a distinct society. So yeah, this is where you have it, where in 93 federal election, where the Bloc won about 54 seats and became the official opposition in the House of Commons. So that's basically for you the history of the Bloc Québécois.
Yeah, so they had 32 seats in the House heading into this election. Now they're sitting here right now currently with 12.
So how does this work when you have all these protests within the province of Quebec, because they have their language, their religion, and their customs, right, which are being preserved. So when you have these people that are coming into the province that are protesting, like the Palestinian protest, does that not go against the rules and laws of Quebec? That's an infiltration, is it not?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, Quebec takes pride in customs, religion, and language, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So does that not go against what Quebec stands for with these protests that are going on?
The Palestinian protests? No.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say so, because they're not protesting. It's what they're protesting that matters. And what they're protesting is related to what's going on in Gaza, not really what's going on here in Canada. They are, of course, drawing attention to our federal government's response or lack of response or whatever with regard to Gaza, but they're on the streets protesting to draw attention or raise awareness from their perspective with regard to what's going on in Gaza. They're not trying to overthrow our government or stand in opposition to the Canadian government, although you may hear them saying things like, hey, hey, ho, ho, Mark Carney, Justin Trudeau, and Pierre Poilievre all have to go, right? Because they don't like what they're doing. But the protests are really focused on they don't like what they're doing because they don't like what they're doing related to Gaza. It's really got nothing to do with,
Well,
you know.
let me ask Isabel a question, because it might have referred to I don't remember when exactly, but there's a point in time where some of the pro-Palestinian or Palestinian people, or probably I don't remember well if it was I know it was people with hijab, right? That was working for the government at some point in time, and decided that they were not taking off their hijab because it's a form of a religious thing, since we are in a laic sort of a province. So, I mean, there's probably that situation that went at some point, but yeah, that's probably what you were referring to, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that there's also it was, if I'm not mistaken, a city hall where some of the poster that was put on the wall was actually telling to people of those of that religion not to wear the hijab. So basically, it was a form of infringe to their religion. At the same time, it's infringing probably a little bit on that laicity or laws that we have. So yeah, there were a bit of a turmoil on that, but yeah, it's an interesting question to see how does that going to sway probably the election. Actually, I don't even know how that it's going to work or how that it's going to affect this election. But yeah, sure, it's going to have some sort of a consequences to a certain extent.
To an extent, I believe so. Yeah, that's exactly what I was meaning. Because it. I mean, if you're going to do it for one, you have to do it for all, right?
What are you saying, Dragon? Like, what do these protests have to do with a threat or an affront to the Canadian government?
Actually, it was not about the protest directly. It was more about one of the city hall of Montreal. That one of the poster on the wall said something along the way that there's no religious relic that is allowed into the building.
Oh, wow.
And basically, you had some, the hijab also was one of the picture, and at some point it was taking off because
I'm having trouble even following what you're saying. We should just move on because my brain is starting to boil over and bake. Let's get back to the election. 52 seats now for the Liberals. And 38 for the Conservatives, 11 for the Bloc, and Jagmeet Singh shoots, he scores, he gets one on the scoreboard tonight. So I don't know what riding that is. I'm going to see if I can find out.
See, this is exactly the what I was saying earlier about the double-edged sword. Now you have 11 seats on the Bloc Québécois, right? That divide probably those seats to the Conservative. So if you add those 11 to the 38 from the Conservatives, you would have probably a more of a close call right now, if I can put it this way. But that's just a way to look into numbers with statistic, if you will.
Yeah, because if you added those two together, it would be what, 50? 50?
Yeah, right now we would be at 50 for the Conservative and 54 for the Liberal if Bloc Québécois would have been at 0 seat and all those 11 goes to Conservative in a other, say, in a new world.
In a new world. Yeah, that would be good. That would be
but that's not how it works nowadays. Oh,
I'm going to keep watching it, but I'm going to sign off. I need another copy, or I'm going to start swinging from the ceiling like the orange orangutan.
Yeah, you can't sign off yet because I need to step away. So I need you to help Dragon just kind of carry things here for a few minutes. Is that okay?
Sure.
I'll leave you all the rest of the Mavericks in your capable hands. So,
Oh, Lord.
okay, take it away, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh. Oh.
So I got something
We
for you
can't talk
right here.
behind your back.
Hang on, somebody else is joining here. Let me just get them into the system as well. All right, who's on the line? Okay, who's there with us tonight? New caller.
It's Alf from BC again.
Hey, go ahead.
Hey, Quebec, you guys are doing us the biggest favor this year.
Well, probably.
I'm praying.
It could be. Well, you know what? That could probably ties to what I've said at some point yesterday or 2 days ago. We could probably see a coalition between the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois. Probably that could be a possible outcome after the election. And you know what? That would probably give a little break to the Liberal. And I mean, it's going to be a kind of a tie if they align themselves. Not that I'm okay with that, but it's one way to see things in a strategic way, if I can put it this way.
Well, if they take in votes from the Liberals in Quebec,
well, that's the thing.
Right.
That's the
so,
idea.
like, I mean, that tips the scale. That like you guys are bang on it when you're nailing down those kind of numbers, because the fact of it is, like I was saying earlier, like that would push the possibilities of votes out west actually counting.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like if you can level the scales out east, let's say it's 50-50, like uncalled, unseen, unheard of. I get it. But hypothetical, let's say it's 50-50. Montreal or Ontario and Quebec. Everything west of that all of a sudden is now in play. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying Quebec, for the first time with all your separatist garbage, might be a godsend because of it. Do you hear what I'm saying there? So I'm backing your play. Yes, I'm agreeing with you, just in long sense. But I just wanted to give it some more breakdown into what I was exactly getting at. So
That's pretty good analysis, actually.
It's the devil you know, right?
Yeah, well, it's pretty good analysis.
Like right now, the Liberals have become literally the devil that nobody knows. Nobody can live. They're Trump. They're unpredictable, except for the fact that they're going to hang you no matter what. That's the only thing you can predict about Liberals, is they're going to hang you. They're going to tax you. They're going to tax you to death. And when you're dead, they're going to tax everybody that knew you.
But as Rick would say, there's only two realities in life: tax and death.
Right? Yeah. Well, yeah.
How true.
Well, I guess you could add racism to that, and classism, and you can add a couple of isms nowadays. And depending on what side you're on, you can get canceled due to an ism. Holy Lord, help us all. Anyway, I was liking that little bit you guys are having in there, but I think Montreal could be the godsend. It could be the hopium that Canada needs, ironically. Because most everybody, if you don't want to throw Ottawa in the pond, most of Canada wants to throw Quebec in the pond because they think they're stuck up. Not to be rude, I don't personally think they're stuck up, because my last name is actually French. I'm what they call I was one of the ones that came up from the States. What do you call it? A flipping they got pushed out of the States from like shit. I can't even remember what. Acadian, that's it. Yeah, well, I was trying to say Canadian nana 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 in my mind, and I couldn't get the in front of it. Anyway, yeah. Funny enough, so I'm from the Acadian breed, and that's how I ended up coming up in my lineage.
Are you?
And
Are you?
so I've
are
got
you,
the whole French in me. I'm Métis.
Are you familiar with the old Pontiac Acadians cars?
Yeah. Oh, you bet.
Yeah.
You bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm familiar with all of them.
Yeah. You know what we should do?
Anything that
they were basically a rebadged Chevy Nova. But what we need to do is we need to get get a Pontiac Acadian and drive it straight up the orange orangutans, you know what? And say, we're going to keep our damn auto industry. We're going to build more. We're going to bring back the Pontiac Acadians. We're going to resurrect that now defunct auto brand Pontiac, and we're going to bring back the Acadian too.
Coming from Mr. Rick Maverick, you know, the first time I met you was on that car damn show. I'm from Ontario, I told you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up with City TV News. Woo! City News. Right? I grew up with the whole shit. You were on there and all that. I was back in the day. I know.
Well,
so yeah, that's funny. You come out with the car crap here. I'm thinking cars too my whole time. Like, I grew up with the cars, right? Like, that's how I figured out people were useful if they just ask questions.
When I was a kid, my brother had one of those cars, but his had a Chevy Nova nameplate on one fender and an Acadian on the other side.
No, I've owned one of each. I've owned one of either. Yeah, I've had the Beaumonts. I've had the Chevelles. Yeah. Oh yeah. They're all grand.
Yeah, they were.
But yeah, no. I honestly back to the conversation. Sorry, Rick.
Yeah, that's okay.
To be rude.
Yeah, just
I only called back actually the second time because I was enjoying the conversation and I wanted to hear if the phone was as muffled as it was the first time because I didn't hear most of what you had to say the first time, to be honest. So I didn't want to be rude. I wanted to just check out if it was the line or you or me or what. Anyway, it's the line. It's still a little bit muffled. I honestly believe that the hopium has a little bit of value. I think Quebec could really do some good here.
Well, they're at 83 seats for the Liberals, 55 Conservatives, 12 for the Bloc, 1 for the NDP. So they need 172 seats for a majority. And as I say, I think they need to get to about 140, somewhere in that range, by the time they get to Manitoba, if the Liberals are going to form a government, because once they get into Western Canada, you're going to see a big surge in Conservative support. I'm pretty sure of that.
Well, it's the first past the post thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is, for me, it's an Achilles heel. Like it's why every and okay, just you guys carry on for a second. I'm going to just keep thinking. This whole thing bothers me about the whole post system. I need a minute.
Yeah, well, I think that we're in better shape than they are down in the States. Honestly, I see people or hear people talking about how we need a republic here, like we have in the States. But when I see Donald Trump just getting out his Sharpie and signing executive orders, 140 of them so far, that's too much power in the hands of one guy, in my opinion. Our prime minister
no
can't
argument
do that here. So
they stepped into it, though. They stepped into it. The Dems stepped into it. They opened up the floodgate.
Mm.
The same shit they're doing up here.
Yeah, well,
they're politically twisting everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
this is the whole thing. This is what I was saying earlier about like where we are pre-1938, sitting here just watching the whole hell roll in.
Mm-hmm.
Just passively waiting for the Nazis to come and invade our homes. or whoever the hell they are this time, but they're the same damn creature.
Well, we do see some evidence of that.
Sorry, I'm a little dramatic sometimes.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
No, but like these are my
know.
beliefs, and I mean everybody should like be willing and able to share their beliefs and be honest about them, whether they're right or wrong.
No, there's validity in what in a lot of what you're saying. You know, we've got real concerns. I think we are already in World War III. It's a different kind of war.
I'm 100% with you.
In Europe, you know,
I'm 100% with you,
and I absolutely understand and agree to some degree about what you're saying with Canada being the next Ukraine. I totally see that, and that's because, you know, I think Trump had his fingers into what was going on in Ukraine. I see rich Russian oligarchs. You know, when I
what do you mean you think? What do you mean you think?
Oh well, he definitely.
These guys are all thick,
because he had
thick as thieves.
His buddy Manafort over in Ukraine,
right?
You know, they
were.
Oh,
God help us.
You know, they were over there just competing to see who could extract the most and exploit the most in Ukraine. Just a lot of history of that anyway for Ukraine throughout history, all through. So, and now,
you look at all this. Look at all the crap in our streets right now. All these riots that nobody wants to crack down on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying a whole bunch further. Somebody's paying for that.
Yeah, so
let it be said, somebody's paying for it. It's not happening organically. We don't have a Calistani or whatever natural movement in Canada. Somebody paid for it. It's being paid for. Like you were saying earlier, like there's a lot of globalism going on and nobody understands. Nobody knows all the dark secrets of. But a lot of this crap was planned out years and years and years ago, and then all they do is tweak the plan as the years progress.
Well,
so they stay with the plan, right? There's a continuity that goes on. It doesn't matter what. And I gotta apologize. I am a bad swearer. I swear constantly. I was brought up by a trucker. I apologize to anybody listening, especially the ladies. Hopefully, there's no children listening. God help me. What was I saying now? I've gone down and lost it.
The plan. It's all a big plan. That's what you're saying. Planned it.
Yeah, well, but there's a continuity. Like if you take out the names of whatever figures in there, and like say for example the state, take out the fact that the name was Biden, take out the fact that the name happened to be Trump, take out the fact that it was Bush, take out the fact, like you can go like decades back. Like this is crazy how you can trace this history. The continuity of government remains the same. Their overall objective remains the same. When the name changes, the only thing that does is they change the way they deliver how they're getting to their ultimate goal, the message on how they're going to get to the goal to the public. They got to get us to go with them all the time. If we're not following them, then we're not going, right?
Yeah, I get you. I don't think it's
the name, but the continuity doesn't change.
But you know, it's not as secretive or as sinister as I think people think.
Well, it's not a secret. You're right, because there's public papers. Do you know that like the Rand papers? You ever read the Rand papers?
Oh yeah, I read some of their reports. You're talking about the Rand Corporation, right?
2009. The Rand Corporation is thick, and all these think tanks. You know who is all sitting in them? It's all the military complex.
Yeah, well, there's
old senators and blah blah blah. They're all sitting in there thinking about how are we going to war the world and control the world. That's what they're doing. They're literally doing that.
Yeah, yes and no. It's we can have these larger conversations another night. We've got an election on right now, but I just I just don't think it's. I agree with you. It's way sinister. It's not that conspiratorial. It's just these things.
It's not conspiratorial at all. It's actually it's a fact.
It's quite simple.
It's actually going on.
It's in the case of Trump, it is an oligarchy, right? So I see what happened over there is sort of a democratic coup. He comes in, he's a rich guy, he's got all his rich friends around him. They're just in there trying to rig everything. And while they complain about everything being rigged, but he's the guy rigging it. He's the guy bringing in the tariffs. That's a way of rigging the entire world economy. That's what it is.
Oh, I'm not going to argue with that. Oh, it's a total coup. It is a total coup.
I was just you can see even with the last
everything's
couple of weeks,
global now.
All this evidence of him really through his social media posts, he's been manipulating the stock market, manipulating stock prices, even on his own stock.
Agreed.
The DJT stock.
Agreed.
So,
agreed. And he told everybody to sit still, right?
Yeah.
Remember, he told everybody when he started screwing around. He said, "Everybody, just sit still."
Mm-hmm.
And all of those that didn't, they lost a bunch of money.
Yeah, well, and then after he would this last round when he was talking about the
I
DJT,
agree with you. He even said it out of his own mouth. Sorry,
he came right out. He said on social media, "Now would be a good time to buy Trump's stock or whatever," and then he signed it DJT, and then then the stock the next day went up like 21.5%. Then he goes out and makes a public statement the next day, and he's bragging about his friends, some of whom made like $500 million, and this guy made this amount of money, naming them by name.
Where'd he get it from?
And if he wasn't the president, the Securities and Exchange Commission would be investigating the guy. But he gutted the SEC.
And all those. Okay, hold on. Pelosi and all those guys from the Dems, they made it legal.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and
they're all
they did it before him, so he just branched off of them. I mean, so in that way, like the only one thing that I can say about the guy is he does use the rules against you that you put in place. He's good at that.
Well, yeah,
that's the one thing.
It's way worse.
If you're going to be a criminal, you might as well be a good one.
Okay? he's the ultimate now. Like he's got all the power.
Yeah, well, they're all criminals. Think about it. If the RICO freaking law even worked, all of them would be in jail.
So it's not that like people think it's like some shadowy secret society. No, man, it's right out in the open. Elon Musk paid $270 million to get, position himself in the White House to basically that's an oligarchical coup. He's now the king of the oligarchs. He's controlling the social media platforms. But I'm astounded by people who sit there and go, "Well, no, you can't say anything against Trump." Are you kidding me? Like it's the most corrupt administration in the history of the world. Look at what the guy is doing. I'm not going to defend that.
It's like for me, to call one out and not call out the other is absolute ridiculous to start out with. Sure, it doesn't matter who you talk about. It doesn't matter who, because they're all playing the same game in a sense, right? Like it all comes back to the class war. Like right now, we're watching a class war. Nobody realizes it's the oligarchs against the banks.
Yeah. It's sort of
against Wall Street. This is the war that's really taking. The Titans are fucking fight. Sorry.
You're kind of on the right track. So bad. It is in many respects a new struggle, a new kind of between the oligarchs versus the corporatocracy. It's
who's going to be the new king?
Yeah. And Trump's on the top right now, right?
But this is where I'm saying, like, Carney sort of brings it out into the open. That he's part of the banking cabal. Like, these are actual cabals, right?
Well, like, I don't like that word.
You can relate to that?
I don't like that word.
Okay, never mind the word, but just get on with the meaning. Like,
but so then the question is like
for you to think that this world is innocent on any level is ridiculous, Mr.
Well, sure,
Rick.
No, I'm not. I'm not
there are sinister people and plenty of them.
Plenty. But
okay, you look at what's going on in Syria. Who's standing as government right now?
Sorry, go ahead.
Those people, we class those people as terrorists here in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Really, what's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Who's not sinister? Right? Like, come on. Anyway, somebody's got to pull the veil of innocence off.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Again, let's
Like the world is a real place. Like when I was in the schoolyard and somebody punched me in the mouth, I realized I got punched in the mouth.
Yeah,
and then I realized, okay, the world has other people in it that punch people in the mouth.
Yes, well, that does happen.
And I wasn't a guy that was punching people in the mouth. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that you can't escape. Unfortunately, I would love to think that the planet was lovely for my grandchildren, but it's not. What they've done in the last 3 years and bringing in, what is it, like 1 million people a year? Like you're literally bringing in a city every year.
Yeah.
For our population sizes, more than a city. Like in Kelowna, it's like 200,000, and that's a full blown, nice, fancy little beauty city. They're bringing in 1 million a year of people who have no idea about customs, and they're not even asked to understand what our customs and laws and the way our civilization runs, and respect that. Even they're not asked to do that anymore. But that's so they dilute us that way.
Well, appreciate you calling.
And it's this,
Al,
that's a sin, right?
I appreciate you calling, and I'm gonna
okay.
we're gonna
move
on.
Take care, my friend.
All right, thank you, sir. And 128 seats for the Liberals, and 89 Conservatives, 16 for the Bloc. And we'll take a little break, and then I'm going to turn things over here to Dragon for a couple of minutes. So stay with us. We'll be right back on the other side of this.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarmingly, some media publishing things that simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
In an ocean of lies a century deep, the truth awaits. Choose not the red pill. Choose not the blue pill. For both are an illusion. Discover the power of M. The power of individuality. We are Mavericks. We are the way to the light. Fear not the storm. Join our quest for truth. Truth will set you free. Maverick News. The world is watching.
So, Dragon, I just have to say, I'm just sitting here thinking, and I went to the grocery store today. It was very busy, and I saw a lot of people in the grocery store, and it was very, a lot of people. I saw white people, I saw black people, I saw people that I'm pretty sure came from Mexico. I saw some Muslim people in there. And as I was making my way through the grocery store, a lot of old people, by the way, a lot of different kinds of people. You know what I didn't feel? Are you there?
Yeah.
You know what never crossed my mind, and I didn't feel this at all. I didn't feel like I was deluded. In fact, I had a couple of nice conversations with people. Guy smiled at me. I said hello, and he did his thing. I did my thing. No problem. Then I came home, and as I rounded the corner and I drove up the street, my friend, I won't give you his name, lives 2 doors down. He's Muslim, and he's got like a family and 3 kids, and they were out in the driveway, and we've got a nice little quiet cul-de-sac, and they were riding around on their little tricycles and their cars. And I thought, man, I used to do exactly that same kind of thing when I was a kid. And I got into my car and I said hi, and kids were playing. And you know what I didn't feel? You know what I didn't feel at all?
Diluted?
I didn't feel diluted in one little bit. In fact, I felt pretty whole, as a matter of fact. And you know who the friendliest guy on the street is? The guy I talk to the most. You know who comes over and, you know, borrows my tools? You know who? You know who that is?
Let me guess. Your Muslim neighbor?
My Muslim friend, yeah, from 2 doors down. He's the friendliest guy on the street by far. And then there's another gentleman who lives just up the street on the corner. He's Muslim too. And every time I go out and walk my dog, if he's out in the front yard, he's out there sometimes with his son. And you know what happens when I walk by and he's there? You know what he does?
What does he do?
He says hello, and we talk about the weather or have other pleasantries, and he's quite friendly. But you know what? You know what? So a lot of other people these days, when I walk through my neighborhood, unfortunately, you know what I find is that when I walk by some people, a lot of people, they don't say hello at all. They don't even look at me.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
You know, through all of that today, strangely, none of those folks really made me feel in any way deluded. And they've all been very friendly to me. I don't know. It's just a strange word, isn't it? Deluded. I'm just me.
Yeah.
I do my thing. I'm whole in my own way. You know, I have what I am. My family is what my family is. They are what they are. What they do really doesn't seem to have any impact on me. I'll tell you this, I see a lot of similarities. We have a lot in common. He loves his kids the way I loved my kids when they were young, the way I still love my kids now that they're grown and gone. And those kids, I'll tell you, they're the cutest kids probably you're going to see. They're out there riding their tricycles. The one kid has one of those little ride around cars, the battery operated thing. And I sit in my backyard and I can hear the little electric motor whirring. And when I hear that, you know, on a day like today, when it was sunny outside and the leaves are finally coming back on the trees and the dandelions are everywhere. I love those dandelions. I'm not going to pick them and kill them. You know, I hear that whirring of that little toy car that you know, the little mini cars that you ride. And I'm like, man, I wish I'd had one of those when I was a kid. Right. And then I smile.
Yeah.
Like that's what I get out of it. And then you know what I get from that? I get a warm feeling inside. Frankly, this is my community. This is my home. And that guy 2 doors down, he's the friendliest guy on the street. He makes my life richer. And just looking at his kids makes my life richer. In no way do I feel deluded. Just saying. It's a strange word. But I just thought I'd share that with you tonight because I still speak my language. He speaks English, and he has some different customs than I do. Sometimes we talk about that. And because of that, frankly, I find that I'm actually richer because of it. I learn more about him and more about the world. It expands my horizons. And for that, I'm actually quite grateful. So I'm actually richer for all of that. I don't find that in any way am I deluded. Just saying.
Me neither. I mean, there's so much to learn from other culture. You know, it's lack of better wording sometimes that I use the word that I was using earlier. But, you know, I'm totally agreeing with you because, like, for example, I got 2 Moroccan culture neighbor in my block apartment building, right?
Yeah.
And we did agree last week, actually, that when we're going to have a little bit of money, since I got a cooker, okay?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to do a little bit of a culinary culture experimentation. So what I'm going to do is what they call a tajij. So basically, it's Moroccan based meal, and it's made with curry and a lot of veggies and a lot of meat, and it's gonna be fun because I'm gonna learn a lot, and that's fun. And I mean, we do have a lot of cultural or experimentation like that. So yeah,
as far as
that's gonna be
the
fun.
immigration and a million people a year, I think that's too much because we don't have enough homes and our social programs, our infrastructure, everything we've got, like the schools, we don't have enough. We need. It's not. We don't have. Our system is just being overwhelmed, right? And we just need
Right.
to handle these things just in a more responsible way so that things don't crack. The system can handle it. So we've got to, so we can grow enough. But I'll tell you this, that immigration it isn't really costing people the way that people are told it's costing us, because that immigration is actually resulting in economic growth, because these people do come to Canada and they become consumers. They therefore increase demand for products and services. The economy responds, businesses expand to meet that demand. Yes, they do go to work. My neighbor works very hard. He has investments. He develops houses. He works. He has a corporate job as well. He's working. He works his tail off, and everybody on my street actually is very productive. And I don't know. I do know things ain't so bad after all. We just have to be a little bit more responsible about how we handle the numbers so that we can make sure that everybody has a good standard of living. And we do need some changes in our system, I think, to make sure that everybody has opportunity, everybody has access, and there isn't discrimination on any level, so that everybody gets a fair shake, a fair chance, not necessarily a guaranteed equal outcome, but an equal opportunity. That's my view anyway.
Oh, you're totally right.
Maybe. I'm afraid to look in the chat right now, though. 138 for the Liberals and 108 for the Conservatives, 21 for the Bloc, 5 for the NDP. They shoot, they score, they shoot, they score, they shoot, they score, they shoot, they score, they shoot, they score 5 times. So the NDP, that they're there. I think they have a role to play here, Dragon, in our political system. Oh, they just got another one, 6. NDP scores again. I think it would be a shame to see them sort of gone. Now I think they have actually become a party of immigration, focused on immigration. I think they should probably get refocused on representing the working class the way they sort of used to, if they want to get back to their roots and reestablish their base of support to try to, expand out, branch out. I think that's the ticket for them in the future, and try and skim some of that away from the Conservatives and the PPC, because after this election, you may see, I don't know what'll happen with the PPC, how they'll respond, how they'll regain or take back some of that support that was just like scooped up by the Conservatives. I'd say probably so much of the support for the PPC just went over to the Conservatives this time, because the PPC supporters so want to get rid of those Liberals. They were like, don't split the vote, just vote Conservative. But PPC again, I think they're going to get skunked. I don't think they're going to get any seats, and that includes Maxime Bernier. And then I think that Maxime Bernier and the PPC, they're going to have some soul searching to do if they're going to chart a path forward.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm wrong here, but what I'm seeing with the NDP, and that's probably far-fetched anyway, but this is reminding me what happened in the 90s when you had actually the Bloc Québécois that actually came into effect, because you had that sort of division being created, and the party was so divided at some point that they have decided to, with some other people of other parties, they have decided to become their own party. So is that what we're seeing? I don't know. Maybe.
147 for the Liberals now. 105 Conservatives, 21 for the Bloc, 7 for the NDP. I think we're on a path here, Dragon, to a Liberal government.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
afraid
very
so.
close. It's going to be pretty tough for the Conservatives to catch them, but we're working further and further out west now. 172 needed for a majority government, so 148. Yeah. A lot of people saying, I don't believe the polls. The polls are all cooked. It's all rigged. No, I don't think so. I said it's going to be close. I'm surprised it isn't a little bit closer, honestly, though. I thought it was going to be closer. Yeah.
I would have probably, predicted a difference of probably 10 maximum point between the Liberal and the Conservative. But we are at 43-point difference now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Let's take a little break here, and then I'm going to step away. When we come back, Dragon, we'll carry things for just a few minutes, and I will be right back. All right, Dragon, take it away, sir, after this break.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Well, this is it. We have a 146 for the Liberal, 110 for the Conservative, and 22 for the Bloc Québécois, and a poor 5-point for the NPD. So, yeah, I mean, this is one thing. And I did actually, if you know or remember, guys, back in when Trump did won the election, when he was stating about his tariff, I was making actually a prediction back in the days about probably that we might see a referendum after the election. So, I mean, is that going to be something that is going to be on effect if the Liberals win? And that probably Alberta want to go for the 51st state or something like that. I mean, that's a probable thing that I might see, but it's probably far-fetched. But at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know how Rick would react to this. I mean, if he's hearing me in the backyard, that could be a probable thing. I don't know what you think, guys, but yeah, that's a possibility I might see in a 6 month probably timeline from here. So, and that's just me and my own opinion. So, who knows? I might be wrong. Like I was predicting for a closer call for the two Liberal and Conservative party, and so far, I will be honest with myself. I'm a bit far of my own prediction. So, yeah. I'm not probably the best predictioner here, but yeah, that's one thing. So, come on, guys, call on, because you know what? I would like to debate a little bit more on the subject and see what you think probably about, how things might, end up, or what is your prediction on that election? Because I think that we all agree on the thing that it's going to be one of the most important election of our lifetime. So please call often, like Rick would say. It's your time to shine, guys. We need some voices. So come on and call on. I would like to see what you think. So, and I think that I can hear something in the backyard. We got a Rick coming soon. Oh, already. So yeah, Liberal 150, Conservative 118, and Bloc Québécois at 23. So I mean, you know what? Oh, there's numbers coming. So that's cool. See, that's the other thing I was speaking earlier about, the double-edged sword situation, where you have some division of the vote with the Bloc Québécois and the NPD. And if you add up those numbers to the Conservative, we would probably have more of a closer call, like the one I had probably predicted. So that's probably a mistake of my own prediction and not looking into all the factors into count. So, there you have it. You learn with days like that. So, yeah. But that's the way I do a little bit of analysis. It's take numbers into account. It's all about percentage at the end of the day. So, yeah. So, yeah, what do we have now? And what we are going to see after also, if we have the Liberal into a majority, I don't know. Is it going to be chaotic? I hope not. I think, guys, and I will, say that for a good reason. We need to accept what's going to come. And yeah, I will agree with Rick on that one. For the matter of fact that, to be open in mind, I think it's to accept things that the way they come, right? It's probably a bit of stoicism, but at the same time, I think we need a little bit of that to carry on from now on, because it's clearly moment where we need some clarity, and stoicism, I think, bring some clarity when we think. So, that's the way I do my own analysis and the way I think majority of the time. So, give you a little perspective of the way I think, I hope, or the way I, manage my ideas around what's going on. And it's not easy, because for a good reason. How can I put that? Like Rick said the other day, it's all about a matter of emotion. Sometimes, you need to put your emotion, and like a journalist, we need probably to be more journalistic literate. So there's some technique that we need to learn. And those technique that we can learn could probably help us to look into news in a more constructive way, I think, and use of our critical thinking. And here's the host coming back, Mr. Rick Walker, the one and only, taking back his seat.
I'm back. What did I miss? Holy smokes! 153
There's
for the
numbers
Liberals.
coming up.
What the heck happened?
Oh, well, I think that we have a jump of about 10 points from each side, and it's still coming up. So, but still, Liberal on the edge of a winning side here.
Yeah, see if they get that majority. Wow. Amazing, 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 amazing. I thought it was going to be closer than this, but
yeah, me too.
It ain't over till it's over.
But I mean, that's the point I made when you were gone. Actually, there's probably some factor in my prediction I took on, and if you look at the point where you have the Bloc Québécois and the NPD, if you would add that to the Conservative, you would have probably a more closer call, the way that we could have predicted earlier. So yeah, that's probably just a mishap from my own, actually.
Just
what do you think?
Actually, I was only half able to hear what you were saying because I'm looking up some other stuff here. So yeah, we obviously have a Liberal victory on our hands here. The question is, how exactly is this going to shake down in terms of seat distribution? You're playing in my ears here. Okay, somebody else coming into the call tonight. So let me just get our new caller on the line. Okay, go ahead. Who's there? Is that Al again?
Great. How you doing?
Oh, Lori. It's Lori. How are you? Good. How are you?
Good. Good. No, I was just thinking about the way the polls closed here tonight, and it certainly wasn't as exciting or as good in other years. Like, I'm kind of confused here because everything from halfway through Quebec to the BC border closed all in one shot. And we were talking, you mentioned earlier on that you kind of had a number of 142 when it hit the Manitoba border as far as the Liberals were concerned.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know where we are here now, so
yeah, I'm trying to get it.
All those polls closed all in one time. I'm looking at one here. I'm poaching off of one of the networks, and here's a riding they called Mirabel, probably where Dragon's familiar, and there's only 4 polls reporting so far.
Mm-hmm.
So there's so much information coming in all at one time that we're just kind of blown away with it.
Yes.
So
I wouldn't read too much into the delays in some polls reporting because I worked as a poll supervisor for Elections Canada in one election, not the last election, but the election before. So, I have some understanding of how it all works. And sometimes, especially if it's close, it can take a little longer for the poll workers to get things tabulated. So it just depends. Even if they closed earlier than somewhere else, it doesn't all come in at at an equal pace. So yeah, it's hard to see how this is all going to shake down. I don't know if they'll have a minority or a majority government here tonight. What are you still sticking to your 178 for the?
Oh yeah, I'm hanging in on that one, but the one that I'm watching is I really like my number on the block at 23.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think I made a great call there. actually the NDP are kind of a little bit ahead of schedule here, and they still have BC to go yet. So we'll see what happens there. So
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of glad the NDP didn't get destroyed. I think they have a place in our political system because I think they still do to some degree speak for just the little guy, the working class to some degree. I wish they'd get a little more refocused on that, frankly. It's I can't get used to this idea that the conservatives represent the working class. But that's the way.
Yeah, I was going to make that comment. That's exactly the same way we were thinking there. And you're kind of a decade behind me, but I mean, we always thought that these working class ridings, like for example, the Oshawa area was always a big NDP area.
Yeah.
The gentleman before Jack Layton.
There's Ed Broadbent, and then you had
Ed Broadbent. Yes.
Yeah.
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 And some of the areas in Toronto, in downtown Toronto, that used to flip back and forth. Well, some of them do, and some of them don't. I mean, Windsor used to be hardcore NDP. I don't know how that goes these days, but
yeah.
But it's certainly, we're seeing a flip flop here. I mean, people up in my age group are, if they're any kind of urban area, are still voting Liberal. The people out in the country are voting Conservative. Where I live here now, in farm country, they could pretty well run the devil here in a Conservative uniform and he'd get elected. So,
yeah.
But anyway, no, I just wanted to pipe up a little bit about the coverage and how things don't seem to be as exciting. I'm watching on one of the major networks here, and I haven't seen any focus on in Ontario or any of the particular ridings. Things are going past pretty fast here on the television. So anyway, I'll just sign off again, and we'll try to pipe up maybe tomorrow. And best regards to Dragon there for carrying the ball for you.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you for calling in.
Okay.
Really appreciate it.
Okay. Good night, Rick.
Okay.
We still got a ways to. You still got a ways to go here, buddy.
Yeah, and I'm going to try and get the concession and acceptance speeches on here live too. So I'm going to search for those.
Well, you may be up. You may be up late. I may be watching those first thing in the morning with a cup of coffee.
Yes, well, they will be there, preserved for you overnight. Probably just as entertaining in the rerun version.
And just one little vote of confidence there for the people on your chat is that I think we'll still wake up tomorrow morning and they'll still be at Canada.
Yes, at least for tomorrow.
That it may be not the Canada that they expected that was going to come in, but they'll still be a Canada. Mr. Carney's got, if he is elected, he has a whole bunch of work to do here.
Yes.
Both standing up for Canada against Mr. Trump, and I'll come out and say it, making peace with the West and uniting this country. So I'm just hoping that people that voted Conservative here are going to give him a chance, and let's see what happens.
Yeah. The important thing is that we accept the results of the election. Don't get all bent out of shape. If you didn't win this time, you don't like the result, try again. It's not cooked. It's not rigged. This is legit. And people won't want to hear that. Some people want to hear it, but it's true. I really believe that this is the will of the people. So we have to respect that. And
okay, thanks, Rick.
yeah.
Good night.
Thank you, Lori. And yeah, Dragon, I think that Lori's right on the money, because I think now Carney's got his work cut out for him. He's got to make peace with the West, and hopefully he can do that, and make peace with Quebec too.
I hope so too. And I mean, like I said, while you were gone, we're gonna have to accept whoever wins. And at the end of the day, you're going also to hope the best, and that they will do the best thing for us.
Yeah,
that's what I hope. So
I hope so. We'll see. Let's take a little break. We'll be right back.
Maverick News. Expose lies and tell truth. The world is watching.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay. Let's bring Dragon back in. Okay, sir. 159 for the Liberals, 133 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 8 for the NDP. Comments?
yeah, and it's close for the night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
So yeah, definitely a Liberal government. Just depends on. So we have, I think we only have about 18 ridings left here, Dragon. 161 now for the Liberals. So
Did the numbers for Alberta came out?
yeah, there's some Alberta numbers mixed in there, and if we got 18 seats left, so
All right. So I mean, I go with the idea, for example, that say that most of Alberta people would like to have a conservative government and don't want to be a 51st state. Well, that would probably make progress the conservative in a bright world, if I can put it this way. But yeah, what do you think?
sorry, Dragon, I've got some other audio playing in my head here. I better turn that down so I can hear. I honestly had jumbled audio, so I couldn't understand what you were saying. Again, I apologize. I'm just trying to keep things up while I speak with you.
I was saying that, Alberta wants some change, I think. And since the number has not came all out, is it possible that the number of Alberta, if they all goes conservative for most part, it would probably change the numbers into the conservative side.
Again, I'm a little distracted here. I'm not. I wasn't able to follow you. I'm just a little discombobulated. I apologize.
Oh, good.
159 for the Liberals, 133. Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 8 for the NDP, 1 for the other Green's got one, so they're still in the House, and so with only a handful of ridings left, oh man, I don't know if they'll get to majority, especially if the NDP picks up, say, another seat out in BC, another seat or two, that could prevent the Liberals from getting that majority government. So that's really the 160.
Oh, others got one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's swinging from the others and Green Party.
The others got one. I wonder who the other is.
I would suggest probably the Rhinoceros or the Communist Party.
I don't know. Maybe an independent. We'll have to see if we can figure that out. So we're I think, yeah, hang on a second here. So yeah, I'm going to try and find a feed here so we can, or a couple of feeds so we can get these speeches. It'd be nice to get Poilievre and Carney on here with their speeches tonight, so we could share those with you. Working on it. Let me see here. So what did you say earlier tonight? What was your prediction? Conservative majority,
Well, I
you
was
said.
probably going for a majority of conservative, probably of a few point minimum, but I'm not sure that I predicted well. And I'll be honest with you, I probably I probably was off ball this time. So
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought it was just going to, it's close, right? It is kind of, well, not as close as I thought it was going to be. Liberals did better than I thought they would. So,
but you know, when I make prediction, the thing is that I take that as a game. You know, there's nothing serious about a prediction. It's just your own opinion or the way that you think that things will comes at the end of the day or the outcome of a situation. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's just a game, right?
So are these separatists having a conniption fit and a meltdown because the Liberals were elected? Probably.
That would be interesting to look at. You know what? I'll go on Twitter and see what I can find.
Yeah, just don't panic, everybody. The world is still here. We'll survive. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay. I'm looking for other perspectives on this stuff. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I think I see brain matter on my screen from other people's heads blowing up. Oh, just stop that. Unbelievable. All right. Are they having a conniption fit?
Yeah, I got a few stuff around here. That's a beautiful one. Should I say the name or just leave the name out if I want to quote someone on X?
Sorry, what's that, Dragon? What?
If you want me to quote someone on X real quick.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I think this one. You want me to put the name of the person at the same time?
It's up to you, as long as it's not inappropriate.
Hopefully. Okay. So, Stu Morrison says on X, thank you, President Trump, for directly interfering in Canada election with your dumb mouth and tariff policy that have ended the election to the leftist Liberal Party of Mark Carney.
So what's the grand scheme? I don't know what Trump's grand plan is, but if that's really what he wanted, that's what he got. But maybe he was actually hoping it would have the opposite effect by, I don't know when these world leaders make statements like that, like when Putin was saying he'd rather work with Biden, and then we got Trump, and then he was also saying kind things about Trump too. I don't know, man. Same thing with this guy. Same thing. But
someone just posted just now, I can't wait for another election in 2 years. Well, I don't know about an election again in 2 years. That's probably something that can happen, but
it could. If you have a minority government, that could easily happen within 2 years. It can happen just about any time because under certain conditions, a minority government can be, unseated and force an election much more easily than with a majority. You have a majority, you're pretty much guaranteed you're going to be there for a solid 4. And I don't think we're going to, I don't know if, I kind of doubt that, I don't think they're going to get to majority territory here. I think the seats out in BC are going to be divided up too much. So I think they're going to be denied the majority. You're going to have a minority Liberal government, but they'll be strong enough. Because if you got now 140, and then you have the Bloc 165, so together they can, right now, overpower the Libs, and you've got the NDP in there too. So if the smaller parties work together on various things or form some sort of a coalition, stand in opposition to the Libs. But
I have that thought too.
But we're kind of back into the same situation we've been in, where the Liberals will probably work with the NDP. The NDP will have a disproportionate amount of power in the House again, because it'll be like the tail wagging the dog. In order to preserve the government, preserve their power, they'll bend the knee to the NDP and give them the things that they want. So yeah, you'll end up with this sort of smaller party almost controlling the government in a lot of different ways. Although, some people like that dental program, other people not so much. Depends on your point of view. And those numbers fluctuate. 157. Look, they corrected and down a couple there. Well, let's take another break here, Dragon, while I look for these feeds, okay? Hang on a sec, folks. We'll be back.
Maverick News. The world is watching. Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Maverick News. Expose lies and tell truth. The world is watching.
Okay, we're back, Dragon.
Cool.
I have to confess, I was trying to eat some dinner during the break.
It's a good timing.
We're definitely into a minority government. There's no majority to be had here. So we are into a difficult governing situation for the Liberals, as is the case with any Liberal government, which always means compromise, making deals in order to survive as a government, so you can get your various bills passed and things like that. You have to compromise, make deals, make concessions, give a little to get something, and then we're going to see deals made between the Bloc and the Conservatives again. But we've got so 143.24. So 167 together, Bloc and Conservatives. And 160. So 159. So 169 together, Liberal and NDP. So, man, you start combining those things and making, combining votes between the parties, and things get closer and closer, right?
Right. Yeah, that was what I was saying to you. I mean, if you add the Bloc Québécois and NDP vote to the Conservative, you have a closer quarter, probably the way that we were expecting yesterday, or in our prediction earlier. But yeah, that's probably a factor that we didn't took in count in our thought process, if I can put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Yeah. And that number keeps flipping from 160, 161, 160, 161.
Mm-hmm. There's something I just caught on my attention on X. Just a moment ago. Seth Fisher on X says something along the way that Trump actually it's a It's from CNN. Trump continued to dominate the Canadian election. It's a bizarre reflection of our fractured political landscape. Former U.S. president seemingly hold more sway over the Canadian electoral anxiety than some of the actual candidate.
There's some accuracy in that.
I think so. And there's a lot of people on X that are cluing in the fact that what the Americans doing, well, actually what Trump is doing, is interference of our election system. So, yeah, there's you have it.
It's absolutely interference, 100%. Yes. So let's see here. Looks like we could see
And you know what?
Sean Fraser may lose his seat. He's the liberal, excuse me, the liberal housing and immigration minister. And I'm just trying to get a handle on what's going on here with the conservative feed. And bring some of this stuff in. So I don't know, man. I'm not sure what this is going to mean for the country. Other than, I think it's going to be a raucous reality as we get into this next session.
I don't know if I should put it this way, but I think that the next years to come, till next election, probably in 2 years if there's a minority here, but for the next moment, it's going to be a bit chaotic, I think.
Yeah, well, it's going to be, pretty. It's just going to be interesting because with any situation like we've had, it's just going to be trying to get stuff passed, and then this isn't going to fly, and then you're going to be like, we need an election now. Let's go back to the polls. The conservatives will be pushing that, and after probably within 6 months, and so it's going to be more of the same. Is really what it comes down to. Except that the real question is, what's going to happen with this separatism movement? Because these separatists, they saw this as their chance, right? And I think maybe they still do. Now that you have a liberal government in place, we'll see if the rhetoric gets ramped up. So,
yeah, that's true. And I mean, if you look online, and just for example, what I do sometimes, and that's my thought process when I look at, try to curate what's going on in the world around us. I look at comments sometime and stuff like that. And I mean, I can see it from the comment, whether it's on other YouTubers or on X. I mean, you can see how frustration is ramping for the last, past month. And morally so, I think, since Trump started to speak about tariffs and, all that stuff. So the separatist movement kind of had a little bit of a grip right there. Don't you think?
Yeah. Well, it's all, let me just see if I can get a live feed here. I do apologize, Dragon. I'm a little distracted because I'm searching for feeds here that we're going to need. So I'm just trying to do a little production work while I'm trying to listen to you as well, but it's just a little difficult for me at the moment. And I have stuff playing in my headphones at the same time. So it's a little bit confusing for me. Sorry. Are you there? Can I hear your audio?
No, I'm there. I'm there.
All right.
I was looking at some comment at the same time, but no, I mean, look, I know sometimes it's scary when we have more than one sound in our ears coming in. I can tell you that. I totally understand your distraction.
Yeah, sometimes I don't even need the headphones, and I have voices in my head, if you know what I'm saying.
Hey, you're speaking with a ADHD guy and dyslexia, so you know what?
Yeah.
I know about voices in my head.
Oh man. Well, I think we're still a little ways away from acceptance and concession speeches. Now, traditionally, you would see, and if etiquette is followed, you would see concession speeches first, and then lastly, you see the victor come out. Although in the age of Trump, we've seen some of that etiquette go straight out the window.
Mm-hmm.
What are you seeing on X with regard to Alberta separation? Any heavy-duty negative stuff coming down the pipe there?
Well, I could probably go on the search box and go with Alberta separation. See if I don't know. We're gonna see if there's some people who's gonna comment on that front. But no, right now I don't see anything about that.
Hang on, I'm gonna flip off here to flip off. I'm gonna switch over to this feed.
All right, so
And
no, at the moment, what about separation of Alberta? Nothing on the latest, weirdly.
hang on here. Here we go. There we go. We're going to
take a moment, give the Liberals their due. This is a huge moment for the Liberal Party, who were written off the electoral map just 3 months ago, 4 months ago. It's been 20 years since a party has been able to win a fourth mandate. You're absolutely right to point out that we don't know yet if it's a minority or it's a majority. But to come back from the sort of depths of despair that they faced last year and over really the last 2 years, and to be able to pull off a win certainly speaks to a lot of things, not least of which is the presence of Donald Trump and the sort of ascent of Mark Carney, the role, I guess the storyline of him becoming leader and Justin Trudeau stepping aside has certainly worked wonders for the party. Huge impact in Quebec. 17 pickups at this moment in time, 11 seat losses for the Bloc, 5 for the Conservatives. A big part of this story will be Quebec. It will also help inform whether or not this turns into a majority government.
Oops. Oh, we lost.
Canada's Liberal Party is projected by Canadian media to form the government in the nation's elections, which means Mark Carney will keep his job as Prime Minister. Now, it's not clear whether they'll be in the majority or the minority, but remember here, President Trump weighed in on this, of course, trolling Canada to become America's 51st state. So Trump seems to have handed this one to the Liberals. The Conservatives had a pretty big lead before Trump started talking about the 51st state. And then this morning, Trump sends out a Truth Social post that says, if Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America, no more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state.
It's
that
remarkable.
Pissed people off.
It's remarkable what happened because Carney actually did the policy for the Liberal Party that devastated the Canadian country and brought poverty to 25% of the population. And he was masterfully able to say, stop looking at my past record. Look at this guy south of the border. He's evil and he wants to eat us. And I will defend you because I was once in a room with him years ago. It was brilliant.
And Trump made it easy.
We don't know if he's going to win a majority government. It's too tight right now. I'm watching the polls myself. If he wins a minority, it's kind of misery for him because then the Liberals and the Democrats, the Conservatives, in Canada, will have to fight it out to get policy. And of course, it's so divided.
This is Trump
No,
doing
but
this,
Trump
essentially.
actually, you're right.
Yeah.
He decided the fate of the Canadian election, and unfortunately it went against him in the sense that he would have been better off with a Conservative government, because now...
Let me just play a little bit of, this is some sound from voters who are going to the polls today, talked about why they were voting.
Most top of mind is Canadian sovereignty and maintaining that Canada continues to be a sovereign nation.
I think who I voted for would be the best to take care of Trump, because Trump is, I'm sorry to say, an ass, and he shouldn't even be president of the United States. But because he is, we need a strong person so that we could stand strong.
I mean, I think the people are always asking, is he joking? Is he serious? He keeps talking about it, and he talks about it incredibly seriously, Anna.
Well, I mean, whether he's serious or he's joking is frankly not the point, because what he has effectively achieved is to antagonize ally after ally, right? He is a domestic factor in politics in Mexico, in Panama, in Canada. All of these were our friends and our allies, and he is the deciding factor in some of these elections and what happens there. And also, I'm telling you this, as a Floridian, I am extremely worried by all of the Canadians and the French and the Europeans and the Mexicans who are telling me they are canceling their trips and their vacations to the United States.
Not canceling it.
Oh, yes, they are.
No, Canadians and
I can
Americans have the
introduce you to
same
some.
DNA. They can't afford to come to the U.S. anymore. Their dollars lost 40%
Oh,
of its
Kevin
value.
O'Leary.
$68,000.
You think the Canadians don't?
That's not
I didn't
why.
go deep on the dollar, right?
Well,
But
then,
I'm just saying,
worthless.
Canadians have said that they don't want to come because of Trump. And not just to Florida, but places like Maine. Right across the border. I mean,
Yes.
look, you can make an argument about the dollar, but I think it's really about the
There's
politics of
something
it all.
very ironic about them talking about sovereignty, because of course Justin Trudeau suspended all civil liberties in Canada over the Freedom Convoy by invoking the Emergencies Act. He imprisoned political prisoners. Two of them are still in prison, Tony Oleanic and Chris Carbert. And he just has this face of liberalism, but it's actually authoritarianism. And sort of to see Canadians sort of, I know, but I'm saying they're voting for his party all over again.
He's gone.
And
And
there's been
I think the question is,
there's been no sense that anybody is owed anything.
Canadians get
civil liberties
don't
totally
Canadians get to
suspended.
decide who runs their country?
They have made a decision, but
They-
you're right.
actually,
Trudeau was the idiot king, and Carney was able to get the stink off his suit from that because he gave all the policy, including a bill called C-69, which stopped capital coming to Canada.
Ashley, go ahead.
No, I yield
Well,
to my
no,
friend.
I mean, it's Canada nice. They got the Canadians to start cursing, right? I mean, remember Trump said we're going to get respected around the world again, but now we're hated. I mean, you got Canadians boycotting Florida.
You should see the things they say about him in Spanish in Panama and Mexico.
I mean, I think, yeah, fine, sure, everything you said. And Donald Trump said that he was going to make Canada the 51st state. And come to find out, people don't actually like to be spoken about like that. They actually like to be treated with some respect. And so he activated a base of his party. I think this is actually interesting, though, when you look at it on the global setting. Many countries were actually starting to vote more and more conservative, and Canada this is a trend. Now, if based on the first 99 days, it seems like Trump has a strategy of activating and antagonizing our allies. And as future national elections come up with different countries where they were starting to lean more conservative, I'm interested to see if it activates another part of across the globe to start pushing back on actual authoritarianism, not what Justin Trudeau was doing.
Yeah, that Liberal Party was about to get crushed in those elections
Yes.
before Trump started talking about the 51st state. So the Liberals should owe Donald Trump a gift basket. He's the one who got them elected.
Either way, if they had become part of America, it would have been yet another liberal state. I don't know if Donald Trump would have liked that very much.
Okay, let's pull this down. Oops. Hang on, are you there, Dragon? I think maybe we lost Dragon. Are you there? Okay. Hang on, we're gonna put this back up. Any
Actually, I'm
thoughts on what we
reflecting
just heard
on what I just heard.
CNN?
Well, you know what? Is it me or our little friend got roasted in front of CNN.
I'm sorry, who got
For a
roasted?
certain extent. Larry got
Larry.
roasted on the CNN panel.
He's
yeah,
just,
I mean,
that guy is up to something. The way he was spinning
Oh,
his
yeah.
information, I'm telling you. No, they're not canceling their trips. No, that's not what it is. It's that they can't afford it. No, they're canceling their trips. That they are. Sorry, it just that's the
Oh,
way
yeah.
it is.
He's speaking on the BF.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's speaking on their BF.
Yeah, he's Trump making excuses for Trump because he is disrupting things up here. You know, a lot of things he's accurate, but he's Kevin O'Leary is not acting in the best interests of Canadians. I'm pretty sure of that. 155. So they've taken some seats down on this scoreboard with Canadian Press. 155 Liberal, 151 Conservative. Man, that is, if it's getting closer like that, we could be in for a real, Carney's going to be in for a rough ride in the House with a minority government that close.
Uh-huh. Well, you see that number of points between the Liberal and Conservatives?
Yeah.
That more look like what I was predicting.
No, you didn't predict that. You were predicting a majority Conservative government.
Majority, but I told you there's possibility also that we have also a majority here, or not a majority, but a minority,
you were predicting
it's going to be close.
To hedge your bets. You're just like Donald Trump, or somebody donating to both political parties, so that no matter what happens, you end up winning. Oh, 154, 152.
But yeah, it's true that I was hoping for a majority for the Conservatives, because my heart I will say, and I'll be honest with you, Rick, I did vote actually for the Conservative, but that's probably just my little heart to speaking at that point. So yeah, but hey, we all good.
Holy smokes!
We're gonna be fixed in 2 hours.
If those are going to be the numbers we're left with here, that they trimmed some off. Oh. Yeah, so yeah, definitely a minority government. It's going to be a minority. There's no way they're going to get that majority, and this is pretty darn close. And so again, you start adding up those party numbers, and you can see the way these votes could go, right? So the Libs are going to have to go to the NDP to get support, and if the Bloc sides with the Conservatives, they can upset the government. So we might not even be into a 2-year session with a Liberal government. We'll have to see how the numbers end up. We'll have to
yeah, well, see, if you get a coalition within the Conservative and the Bloc, Liberal is going to be on a really, really rough ride on times to come.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so we are.
And can I be optimistic for everyone?
Sure.
Well, even if we have a Liberal Party going to, be there for another 2 or 4 years, well, just be hopeful, guys, that at the end of the day, they will do just the right thing. We could be surprised that Carney has probably not all laid his ideas, and there's some good in what he's going to do. So.
Well, I hope so. Just trying to find a feed. I want to make sure we've got the speeches for everybody here. Nothing coming out of the campaigns, but I think I've got a feed coming in over here, so I'll just monitor that, and we'll go live to the speeches as they happen. But it's so close. I think it's going to be still a little while before anybody comes out to say anything one way or the other. I'll bring this back up so that I've got it and I can monitor. Yeah, I've got it there. What's going on in the chat? Let's go take a look. Over on Rumble chat, we have, come on, here we go. Hello, everybody in Rumble chat land. Oh, Love, Hope, and Faith says, because I made that comment about voices in my head, says, I have voices in my head as well sometimes. I have to slap them out because they don't pay their rent. Yes. And
that's a good one.
Tarface says, ugh, I feel sick. Uh-huh. And, oh, there's people in there accusing me of being a liberal. Whatever, man. Be Lovely One. Hey, Be Lovely says, this is crazy. Poilievre would be very strong against Trump, CNN, MSM, and not a fan of his, I think, talking about Kevin O'Leary. He's rude and arrogant. Yes. And Miss Kitty says, Rick right now lives at 155, cons at 151. Yeah, I see 158, 148. 158 for the libs, 148 for the conservatives. Numbers keep shifting, at least on that, at least on the 159. 142 now. Boy, those numbers are jumping around over here. 160, 142. Come on, make up your mind. Can't seem to get their numbers straight, Dragon. You know,
sorry,
that result in a lot of people saying it's all rigged. See, look.
Yeah, well, it's not rigged. I mean, you can see there's a disparity, but it's not rigged. You know, it's pretty close to what you had on the poll, and I think that's kind of reflect what the people wanted. So, but Johnny goes on and say rigged.
Yeah, I see him in the chat. 160, 142.
Miss Kitty, I need an 11th coffee.
Yeah, I need to take a break here too, guys. I'm gonna go refresh my beverage as well. So let's we'll just jump off here for a moment. We'll come back. I'm gonna get those feeds. We're gonna get those speeches, and hope we get some stabilized numbers here so we get an accurate count, get a better assessment of, you know, where we're at with this incoming minority liberal government. Okay, hang tough. I'll be right back with Dragon. It's, you know, you guys can call in and join the conversation. I opened the phone lines to make this all about you. Join the all-star cast here tonight, our all-star panel, and be one of our election night analysts. Share your voice. 1-647-734-4220. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Exercise your right to free speech. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
We're back, and here's Dragon.
Yeah,
and
I'm still there.
Yes.
Watching closely. And yeah, we ain't gonna go around it. It's going to be a minority.
Yeah, let's go over to the global feed and just get a little clip from them, see where they're at with everything tonight. Pull this over here so that we can get that there. And bear with me for just a moment while we switch the feed. Here we go. What is global news saying?
Wow, really close. 95 is the lead, and there are 4 polls yet to come in. So that's
Stephen Ellis is a physician, a doctor in the Conservative caucus, and a former naval officer, I believe. I think it was a captain.
Yeah, and that looks like that could be headed to a recount.
Miramichi Grand Lake, another one too close to call.
Yeah, a little bit more space there. I mean, 392 votes starts to look better than 50 or 75. But Lisa Harris, she was in a close race last time around when she ran and lost, and it's she could suffer the same fate this time.
Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. This one, about the same number, 338 votes between the Liberal and the incumbent Bloc Québécois.
This would be one of the pickups for the Liberals over the Bloc Québécois tonight. It's actually where the Liberals have done some of their most effective work, is in picking up seats in Quebec from the BQ.
Wow, Terrebonne.
Terrebonne, almost neck and neck here with the BQ and the Liberal candidate.
Natalie Sinclair Desgagnés is an Oxford-trained economist, and the Liberal has just graduated as an economics student. So, economics in Terrebonne. Kildone and St. Paul, Raquel Dancho, who is the public safety critic for the Conservative, in a bit of a tight race. I just want to take a look. We have had, as you can see, some lead changes through the night. This is taking a look at as the polls came in. It's sort of flattened out a bit with a small lead for Raquel Dancho there. And then this is a loss for this might be a loss for the NDP in Elmwood Transcona. This is another rematch of a by-election. There was a by-election here last year, and Leila Dance won for the NDP against Colin Reynolds. Colin Reynolds is ahead right now. Reynolds is a leader in his private sector union. He's an electrician. And we know Pierre Poilievre made paid a lot of attention to private sector unions, woodworkers, laborers, you name it. And this Colin Reynolds was one of the poster guys, if you will, for Poilievre and the Conservatives' pitch there. So that's what's going on in Winnipeg. Let's zip over to Alberta. Let's take a look at Calgary. Right now in Calgary, the only Liberal who's got a seat, George Chahal in Calgary is losing right now to the Conservative. Not by much, 344 votes back with 45 polls in. Now, This riding, Calgary Confederation, this part of Calgary hasn't voted for a Liberal since 1940. It's been a while. But right now, Corey Hogan is the vice president of the University of Calgary, and that's University of Calgary is in this riding, is 169 votes ahead of Jeremy Nixon, a former MLA. So Nixon used to run for the UCP. Now he's trying to be a CPC, and he's a little bit behind there. That would be a historic win for the Liberals. That's Calgary Centre. Greg McLean, the bilingual Conservative incumbent, is a little bit behind Lindsay Lunau. So there's some close races in Calgary, potential pickups for the Liberals there. Up in Edmonton, not so good for the Liberals. The Liberals might have been expected to win at least two, Edmonton Centre and Edmonton Southeast. And that's not happening right now. Edmonton Centre, the Conservatives are ahead by 110 votes over the Liberals. And in Edmonton Southeast, where Amarjeet Sohi is running, 50 polls in, and he's well back. He's more than a couple of thousand votes back of Jagsaran Singh Mahal in Edmonton Southeast. That would be a big victory for the Conservatives, who are worried there might be something going on there. And in Edmonton Strathcona, I would have put this as maybe the second or third safest NDP seat in the country. Heather McPherson, their foreign affairs critic, she's 757 votes up on the Conservative. The last non-NDP to hold this riding was, in fact, the Conservative. It was Raheem Jaffer. Some may remember that name. So that's what's going on in Edmonton, Calgary, and Winnipeg. Some interesting results there, with all parties sort of making some gains or not making some gains. Or
so only two more ridings left to report, Dragon.
Counted, Donna.
All right, David, thanks. And you can see the Liberals and Conservatives, excuse me, the numbers on the bottom of your screen there, keep flipping around. Right now, they are 12 points apart. Have I got that math right? Yes. And the Liberals hovered above 160 for a while there, but as I said it went back up. So, Eric, you were looking at the gains and losses, where the parties. Let's do your swing meter. What are you seeing?
Well, let's have a look, I guess, first of all, at the Conservatives. Now, when we talk about this, for the Conservatives to form government, that's that number we're talking about for government. Their lucky number was 27. That's a combination of their gains and Liberal losses. And the reason they're not as close to forming government based on our swing meters is they have gained 19, but the Liberals have also gained 7. So you have to take those 7 off of the Conservatives' gains, takes them back to 12. Well, if they're at 12 is where they are right now, for a total number to get towards government at 27, they're a long way from being able to form government. The Liberals, on the other hand, are also a long way now from where they wanted to get to, which was to form a majority. And right now, and that one, they don't have to worry about the Conservatives. They just have to pick up a bunch of seats and win them against whoever to have enough gains to get to a majority. And we said they needed a gains of 18
you know what
total.
they're doing here, Dragon?
On balance, they've only picked up 7. They gained 28 seats, but they've also lost 21 seats. All of those are to the Conservatives. So they've lost a passel of ridings to the Conservatives. A lot of those are in Ontario, in places that they may not have expected. But right now, they're...
Let's just pull that down. I can't take much more of the swingometer. Let's bring the chart back up here. Were you getting the swingometer swing of things?
No.
You don't know what I'm talking
I don't
about?
get it.
Yeah, you don't need to know what I'm talking about, because you don't know what they're talking about, because I get what they're saying. It's like, well, if their magic number was 27, they had to swing this way and that way. Let me make sure I've got my audio up here. Yeah. So, in order to be winning, they have to get the magic number is 27. And that means that they had to swing the vote this way, that much. And then if these guys got that many numbers, then they came over there. It doesn't really mean anything. At the end of the day, it's just over analysis. That's my take on the swingometer. So
yeah,
he's not really adding any
you
value
got
to
to be
anything. He's
careful
just
not over
confusing us.
analyzing.
I actually have to take my hat off to the guy, because I can tell that before he came on air to do that report, he was probably sitting there earlier today saying, I have to figure out how the swingometer works. I have to do the math, because it doesn't really make any sense. I have to make it sound like we really know what we're talking about. But this is like that's statistics being all messed around. It's not that it's inaccurate. It's just it's kind of useless information. It's not really helping you that much. I guess it's useful to kind of take a look at the way polls swing or votes, the margin maybe his changes in the end result. But the thing that I'm finding very interesting and maybe even a little bit weird here is the way that the numbers keep flipping around on who, how many seats these parties have secured.
Yeah.
157 now for the Libs, 148 for the Conservatives. And in a minute or two, it'll change again. And it's pretty substantial. I don't know why we're getting this. So until we get something more stable.
Yeah, it seems unstable, and I mean, I don't know how it agrees with me, but I mean, look, I think it's all in the numbers. If, for example, we are two counting votes, and you got some numbers at the end of a certain bag, for example, and you count as many conservative on one side, and I count a few numbers of conservative, but there's more liberal on the other side. That could probably swing the numbers the way that we see it. And, as some point earlier, conservative was at 152, 155, something like that, and then dropped down again to 148. So that's probably why. It's how can I put that? It's all about percentage, I think, right?
Yeah. So I see that the Green Party co-leader, Elizabeth May's co-leader, Jonathan Pedneau, has been defeated in his riding. I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to find out what's happened with Maxime Bernier and the PPC. Obviously, he must have lost his riding because it's a big fat 0 for the PPC again tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think that leaves the People's Party of Canada?
Oh, well, I don't know. Either Maxime Bernier keeps fighting and trying to, get some people to rally under his wing, or I don't know, could it be possible that the PPC collapse?
Hard to say. They fielded, I think, the most candidates of any party in this federal election, and they had them in place early, but got nobody elected. What does that tell you? Well, let me think. What does that mean? It means people didn't like their candidates, or they don't like the platform. There's something holding them back. They didn't want to split the votes, so the support went to the Conservatives. All of the above. I don't know.
All the above is probably a good idea, but the thing is that I think there's more people that don't agree with the PPC promise and and what they were looking for. So that's probably why. I don't know if that's a good assessment, but yeah, I don't think that people believe in the PPC ideology, if I can put it this way, and probably more inclined into liberal and conservative.
Yeah, people vote for brands too, right? It's like going to the grocery store and you go down the soda aisle and you buy the Coke because that's the name brand instead of the no-name stuff. But it's marketing, it's branding, it's message, it's all these things. And it's the quality of the candidates. If there's one thing I have to say, the PPC overall, quality of candidates leaves a lot to be desired. If you look at what the Liberals and the Conservatives, and even the New Democrats, but especially the Conservatives and Libs, they'll run professionals, lawyers, accountants, they get educated people, they get community leaders, people who used to be a mayor, there's somebody with some community status. They put people with a name out there, a radio personality, somebody with a profile, people who for years have been involved with the Knights of Columbus or Rotary Club, people who are deeply involved in the community, people who have a lot of connections. But when I look at what the PPC fields, certainly in this election, a lot of the candidates are, well, they're not well known. Sometimes some of them have problems. Sometimes they, well, they're, I think in some cases they've had some homeless people running, and that's the truth too. So people with criminal records, in some cases, and some good people. Don't get me wrong, but in order to get those over 300 candidates in place, in some cases they just haven't been able to run quality candidates. It just strikes me as a huge liability for them, and it damages the party overall, right?
It's true. PPC don't have a face of the product, right? I mean, in marketing, I mean, you always have that one guy that represents the brand, right? It's the face of the company. So yeah, you don't have that face picture on the PPC like you have poilievre that represent conservative or well, right now liberal with Carney, but I mean it's just a face value from the Liberal Party that has been probably there for since Canada has been a country.
Well, I think the strongest candidate that the PPC had in this election, or had, because the election's pretty much over now, is got to be Michael Bader, other than Maxime Bernier. And I know that he ran a pretty effective, very organized campaign, but even there didn't manage to get himself elected. So yeah, ultimately, where does that leave the party? Where does it leave Maxime Bernier? I'm just going to check over here and see if we can get a feed from maybe there.
I don't always like Johnny's 69 comments on Rumble, but you know what? He's probably has a point. The immigrant don't like the PPC. And look, it's probably fair to say that the way that PPC is trying to portray the immigration, they have probably lost some point in that on the people that is probably living in our country that has been invited. So
yeah, we're going to go to Maxime Bernier here.
Honor presenting to you the leader of our wonderful party, Max Bernier.
Donc, bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening. I will first make a brief declaration for our national audience. Et ensuite, je vais m'adresser à vous en français. Many people may be wondering this evening, is there a future for the People's Party? What do you think? The answer is yes, of course, there is a future for the People's Party. In only 6 years, our president has had a huge impact on Canadian politics, even though we have not yet elected any member in Parliament. We propose a unique mix of principles and policies that no other party offers. 6 years ago, remember, the People's Party was the only party talking about disastrous impact of mass immigration on our economy and society. Today, everybody knows we were right. The People's Party was also the only party that opposed lockdowns and vaccine mandates during the COVID years. The People's Party is the only party that wants to protect our children against the crazy radical gender ideology. The People's Party is the only party that believes CO2 is food for plant, not pollution. The People's Party, as you know, is the only party that fights for provincial autonomy and proposes a radical decentralization of our Canadian Federation. The People's Party is the only party that wants to drastically downsize our big, fat government in Ottawa. And without the PPC, there would be no debate on some of the most important issues facing Canada today. Canadian politics would, be the same without the People's Party. And Canadian politics will go even more to the left. The coming years will be difficult. We can expect more disastrous policies from the Liberals and the fake Conservatives. But the People's Party will still be there to offer different solutions for Canadians. We will continue to force the establishment media and parties to debate our ideas. And we won't compromise our values. And I want also to thank our candidates, our volunteers, and the thousands of Canadians who supported us tonight. And to the others, I want to say, the People's Party will be there with open arms when you will be ready. Thank you. Beaucoup de gens se demandent peut-être ce soir, est-ce qu'il y a un avenir pour le Parti populaire? Qu'en pensez-vous? Oui. Bon. Bien oui, la réponse est oui. Bien sûr qu'il y a un avenir pour nous, qu'il y a un avenir pour les idées du Parti populaire. Parce qu'en seulement 6 ans, notre présence a eu un impact énorme sur la politique canadienne, même si nous n'avons encore élu aucun député. Nous proposons aux Canadiens un mélange unique de principes et de politiques qu'aucun autre parti n'offre. Il y a 6 ans, le Parti populaire était le seul parti à parler des effets désastreux de l'immigration de masse sur notre économie, mais aussi sur notre société. Aujourd'hui, tout le monde le sait, nous avions raison à l'époque. Le Parti populaire est le seul parti qui s'est opposé au confinement et aux obligations vaccinales pendant les années folles de la COVID. Le PPC est le seul parti qui veut protéger nos enfants contre les folies de l'idéologie radicale du genre. Et le Parti populaire est le seul parti qui croit que le CO2 est un aliment pour les plantes et non pas de la pollution. Le Parti populaire est le seul parti qui veut réduire considérablement la taille de notre gros gouvernement à Ottawa. Et je tiens à vous dire que sans le Parti populaire, il n'y aurait pas de débat sur certaines des questions les plus importantes auxquelles fait face aujourd'hui notre pays. Et sans nous, bien la politique canadienne serait encore plus orientée vers la gauche. Les années à venir vont être difficiles. On peut s'attendre à encore plus de politiques désastreuses de la part des libéraux et des faux conservateurs. Mais le Parti populaire sera toujours là pour offrir des solutions différentes, des solutions qui sont en ligne avec les valeurs de la société occidentale. Nous allons continuer à forcer les médias et les partis de l'establishment à débattre de nos idées. Et nous n'allons faire aucun compromis sur nos valeurs, sur nos principes. Je tiens ce soir à remercier nos candidats ici présents et nos candidats partout au Canada. Je veux remercier aussi les bénévoles qui nous ont aidés durant cette campagne-là et aussi les milliers de Canadiens qui nous ont appuyés aujourd'hui. Et aux autres Canadiens qui ne nous ont pas appuyés, je veux vous dire que le Parti populaire sera là, prêt à vous accueillir les bras ouverts lorsque vous serez prêts. Merci. Bonne soirée. Merci. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Merci. On a encore de l'argent pour continuer. Thank you.
Maxime Bernier of the People's Party of Canada saying there's still a future for the PPC in Canadian politics. Let's go to Elizabeth May, Green Party leader now. Stay with me. Hang on. Here we go. I'm going to pick her up now. Hang on. There we go.
I just had a word. I think it's the first time that the Church and State Kitchen has had a phone call from the Prime Minister.
But I just spoke with Prime Minister Mark Carney. I congratulated him on his spectacular reversal of Liberal fortunes and that he will be forming the next government. Whether it's a minority or a majority remains to be seen. I congratulated him fully, and he congratulated me for being re-elected in Saanich Gulf Island. And I said, is it okay with you if I tell my whole crowd of supporters and friends outside that what you just said? He said, of course, we look forward to working together. He said, it will be good to have seasoned, knowledgeable leadership in the House. It's still too early this evening to know about some of the other spectacular Green candidates. Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre is too close to call right now, so all my thoughts are with Mike. It's terrible. I have to thank so many people because obviously the Green team across the country worked so hard. Je suis tellement triste que mon collègue et co-chef Jonathan Pedneau n'a pas réussi à
that Jonathan Pedneau failed in Outremont.
Quebec once we were thrown out of the leaders' debates. And we'll leave the federal
court to decide whether it was just morally wrong or illegal. But I want to thank Jonathan. I want to thank our whole team, but particularly the spectacular candidates, Paul Manley and Nanaimo Ladysmith, who should be the next member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And as I said, Mike Morris is still, it's too close to call in Kitchener Centre. Anne-Marie Zedluck in Guelph, another spectacular candidate. If I go right across the country and mention everyone, I'll forget someone, which is a problem. So I just want to start with thanking everybody who helped my election. I want to acknowledge that in the room tonight we have the entire Provincial Green Caucus, Jeremy Valeriot and Rob Botterill, yes. And the Deputy Leader of the BC Greens, Lisa Gunderson. And I want to thank, in particular, there's so many people, but let me just start with what really matters. How was it that I got reelected? Other leaders of opposition parties are still not sure they'll hold their seats. That includes Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh. Now, I have no schadenfreude about Jagmeet, but forgive me a little for Pierre. I think we'll see what happens in those ridings. There's too early to say. But it's been a hard election because so much of the mainstream media has promoted the idea that I was going to lose in Saanich Gulf Islands. It developed a momentum based on a rumor, and it became a very hard thing to fight. And the reason we were successful here, I'm going to thank a lot of people by name, but let me just say, Greens win, and we've always seen this, from the devotion and commitment of volunteers. In this election campaign in 2025, Saanich Gulf Islands had 250 volunteers working pretty much nonstop. So I just want to cheer. Woo-hoo! For tous les bénévoles, ici à
For all the
Saanich
volunteers here in Saanich Gulf Islands, 250 people worked as volunteers during this election. That's incredible.
My campaign manager, Tim Maloney. My guru of all things to do with comms, Jojo Beatty. My amazing help from Stuart McKinnon every single day. Aisha Emerson, my assistant as well, yay. And then the brain trust of the operation. The volunteer group that has been working time after time again, Marilyn Redivo, Linda Brown, Randy Earnhardt, Sue Ross, Robin Ross, Jennifer Kennedy, Sheila Levy. There'll be so many volunteers. If I forget someone, I'll be Dan Kells, Tom Neiman, and the Salt Spring Island crew, Tommy Mitchell and Bob Mackay, and all the folks on Pender, and Krista Grace Warwick. There's so many people to thank, so I better stop. And also my canvassing and helping with canvassing, Peter Salmon. Thank you. I see you there. When are you? So when it comes to Saanich Gulf Islands, it's a community achievement. It's not me alone ever. There are people here in the room that a lot of you don't know who are my nonpartisan Parliament Hill and local staff that makes miracles happen for individual constituents who have problems with CRA or the Immigration Department. I won't go calling you out all by name, but I'm forever in your debt. I'm forever in your debt. And so grateful that we do the work that means that people know that their MP office is there as an office that provides nonpartisan, compassionate, and conscientious service, just like it says on the door, for everyone who walks in that door. That's our job. So a big shout out to our national campaign director. Merci mille fois, Robert Marty, pour tout le travail.
Thank you for all the work you've done, the incredible work that you've done.
All the way out to Stellarton, Nova Scotia. Love you, Marlene, and thanks for all your work. It's been an amazing crew. Laurie McMillan up in Nanaimo. And of course, again, I just can't say enough of what Paul Manley did to pull this all together and to be there all the time for all of us. It's, that part's really bittersweet. But it looks like we'll go back into the House of Commons with a minority where we can make a difference, with me as leader of the Green Party, with a prime minister I've known for a few decades, and we've started off nicely tonight. What can I say? We'll see how it goes from here. Fingers crossed for the rest of the evening for everybody else. I just want to thank the people who mean the most to me in this world. My husband, John Kidder. You want to get up here, honey? And you know, he made such a sacrifice staying here and campaigning for me in Saanich Gulf Islands that he missed his shot in Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
It was almost a sure thing.
It was, I know. And then I've got to thank my daughter Kate, my new granddaughter Lily, who keeps me going because I just need to see a picture on a text. My daughter sends me lots of pictures of Lily every single minute, and everybody gets to see them all the time. I thank the Lord above that I'm alive and healthy and a young 70 and able to do a lot more work, because I owe it to Lily to make sure that we deal with fascists like Trump, that we stop the fossil fuel industry from stealing our future, that we stand up for human rights, and that we protect the planet from the forces that would like to make money while they can, and to hell with the rest of us. We can fight back. As Bill Henderson said in his song, we can stand up for our sovereignty, we can stand up for what's right, and Greens always will. So from the bottom of my heart, for those pundits who said, well, the Green Party, we are here. Sorry, National Post, we're not going away.
And there you have it, the Green Party co-leader Elizabeth May speaking in her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, which she has secured tonight, re-elected again to the House of Commons, right now the only Green.
Okay, so let's bring the chart back up here, Dragon.
Sure do.
Are you still awake with me? It's getting late. We've been on for quite a while.
I'm totally awake. Too many coffee to go to sleep yet.
Okay. Where'd my chart go? Here we go. Here's our chart right there. So give me some feedback on those two speeches, Maxime Bernier and Elizabeth May, now of the Green Party. What are you thinking?
Good speech. They are losing with their chins up, ready for another fight. That's cool. I think we need those party to a certain extent, because it's part of the democracy, right? These are probably not reflecting what everyone's think, but look, they need to fight for what they believe is right. So,
well, it also shows, this is the other reason I think our Canadian system is better than what they have in the U.S., because down there they really do have a two-party system. Here, you have, four parties if you include the Bloc, three if you take them out, and you have three national parties. The NDP, they get a voice. In order for your views to be expressed in the House of Commons, your party doesn't even need to win the election. You can still have influence, especially if you have a minority government. So you have New Democrats in there, Bloc, Conservatives, they'll all have influence over what happens in this incoming minority government with the Liberals. They'll have to listen to these other parties. And so you get a range of views. And people say, but they always have to vote in line with what the party prescribes. They'll get whipped into voting and on the party line. Well, there's some truth to that, of course, but you get that range of view from all those different platforms, and that's why agree with it or don't agree with it. The NDP was very effective in having influence and getting a lot of the things that they wanted passed in the House of Commons in this last session. They got that dental care that they so badly wanted. And
Yeah.
they basically forced the Liberals to do it. The Liberals didn't want to bring in the dental care plan. That was a New Democrat thing. The Liberals had, after being sort of strong-armed into doing it in order to keep their NDP support, to preserve their government, to keep it afloat, they sort of adopted it and claimed that it was, their idea all along, but it never was. So this shows how the Canadian system really ends up being, again, a system of compromise.
Yep. Well, there's a wise person who once told me, it only takes a seat at the parliament for you and your party to be heard. So, you bring your ideas on the table, and, even if you're the only one of your party, like the Green Party, if they come up with one seat, at the end of the day, sometimes their idea can come up on the first because, they have the better idea.
And Elizabeth May with the Green Party does get a lot of media attention. So just by like here again, they have one seat. It'll be her, and she will get coverage in the media. So her ideas get national exposure, and she gets to have a voice on the House of Commons floor during question periods. So, she, just by being there, you have influence. But it's a multi-party system here, and if people want to complain, you can go ahead and complain that, you don't have a choice. It's red, blue, red, blue. Well, there's some truth to that. But Canadians, if you want to blame somebody, just blame yourself, blame Canadians, because that's the way people keep voting. And there are obviously other options right in front of you. If people really wanted a PPC government, they could have voted for it. Yeah, the option was there. Green.
That's it.
It's all there.
And that's the thing, right? You made a reference about how the American electorate function. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a double party, because even though you have like how many independent that can be looking for a shot, I mean, if they don't win the primary race, if I'm not mistaken, this just goes back to Republican or Democrat. So, it's more open in Canada, I think, because, yeah, like you said, we have more than one option. So there's more than one way, I think, to hear what you think, or the way that you would like that your country to goes, right? So there's many directions.
And I just have some audio in my headphones, trying to get some information about poilievre, and we're going to, I think soon, poilievre will come to the stage, and it's not even clear tonight, Dragon, if Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre will be able to hold on to his seat. So he's in trouble. And then if he doesn't win his seat, then the question is, what will happen with the Conservative leadership? Wow.
There's two options, I think. Tell me if I'm wrong, but first option, he might lose his leadership, and they will try, they will appoint someone or vote someone in. The second option, he will still the leader, but I think that his leadership or his power will be divided. What do you think?
I don't know. I think that if he loses his seat, you'll probably, I think you would potentially see a leadership race and a new leader for the Conservatives. So this would be a disaster for him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Boy, and when I was talking to a couple of people about this today, I mentioned again that there are these reports that Poilievre might lose his seat. And the two people I was talking to about it today said, I don't believe that. That's just the media making it up. They're lying. But no, it's actually happening. Not to say that he has lost it. The votes are still being tabulated. It's very close, apparently. So I'm watching that very closely, and I think we're looking at a similar situation with Jagmeet Singh and his riding tonight. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is one of the best and the most exciting election in my life, I think.
Yeah, in many respects, I'll say this: it's been the weirdest, the strangest election I've ever seen. Oh, we have finally another caller joining. Okay, who do we have coming in here? Let's get them up on the screen. And who's on the line with us?
Hi, it's Brian Howell again from Kingston.
Hey, Sir Brian, welcome back.
Yeah, I thought I'd join the party for a little bit.
Thank you. We can use the reinforcement.
Yeah.
So, well, go ahead. Let's. Hopefully, you've been watching a little bit, so you can give us your assessment of where we're at.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Liberal candidate here in Kingston, Mark Garrettson, has been reelected over stiff competition from the mayor, Brian Patterson.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. It was interesting. I was just watching the clip of Elizabeth May, winning for the Green Party.
Yes.
So, I didn't know that she was married to John Kidder.
Mm-hmm.
And, I met John Kidder's sister, Margot Kidder, many years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I was an extra in a movie she'd made. So
you were an extra in a movie that Margot Kidder made? Which movie?
Yeah, Keeping Track.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
I
kind
of met her through. I kind of met her through, through Michael Sarrazin. But anyway, I was a fan. I got her autograph, and and she's not like the slander and the things that Rebel News talked about her when she died. It's like, well, good riddance. She'll never be going to another anti-fracking protest again. It's just a condescending tone. So, good for the Greens. As you were talking about, at least she's in Parliament, and she's there. She's inside the tent.
That's right.
Going to the subcommittees.
Yeah, she has a voice. And
yeah.
In case people don't know who Margot Kidder was, actress. She, of course, I think her biggest role has to be Superman from 1970. What was that? 78, 79, I think.
Yeah, 78. And plus the sequels.
Yes. Yeah. I met her once at a comic convention and did an interview with her and put her on my television
She's
show.
charming.
What's that?
And she's charming.
Yeah, she was very friendly. Yeah, very friendly lady, and very generous with her time to speak to me. I remember, I don't remember how it came up, but I said to her something about celebrities riding around in limousines, and she just laughed, and she was joking because she said, "Well, I don't ride around in a limousine," so she clearly didn't consider herself to be wealthy, and I don't think that she was. And I think she struggled with, a bunch of things because there was kind of off topic here a bit, but she had something happened in her life she lost like a hard drive on a computer, and it was all this important information, and she ended up losing a bunch of money, and I think she ended up losing her house at one point. So she wasn't joking. Like, just because people see people on the big screen or on television, they assume that they're really well-to-do or, rich. And that is not always the case at all. And that certainly was what she was conveying to me.
Yeah, and she had some problems in her life, and of course, being a celebrity, that's living in the gold fist bowl, and but she was politically active. She was committed.
Yeah, the other celebrity that I think of, looking back in time, was like Danny Bonaducci, who was in the Partridge Family TV show, and he tells a lot of stories about, after when he was older, not a child star anymore, but he lived in his car for quite a while, and then kind of got a new lease on life, a second chance, because of Dick Clark, who gave him, some work, and he got some television work and kind of got back on track a bit. I'm not sure where he is today, but worked a lot for quite a few years too as a radio disc jockey, but not wealthy, very famous. People would laugh at him because he would be down on his luck, right? So people can be very cruel, especially if, you've been at the top and then you end up, down on your luck, and people kind of mock you. I don't know why people have to be so cruel.
Yeah. Interesting. You just mentioned just before I phoned that Pierre Poilievre might lose his own riding.
Yes.
Did I hear you correct?
You did, sir. Yes.
Oh, wow. That's a bombshell.
Yes.
Yeah.
But see, he was running in it's Carleton, right? Which is in the Ottawa area. So you have to remember that probably not wise for him to run out there, because he did secure his seat and he's been in Parliament there because of that. Ottawa, Ontario, a lot of liberal. That's liberal land, right?
Yeah.
And so
it is.
And his real base of support comes from Alberta. So
why wouldn't he pick a riding out west?
That's a very good question. Ottawa? Yeah, maybe because he wanted for personal reasons. Maybe he wants a riding where he can actually live in the riding. Who knows? And then he would be close to Ottawa, so he's got. I don't know, man. Isn't that? You think he would find a place that would be a little safer for a conservative, right?
Yeah, well, I can't buy that argument where these days with emails and cell phones and Zoom calls, you don't really have to be flying back your riding 1,000 miles away and then back to Ottawa to sit in Parliament and fly back. You could communicate through the medium that's available now.
Yeah,
the
you
internet.
can. But if you want to be an effective member of Parliament, and if you want to make sure that you're secure in your seat, you want to be going to community meetings. You want to go to those Rotary Club meetings. You want to be involved in things. You want to meet in this community with farmers. You want to see people at the donut shop and talk to people when you're getting your haircut. You want to go out and go to the Little League baseball games. You know what I'm saying? You just want to be in the community.
Yeah. Yeah, but that takes time. If you live 2,000 miles away, it's difficult. It's not as easy as say 100 miles away.
And I'm just speculating. I have no idea why he chose to run on that riding and to begin with. But tonight his seat is in jeopardy. If he loses that seat, he may be displaced as the leader of the party. And so even though he's, helped them to this point, and he's been fairly popular, very popular for the Conservatives, he might end up, this could end up being a personal disaster for him. But the reason he probably would be turfed is because he lost his seat tonight. If he loses his seat, that's a disaster. Also, this was his election to lose. He was way out in front of the polls, massive lead. And then, as Conservatives are known to do, they blow their lead. They lose their election. And the Liberals played it smart. Justin Trudeau gone. They bring in this new face for the party, or sort of new. And and they sell it to the public. Public eats it up, and the lead evaporates. So Poilievre fails to deliver. In the end, leaves him vulnerable. He's easy pickings now for someone who wants to take the leadership away from him, right? So, and to a degree, rightly so, because really what I was witnessing here, I think, and my analysis on this has been throughout, is that, not that I've really vocalized it that much on the program, but the public, that the support that Poilievre has been enjoying has been, in my estimation, soft, because he has had to bring different political elements and support from different political forces into the fold. He had to take that support away from the PPC in particular in order to bolster what he has been doing, right? And he was effective in doing that, but then in the end, he did not bring enough of the center back over to him, because you can see a bunch of it went to the Liberals here tonight. So this was, man, how can I characterize this? This was initially a vote against Justin Trudeau, not a vote for Pierre Poilievre. That's why you saw the massive lead, because Trudeau was so hated. Then you take Trudeau out of the equation, and you insert Carney, then add the Trump comments on top of all of that, and Poilievre just hasn't been popular enough to weather that storm, and as a result, the election's lost. So the analysis then being, Carney, Poilievre just not popular enough to form government, which leaves him very vulnerable to, now, I would say, a challenge and probably somebody else taking over the leadership of the party.
Do you think he'll step down as leader? Do you think he's got one more shot? Because it's if the numbers are correct, it's going to be minority Liberal government.
Yeah.
Depends. Do you think?
Depends. I would say that there probably isn't anybody
in a by-election, maybe.
Yeah, there probably isn't anybody immediately that is sitting there positioned for it, because I don't think people within the party were probably really anticipating this. So there, I don't. But it could organize itself pretty quickly. We'll see. It depends on if there are people in there who are really power hungry. We'll see.
Well, you remember Stephen Harper lost his first election.
Mm-hmm.
And circumstances were different. Time was different.
Yeah. I mean, I think overall the Conservatives are pretty happy with him, but there are always internal party struggles in politics within the party, and certainly within the Conservative Party itself. There are different wings of the party. There's the progressive wing, the more conservative wing, and within that conservative wing, you have the really the Alberta faction, and I would even say the separatists as well, who are inserting their influence within the Conservative Party of Canada.
But suddenly tonight, I don't feel as frightened and scared as I was last night.
Well, I think that
because of the numbers I'm seeing on screen.
Yeah, and I understand exactly what you're saying. Indeed, I would say a lot of Canadians voted with that in mind and in their heart. They were voting, I think, for safety, going with something that they felt was more stable in the Liberal government. In other words, better off with the devil you sort of maybe know in the Liberal Party than the devil that maybe you don't know in the Conservative Party.
Exactly, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think the Liberals will have to dig into their pocket and do something to help Alberta. Maybe eliminate some of the transfer payments. Because you don't want to come across as too arrogant to close victory tonight for the Liberals. So.
Well, it's as I said earlier tonight, and I've said before, I just think the federal government needs to find a way to assert more power over the provinces, not give more to them. I think Pierre Poilievre secretly was prepared to cede more power to Alberta. And I think that's why he was getting the support that he was from Alberta and that wing of the party, right? And the conservative movement more accurately, which is why he was coming out and saying things like, with regard to Danielle Smith's demands, he said, well, I think that she's being pretty reasonable. And that's because I think he was being pressured. And I think he kind of owed some people out in Alberta and was prepared to cede more control, more power, more sovereignty, if you will, to the provinces and in particular to Alberta. But in the long run, that's not ultimately going to solve Canada's problems. That would actually make things worse, because it just, now you have even more power given to provinces that stand in opposition to each other because they're all just trying to look out for themselves, not the national interest.
Yeah, well, I'm almost afraid to talk to Remy John, tomorrow. He's going to give me an earful, I know.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised he hasn't called in tonight. I spoke to him a couple of times today, and I thought that he would join us, but at some point. But so far, no call from John. But that's okay. We can chat on the.
Can you extend a beautiful hugs from the dragon to John when you're going to talk to him tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll have to put my hard hat on first.
Yeah, he's going to be happy. A lot of people in Alberta are not going to be happy at all. I'm sure they're just. I have not looked at too much of this stuff from out in Alberta tonight, but I know they're going to.
I spent a few minutes looking at the rebel coverage and looking at their chat room, and there was a super chat donation from the NRA for $500 to Rebel News.
The National Rifle Association out of the U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it said.
Gee, but there's no foreign interference in our elections or in our political discourse, right?
No. Not at all.
No.
Yeah. That's what I keep saying.
You're asking where some of their money is coming from. There it is.
Yeah, that's right. Like, where's the money really coming from? What is it that influences these political voices on the Canadian side and the conservative Canadian side? Well, they call, and I hate talking like this because I don't want to be saying these things, but it's just truth. It's just another inconvenient fact for some people. And Canadians, the public, deserves to know this stuff. So we talk about it.
It's like when you say, when you think that, when you get schizophrenia, you want to get paid for all those voices in your head.
Wow. Yeah. So, $500 from the NRA, huh? Yeah, no wonder they talk about gun rights.
And there were a lot of big donations coming in from elsewhere, like just personal things, personal people.
Yeah. Speaking of which, if anybody wants to donate like a loony or something or a toonie, you can do that in the Rumble Rants. But anyway, just saying. Thank you, though, for those people who do support this channel. I'm extremely grateful for those of you who do donate and help us pay the bills. It's a pretty rough road over here. I haven't received any $500 donations from the NRA. Or from any foreign governments, frankly. So that's okay too. Boy. So Poilievre maybe losing his seat. I'm just checking again here to see where we're at. Wow. Wouldn't that be something though, eh? If that happens.
You know where Max Bernier spent the last day of his campaign?
No, didn't check actually.
He was in Ottawa at a protest, kind of an anti-trans protest.
Really?
That's where he spent his last day.
Oh, well, okay. Not in his own home riding, eh?
Nope.
And look what he's doing. I see there too. Like if you that would be a tactical error on Pierre Poilievre's part too. He didn't spend enough time in his home riding, campaigning, to make sure that he was secure there. So, but Bernier went to an anti-trans rally, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
and what was Randy Hillier was there too.
Uh-huh.
Rebel covered it, of course.
Yeah. Well, a lot of anger out there these days, Brian. Yeah.
I don't know where all the hatred comes from.
Well, it's you don't have to look very far. It's just been ramped up over time, and I just look on certain social media platforms, and it's pretty rampant. In fact, Jon Stewart, he was doing I don't remember where he was speaking, but he said, "Well, you're over on was it BitChute, I think he said, or Gab or whatever," and he said, "When you're over there being racist," just because as a joke, but everybody knew exactly what he was talking about, and it's funny but not funny, and because it is so prominent, you don't see it on YouTube because people get kicked off there for it, but it's in a lot of places. It's off the charts in many respects. It's pretty disgusting.
Well, people don't know how to behave anymore. There's no kind of self-censorship in a way. They just say anything online.
Yep. We've got Jagmeet Singh coming up on the stage here in just a moment, so we'll be going live to pick up his speech in just a moment. He's not there yet. Just hang tough with us. But yeah, you can blame a lot of that on Trump because it's like by insulting people and his bombast, he has made it acceptable for people to be jerks. Okay, let's go live to the Jagmeet Singh. Here we go. Okay, we're going to go to Burnaby, British Columbia now. To Jagmeet Singh. Here we go.
Thank you. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. Gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec, I guess. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughter, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathen. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my... My caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. It's a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down. Chardi means rising, and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And that is Jagmeet Singh, the federal NDP leader. The resonant words towards the end, the fact that he is disappointed in the results.
Okay, so he's going to step down as leader after losing his seat. So now the question is, who would replace him? And I have a prediction.
Go ahead.
Don't keep us in suspense.
Charlie Angus.
He'd be perfect.
I think he'll be the guy. He's best positioned. He has high profile. With the situation with Mr. Trump, he'll be a strong figure to not only present himself as a pro-Canadian opponent to Donald Trump, but an alternative opponent to Donald Trump in juxtaposition to Mark Carney, or maybe even in support of Mark Carney and whoever is leading the Conservative. But yeah, strong voice, and just because he's had so much profile of late, I think that's what we're looking at.
How many seats did the NDP get? Was it 9 or 10 or 11?
Well, the numbers keep
going up and
flipping
down there
around.
for a
Right now,
while.
as I look over, they have 7.
Yeah,
Oh, 7.
if
down to 7
we're not
now.
mistaken. It's a big race, eh? And you know what? Good fight for the NPD. Actually, they have battled a big fight. I'll give respect to the NPD to that. But yeah, I think it does resume for Mr. Jagmeet Singh, because, well, with all the polarity of what happened into his party, I think this is a good timing for him to step away and leave somebody else.
Yeah, so I guess we're waiting now for Pierre Poilievre. He'll be next up to provide.
So did the NDP they lose official party status? How many seats? Or 8 seats or 10?
Yeah, I think they have lost official party status.
Oh.
I'm checking for you. Depends on, what happens with these results. They keep flipping around. Oh, I don't know. Because you just get these, the numbers flipping around.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you need 12 seats for official party status. They're down to 7.
Oh.
And if they're down to 7, there's no way they can get back up there. Now, the numbers keep flipping because they were up to, how much was it there, guys? Was it 9 at one point?
Yeah, I've seen a 9 at some point in time.
Yeah. So I've been also kind of looking to see why we're getting those fluctuating numbers. And it's because Elections Canada is doing this on the fly. And so as the evening goes on, some of these poll results are changing because they're checking results. They're finding other ballots in some cases. I know that, even when I worked the one election, see at the end of the results are sort of counted at the polling stations by the poll workers and then put into these envelopes and everything. And then they're sent off to the main office in that community, the Elections Canada office, where all the polling stations send all the batched up votes, and they come in these big bags and everything. It's really quite a sight to see when you see all the polling stations coming in, all the bags of the ballots being carried in. But if there's anything that isn't quite finalized or whatever, sometimes even at the main offices, they'll dig in and they'll go through a verification process. And so some of these numbers can change in real time. And that's why you're seeing some of these results changing and flipping and changing. And that's why they say that, these are unofficial, because they have to go through and check and double check and make sure that everything's done properly. Yeah. And so you don't really get the official results likely until sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, no more Dominion voting machines in Canada, hey, Rick?
No, it's a misconception at the federal level. They don't use them, and I've seen some of these, big influencers and political figures in the U.S. Saying that Canada is completely corrupt, and they use those Dominion voting machines and they're rigging the election. And I'm sorry, but no, we use paper ballots up here, and I know. And if you guys went to vote today, what did they give you? A paper ballot, right?
Yeah, paper ballot.
Yeah, that's right. So don't tell me we're using Dominion voting machines at the federal level, because everybody that voted today, you all know that you got a paper ballot, every single one of you. So don't come on here trying to tell everybody that, just Dominion voting machines and it's all rigged. It's not true.
Yeah. Or they're carrying boxes out the back of the building and bringing new ones in or something. Yeah.
In fact, I saw a post on social media today. It was the polls were still open, and there was a post. I don't know if I should say the guy's name because people are going to get mad at me again, just because they love this guy. A lot of people, especially on the conservative side. Jim Ferguson. I don't think I've ever mentioned the guy's name before, but he's this international conservative figure, and he's posting all this crap about the Canadian election today. And I saw this one post, and they've got video of, Elections Canada workers carrying these ballot boxes out, and they're in the backs of their cars and stuff. And they're saying, why are they taking these ballot boxes home? And, it's like, because, with the timing, and from what I saw in the video, what it looked like to me is probably that you have these poll workers who, you see, you go to the head office for Elections Canada at the beginning of the election day, right? And you pick up the supplies, especially if you're a poll supervisor, as I was. So if I remember right, you had to go to the head office, you had to get stuff like the polling boxes and stuff, and take that over to the polling station. You had to get the signage, put all the signage up, to tell people this is where you vote, and arrows and everything to make sure that people can get around the building to get to the right entrance if you're at a school or a church or a community center. And then, of course, you've got all the ballot boxes you have to carry into the place. So I think what the video really was somebody videotaping or shooting, live streaming workers coming out of the main office. It probably was like a strip plaza someplace where they lease usually vacant retail space for the main Elections Canada offices in different communities. And they're carrying them out to their cars. And they're empty at that point. There's no ballots in them, but they're making it look like they were stealing the ballot boxes or whatever. I don't know. And the polls hadn't even closed yet, and they're saying that they're taking the ballots home, and they're just looking for stuff that they can spin up into some sort of a conspiracy. And because of the timing, and because I know how the elections work, I'm looking at this video and I'm like, this is BS. He's lying. So shut up. I'm tired of it.
Well, I voted at the local Legion Hall, the auditorium.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were only just a few people when I went in to vote. A few cars in the parking lot, and they had a couple of security guards there on hand just in case.
Yeah.
Nope, no problem. No lineup, no crowd. Just could have voted and walked over to the other side to the bar and had a beer if I wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah, when I went to vote, it was uneventful, and we're going to pick up Mr. Blanchette from the block. He's speaking now, so just give me one moment and we'll get him up on the screen. He'll probably speak in a lot of French, so I hope we have some translation here into English. I thought we'd go to poilievre next, but no, I kind of forgot about Mr. Bloc Québécois. Here we go.
I'll give you the translation if if needed.
Okay, okay,
And there you
Dragons.
have it, the Bloc Québécois leader, Yves-François Blanchet,
Oh, I think we
speaking
missed
tonight
him.
in Montreal. With
missed
that,
him.
let's take a quick look at the leading and elected board across the country.
Okay, we're going to
With the
backtrack. We'll
human speech, shall we?
pick
First of
this
all,
up. Here we go. So
the
this is not
Bloc
live. I'm
Québécois
backtracking so that we
led
get a speech
a
because we missed it.
heartfelt campaign.
But we've got it for you now.
A campaign based on passion. Also a campaign that was what was needed for Quebecers, what Quebecers wanted us to do in this campaign. Friends, colleagues.
And they've won fewer seats this time.
People that I love
They had
dearly.
34 the last time, now down to 23.
Who stepped up to the plate.
About.
And some of them didn't win tonight. Names that come to mind are the ones that you've seen on the screens tonight. These are the ones that you've seen ticking across the screen this night. I'd like to thank everyone sincerely, and I will continue to be your friend. I will continue to be the friend of all those people who gave it their all and who will remain close friends, close activists and part of the soul of the Bloc Québécois. I'd also like to thank activists, party activists. You conducted a campaign which could have been very, very tough for your morale, but you did that with energy and a smile throughout this exceptional campaign. I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you. Now, we start a new situation tomorrow, but I'd also like to thank the activists from the Parti Québécois as well, who helped us out. I'd like to thank my main advisor, Karine, who allowed me to recruit the candidate we had in Gaspésie, Mille. I'd also like to thank the extraordinary team on the bus, the extraordinary office team. People did so much with so little in this campaign. But despite everything, Quebecers chose to put their trust in the Bloc. So thank you very much for that. Now, I'd like to remind you very quickly, because it's quite possible that in the foreseeable future, the issues that we have identified become issues that need to be dealt with by the Government of Canada. That's a distinct possibility. It's quite possible also that in a difficult and complex evening, that the Bloc MPs be very important in the makeup of the next Parliament. That's quite possible also. We've talked about lumber, aluminum, fisheries, supply management, culture, the aerospace industry, strategic minerals. We've talked about what makes Quebec's economy different from the rest of Canada. And our history over the past 60 years makes us different. We've focused on this. We focused on it in a positive fashion. And now these topics will be part of the narrative that a minority parliament in Ottawa will have to deal with.
Okay, we're gonna
go
live here to Pierre Poilievre.
to be
So
the first
Hang on.
To make political proposals,
Okay,
policy proposals on the economy
to
and the adaptation of
Poilievre.
the Quebec
Here we
economy.
go.
And this also applies
Hang
to the
on.
Canadian economy as well. We have made clear proposals. We talked about.
Okay, we're going to pick up Poilievre here. We got the audio playing. Got to get rid of that music. Hang on. Hang on. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Here we go.
Thank
I got
you.
him.
Thank you. Thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future, after millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. Speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward. Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que c'est un honneur d'être votre voix, c'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté, et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort peut avoir une belle vie et une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire. C'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup. To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, But change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien et chaque jour, le caucus conservateur et moi allons travailler à Ottawa pour rendre des comptes du gouvernement au nom des millions de Canadiens qui ont décidé de voter pour un vrai changement. J'ai eu l'honneur de parcourir le pays, parler aux milliers de personnes qui ont partagé leurs préoccupations, leurs peines, leurs espoirs. Everywhere I went, hard-working people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout, ça veut dire qu'on ne peut jamais lâcher. Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux. I will never give up on fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change. And we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
I'm going to pull that down because we don't want that audio because we're going to get a copyright strike. So I'll throw it over to you guys for comments.
Interesting speech. He didn't say anything about stepping down, but of course it's really too soon. You'll give it a few days at least.
Yeah, I don't know that he's lost his seat. He wasn't speaking like he has. And it's we don't have final results there yet, Brian. So he may well have still secured his seat. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. I'm going to check on that. But yeah, it looks like from the way he was speaking, he sounded confident. So I'm of the impression that he's still going to be in Parliament with a seat.
Yeah, me too. If I can put it this way, he did brought a good point. It's rare for a conservative to win, I think, that much seat, if I'm not mistaken. So, it does galvanize in a certain way is where he is as a leader of the conservatives. So, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me that he stay where he is.
Well, he's got another kick of the can in 2 years or so, maybe 3.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, and I thought he chose his words well. I was encouraged to hear him speaking in diplomatic tone. Congratulating, saying that we have to come together as Canadians tonight. Of course, he'll hold the government accountable. The Conservatives will do their job in that way, but the right words, not inflammatory, not aggressive, very diplomatic, and yeah, that's what the kind of discourse we need right now, especially as people are so emotional and polarized.
Yeah, it's the total opposite of what I've heard from him in the last month. He struck me as the kind of politician that was the darkness, reaching out for the darkness.
Well,
to get a little bit poetic, but his address tonight was very, very poignant, very, very statesmanlike.
I didn't like the tone, honestly, of the rhetoric that I was hearing from a lot of these live streamers over the past, especially the last month. I didn't like the smears. I really did not like the lies. That's what really put me off as I was watching the campaign. But how much of that was coming directly from the Conservative Party or the poilievre? Maybe none of it. It may have been coming from, just other political activist elements surrounding the party, and maybe a lot of it really coming from I think the pro-separatist movement out in Alberta, which it's hard for me to peg it to determine how much of that was like Conservative Party and how much of it was external support for the party that maybe the Conservatives didn't really have direct control over. I don't like it. It was I found it really disturbing, but that's not what we just heard from the podium there. So the tone was right. And, that in itself makes me feel better.
Yeah. Well, if you need a new secondhand car, I guess you go to a poilievre rally.
Yes. What the hell was that? I don't think I've never seen that in Canadian politics before, but that's a result of this new social medium that we're dealing with. They're just weird, just freaking weird. That a live streamer would do something like that, and we got into the ethics and everything we're surrounding it. But what did you think of that, Brian?
It was totally bizarre.
Yeah.
Just it's just completely odd.
Yeah.
I could see someone maybe buy them a cheeseburger or a hot dog or a coffee or a drink, but need a car?
Yeah.
What else do you need?
Wow. Crazy.
I need an electric bike.
Okay, we're gonna go to the Carney campaign party, after election party here. His wife is at the podium right now speaking, so that means Mark Carney will be coming up in just one moment. Let me just get it queued for you. Just a little bit wacky here. Okay, there we go. I'll get him. Here we go. Take this one down and establish the feed. Here we go. Let's go live now to the Carney campaign after election party.
Hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, "I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service." So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong and Canada for.
All right, well, he's elected now, and he has a seat, so you can't say he's just selected. He is elected.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Hello, everyone.
Bonsoir.
Good evening.
Quel bonsoir.
What a great evening. It's a really great evening.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je
Before
voudrais
I start,
féliciter
I'd like to congratulate the other party leaders,
de leur campagne.
congratulate them on their campaigns and all the work that they've done. I'd like to thank them for their service to our country, now and in the future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. We both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr.
Of course, I'd like to thank the thousands of volunteers who are here this evening across the country, who gave their time to knock on doors, to make calls, to talk to their neighbors and their community members, to give us a strong government.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility, and by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et
during this
Québécoises
campaign,
m'ont ouvert leurs portes.
many Quebecers opened their doors and put their trust in me, and I'm very moved by that, and thank you for that.
La langue française.
The French language.
La langue française.
The French language, Quebec culture, they're at the heart of Canadian identity. They define the country that I love so much, and I will defend them unstintingly. With the strong team of Quebec MPs that you've just sent to Ottawa, we will ensure that Quebec continues to prosper within a strong Canada. And be you a worker in the oil sands at Fort Mac, a young nurse in Joliette, or an accountant in Toronto, and there are many of them. My government will work for all of you.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, we're not for, well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations.
We will strengthen our relationship with reliable partners in Europe, in Asia, and elsewhere in the world. And if the US doesn't want to play a pivotal role in the world economy, we will lead, not the Americans. We are masters in our home. We'll build millions of homes. We'll become an energy superpower. We'll provide good specialized jobs and careers, and we'll create one single Canadian economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. That's might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber.
It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants.
The challenges before us are huge, and that's normal. Big changes like the ones we're going through are always concerning. We have a lot that needs to be done, but I have confidence in all of you and in Canada as well.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know.
Okay, another caller joining us. Just hang on while we finish up with this speech, and then we'll come straight to you.
We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui
United, we
rassemble
have
les
built
langues, les
a country that brings cultures and beliefs together. United, we have built cultural institutions that are crucial, such as CBC, Radio-Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone.
Over the past few months, Canadians have done their share. They've come together to defend our country and our way of living. I promise that when we're threatened, we will fight.
We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country.
Who's going to protect us from him?
A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values.
He's got the magic pen in his hand.
Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
And there you have it, the Liberal leader, Mark Carney.
Okay, so who's just joined us on the line?
Pardon?
Who's there? New caller.
You got Alan BC. Same old, same old.
Oh, welcome back again.
I know you tried to get rid of me once, but I'm back.
No, that's okay. You can call. Just, keep it on track. That's all.
Well, I always keep it on track. It's just like I try not to offend people, but like reality is offensive sometimes. Moving right along.
We can all choose our words in certain ways, right? So go ahead.
Okay, so do me a favor. Chop my words and bring me back in line, but don't cut me out.
I didn't cut you out.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying,
okay, never mind.
And I'm listening carefully.
Anyway, Canada is in big trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we like it doesn't matter what you call it right now. The wrong people have the right pen in their hand. A lot of damage. Remember, like, you might not recall, but when I first started calling, I was telling you about what's going down the line. Well, I've always been calling me sinister.
I've been calling you what?
Sinister. Well, not me, but my thinking.
Sinister? Is that the word you used? I couldn't understand what you said.
Maybe the line is not working well.
No, it's working okay. It's just whatever you're saying is a little slurred. So I just couldn't understand the last word.
Sinister.
Sinister. Do you guys understand what he's saying? Because I'm not picking it up. Anybody?
I can hear it.
What is the word?
It.
What is it? What's the word? I'm not picking. I don't get it. Sinister? Or is it something else? Anyway, go ahead, Al. Maybe I'll figure it out as you continue to talk. My apologies. I'm just
anyway. It's not a damn good day. It doesn't matter how you want to paint it with whatever brush you want. It's not a good day.
Okay. Yeah, I understand
That's
your
all
disappointment. I understand your disappointment.
No, like we're about to get gutted. The wrong man has the right pen in his hand. Like I was telling you, this is not a Canada argument. We got global interests involved in Canada's interests. You want to corner me, peg me, you want to do whatever to me. But I'm a bigger thinker, my friend. And I'm always constantly thinking.
Mm-hmm.
This is a war. Never mind my cussing. You don't like me because I cuss. Okay. Fuck you. This is a war amongst the Titans. Not you and me. It's not you and your neighbor. I'm not a racist. They are. The elitists are. That's what I tried to tell you earlier. When I hung up, you made it about me. My friend, it's not about me. It's about the elitists, the people that run the fucking planet. It's about classism. Those who have the yacht want you to have more and not. It's simple. It's really simple. Today, Canada died.
Sounds like you want to give us another monologue on the Illuminati.
No, it's not Illuminati. It's actually what's coming down the pipe. Like these people, he has literally said, have you not listened to any of his own monologues? Mr. Carney?
Yes, I have.
Hello?
Yeah, we're listening, Al. And Brian said he has listened to monologues of Mark Carney.
And has nobody done any research on who the man actually is? Not like screw your bias, but look at who he actually is. Like if you were like a CSIS agent or something looking into him, not with the political science attached to your ass. But has anybody thought about him like that instead? And what that means to the country. Never mind what your political bias is. Like, is anybody looking at what's running through Europe rampantly right now? It's about to hit home, people. That's what this means. It's coming home. They're inviting it, and they brought the banker to bring it. I told you, it's about the Titans. It's not about you and me. I mean, we can argue about this all damn day long, but it doesn't mean a damn thing because it's the bankers that are taking it home. It's beautiful. Watch them go.
So this is all about the Fed. Then
it's about the money, honey. Bullshit talks, money walks. It's about the money. If you come on, look, man, we can be friends all day long, but if you ain't got the money, in political circles, you're nobody. If you ain't got the oil, Carney owns the biggest oil pipe in all of North America. Does anybody understand that?
Carney owns it?
Well, the company that he chaired.
Is he the chair now?
Where do you think his assets lie, my friend?
He has investments.
Well, did he tell you?
Some in Brookfield.
Did he clear it? Did he clear it with you, my friend? He didn't clear it with
any
anybody.
of these guys disclose?
He worked for the fucking company. Oh,
yeah, he was the chair of Brookfield Asset
okay,
Management Company.
lift the veil of I don't know. Is it chosen ignorance or is it?
Well, who do you think actually owns the pipeline? It's not Mark Carney. He doesn't own it himself.
My friend. I told you it's the Titans, it's the bankers, and he represents them.
No, not really. Like,
look how many banks he's involved with.
Do you have
do you know why he's here? Do you know what? You know what he just got? Do you know what he just got?
Do you have a retirement
He got
fund?
diplomatic immunity from all these lawsuits that are crawling up his butt.
Al, do you have a retirement fund?
No.
You don't have any?
Not out of this cloud. You know what? Yours is dead if you got one.
Do you have any investments?
No.
None?
No.
Okay.
No, I refuse to make them at this point.
You didn't.
The only thing that I would invest
save for
in
the future.
No, I can't.
Do you understand how an asset management fund works?
I'm disabled.
Do you understand what Brookfield is? What is Brookfield?
Brookfield's an asset management fund.
Okay,
but what they are is an escape management fund.
It's an
so
asset
they take our
management fund,
funds,
and
they
what
manage
assets
them,
do they manage?
Well, they manage our pensions.
Our pensions, yeah.
Yeah, Canada's pensions. They manage a lot more than that. They manage the largest oil pipeline.
They have investments in some oil pipelines.
And not just that. They manage the largest coal.
Yeah, they have investments in different kinds of energy. Some green, some carbon based.
Okay.
It's very diversified.
Okay, they claim to be green.
No, they claim to be
more
brown.
than 50% of their investments are not green. They are
yes.
not what they claim to be.
No, actually, they are exactly what they claim to be if you really read what they are.
Okay.
That's why
do
they
you really
invest.
want to get into it?
That's why if you've gone and looked at the company, they say that they are invested in a lot of brown industries that
frequently.
they hope to green over time. That's not to say that everything that they're invested in is
No,
green.
no,
Yes,
no,
they've
no,
invested.
no.
So they invest in green energy and in carbon-based energies. And that is actually
Okay,
what
so
basically
you're
their
so you're
mandate
selling
is.
so you're selling their stocks.
I'm not selling their
my friend.
stocks. I'm just telling you what
That's
they've
what I
said,
hear.
and this is how they approach their
Oh,
investments.
I hear what they say, but I don't believe them.
Well,
Doesn't
you
mean
can believe what you want, but
do
it
you
is what
believe
it
everything
is.
you say?
And
Do
you're
you
saying,
believe everything
and
you hear?
you conflate, and you, like a lot of these people say, Mark Carney owns this pipeline.
Wow.
Mark Carney doesn't own the pipeline. If you have a pension fund and you're a teacher, I don't know exactly what
Okay,
assets
have you looked
entirely they
into his
manage, but
investments, my
all of
friend?
these companies.
Have you looked into his personal investments in that company, my friend?
Yeah, to some degree. I wrote a whole Substack
Okay,
about
so
him, yeah.
then speak about that a little bit. You want to chop me down like I don't know nothing?
I didn't say
my
that,
friend.
Al.
Yes, you are. You're doing that in front of your fucking audience
Did
now.
anybody hear me say that Al knows
So now
nothing?
tell me about
I
his
didn't say that.
investment. How many investments does this man have in these oil, in these coal, in these things? But he's Mr. Green. He's selling a scam. Does nobody understand the simplicity?
He's selling and what scam is he selling?
Okay, do you understand the whole of Western society is built on an economic pyramid scheme? Do you believe in, do you even believe in that at all? That idea?
Do I believe in the
We
idea
sold
that
out.
the
We
whole
sold
thing is
out
a
our manufacturing.
scam and it's built on a
We've
pyramid
done
scheme?
all these wonderful things to ourselves to make ourselves so much better than everybody else, but we have so much money because we're so financialized. So it's a pyramid scheme, right? That's we all live off the U.S.
No, we don't. We don't live off the U.S.
Okay.
Donald Trump.
Well, once they take your 5% for your fucking military investment, who do you live off of? Right? Poilievre wanted to just hand it up. It doesn't matter. Like you're in a pyramid scheme. The point of it is this is where you're stuck.
Define pyramid scheme, Al.
Okay, do you understand sales?
I understand sales.
Pyramid scheme.
You're using the phrase.
Okay, we've taken Canada's manufacturing. Well, the States has done the same. Well, basically all of the Western societies, we've all done it ourselves. And we've handed it over to China. We sold it to them for cheaper. Like, do I got to educate you on all of this?
I'm well educated,
Sold
Al.
it all for cheaper fucking labor, right? It's called like cents on the dollar. It's called like business management, man. We sold ourselves out today. That's what we did. That's what we did. And nobody sees the dollars to be able, or the cents to be able to make a damn dollar. And here's you trying to sell everybody on how to fucking make a dollar out of nothing.
Me?
You're defending this whole process when it sold you out, my friend. Do you know what this boy's going to bring in? He's going to bring in, do you own your home? He's going to bring in a tax in on when you sell it. And then he's going to bring in another tax because you already paid it out until you sell it. Do you know what this is the kind of crap this boy's promoting? You haven't heard it yet, have you? You've done your research. You told me earlier you did your research.
I don't agree.
He's selling Canada. He's selling you out. Okay, I'm from Ontario. I love Canada. I cry at the hockey game when they sing the national anthem, my friend.
You okay?
I have nothing but time on my hand to do anything but research.
I don't agree with all the taxes that these liberal governments bring in.
Okay, so you're going to soft pedal me again?
I'm not soft.
And again, and again, and again.
Why are you
And
attacking
this
me?
is what you do to me every time I talk to you, my friend. I try to hand down
You speak
sinister realities.
Al, you come here,
like these
you come
emotive
here
words and
and
things.
you speak in generalities. You speak in tropes.
Well, you have to.
You
have to.
speak in cliches. You say you're not racist, and then you get racist. And then you wonder
I'm
why
not racist.
I take exception to
No,
some of the
no,
language that you choose. And it's because
I'm
you don't
against
choose your words
ideologies, not
well.
people. I'm against ideologies, not people.
Okay, and I don't, you know, I actually kind of like you.
Yeah, I'm I'm actually I'm a bookie.
Okay.
I like books, you know.
Yeah.
Like Sun Tzu, right? You know, The Art of War. You ever heard of it?
I have. Yes.
Interesting times we live in, huh?
Indeed. Yeah. And
What's
it's
it mean?
important to know your enemy.
Yeah. What's it mean?
What's what mean?
We live in interesting times.
It means that we're in precarious
Because you're a
times, and
scholar,
to some
right?
degree, we're seeing
You're calling me down, right? You're calling me down here.
Am I?
Okay, so how
am I?
about it?
I'm
How
just.
about it, scholar?
If I ask, you're making
Come on,
statements.
you're
and
asking. I don't know nothing. You keep saying I'm generality.
Yeah.
I'm calling you down.
So
You're calling me down. I'm calling you down. Come down here. Come down where I am. Come down to the little people.
I don't.
Rick.
I have no interest in coming down, and I am
What
one
does
of the little people,
does
my friend.
what does it mean in our community, the Western community? That saying, come on down here to my level, Rick. Play with me, my son.
Well, it's probably lower than most people want to go.
Well, Al, you're here.
Let's not go low, but let's just be real.
You're here in our community, and I'm giving you a voice.
So then answer the fucking.
What is the question?
What do you not understand the history, the book, the saying, the meaning? I asked you, what's the definition?
What
in our society, in the Western society, of the book? Sun Tzu.
What about it?
Please
The
don't.
Art of
quote
War.
The Art
What do you
of
want to
War.
know? I'm not a.
Sun Tzu.
I am not.
Art of
I'm not.
War. Okay,
I'm
so now
with
we
it.
know the
I
title.
listen,
Now
and
we
never
know the
walk into a
author.
room without a strategy.
What are we talking about here? What is your
Do you
point?
have any thoughts about the election?
Yeah, like what? Like, can we have a like? What do you
It's
want?
2:00
Al?
in the morning.
What do you want? What do you want from me? You got a bone to pick with Carney, so you're calling me.
No. I don't have a. I would never call Carney to have a bone with you, my friend.
Yeah. So what do you want, Al? Where do you want to go with this? I'm like, he's gone. And that's Canada today. Divided, polarized.
Is Dragon still there?
Paranoid.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Did Al leave the call?
He did. I did not cut him off. I didn't kick him out. He's been on this program here 3 times tonight. I actually kind of like Al. There's something about him I like, actually, but there's also some things that I find alarming and dark.
Yeah.
And there's, you know,
I mean, how do you talk to someone like that? It's also shadowy and furtive, oblique.
Yeah, well, you know, I know the Book of War myself.
Are you back? Are you back there, Al? Is that you again?
No, this is Sean from Sarnia, Ontario. Rick really loves me. I got banned a few times.
Oh.
You know, I thought I'd join in. Hello, Rick. Nice to see you. Still love your channel. I wondered if anyone commented tonight on the fact that when Jughead or whatever, Jagmeet, I can't even think. I'm just upset about the result. But Jagmeet Singh, when he showed up with his wife to say, "Hey, I lost. I'm a loser," and then when our fake prime minister, who wasn't properly voted, whoops, what was that?
What was what?
Oh, it's a beep there, I heard. But anyways, did you guys notice that the Prime Minister and Jagmeet Singh did not kiss their wives when they went up to them for a hug and whatnot or whatever? I wonder why. Is it because maybe they're pedos? Do you think we're safe?
Come on, man.
Do you think our children are safe with these type of people in power? Come on, man. Are you kidding? What about the photo? What about the photo?
I don't think
RPM with
has anything to do with it.
See you, man. Okay. Take your BS. Take a hike. Who's on the line now?
Oh, my God.
Somebody else just joined us. Who's back?
I'm back.
Of course you are. One more
In
kick
the
at the
shop
can.
again.
What do you want now, Al?
Oh, you're like that about it.
Well, you're you know, yeah, my patience is wearing a little thin because I do like you, and I'm happy to have a conversation with you. But
I did have to take a moment out because everybody started to get all up in it, and then I didn't want to get too heated about it. Because I wanted to draw it back a bit so we get back to the point of the matter, what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
And so instead of letting my heat get in it, because I don't happen to agree with people doesn't mean I don't happen to like people.
Yeah.
And I'm not racist as I've been called. Moving right along. The fact of it is I did ask you a serious question, my friend.
Clarify.
You didn't seem to want to answer the question.
It wasn't a clear question. I don't even know what. I still don't know what the question
if you
is.
understood. Are you still talking or are you listening yet?
Ask the question.
You're gonna let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. Go.
All right. So you understood the book, the author, and the saying. Yes.
I'm not an expert in Sun Tzu. I'm aware of it. I'm familiar with it. I'm not an expert in Sun Tzu.
Okay, because you were calling me unintellect from the way you were laying things out there for a bit, right? So moving right along.
Moving right along.
The art of war.
Yeah.
We live in interesting times. It's an interesting thing that we here in the West, we view that as a positive thing. Isn't it? Anybody online is willing to jump in there. You're all welcome. Yes, I am a confrontorial individual because I love a good debate. You're all welcome. Please join.
Right.
Right? We all take it like it's has a positive meaning. Is that correct? As far as anybody understands.
Does anybody understand what Al is even freaking talking about here? Help me out.
I don't have a clue.
Because you're all over the place, Al. You're rambling, and I think maybe the alcohol is talking.
Okay,
so,
Kate. Let me draw you back a minute, because I'm not rambling. If you catch a moment of what I'm trying to say, unless you're not catching all of what I'm saying.
I'm catching something.
Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Yeah.
In it, the famous saying is, we live in interesting times.
Okay.
Do we all agree on that?
Well, it's an interesting call and it's interesting times.
It's an interesting book.
It is.
How about a saying? How about a saying from
So
Confucius?
you're not even going to entertain the intellect of the book? Never mind me.
Well, we've established that we live in interesting times, and that's about as far as we've been able to get so far with your call.
Yes,
Thanks for the
you're very not entertaining. Would you please try to follow?
I'm doing
the
my best, Al.
conversation?
I really am. I'm
The-
doing my best.
Okay, in the book,
to
Sun
follow.
Tzu, The Art of War,
Mm-hmm.
there's a famous saying,
Which
we
is?
live in interesting times.
Okay.
Here in the Western society, we deem it as it's
Is there an
positive
echo? I just
thing.
heard that.
Right. But in the truity, it's an actual curse. That's
Yada, yada,
the real-
yada.
That's how brilliant we fucking are.
Okay, look.
Have a good
All
night.
right. That's it. Al, thanks for calling. Now that we've established that we live in interesting times.
And you learned that you're an idiot today?
Sorry. Oh God.
One of the great intellects of our time just departed the call. Thanks, Al, for enlightening us. I don't know if anyone really clued in to what he was really trying to tell us there, but maybe I can summarize. Through
Please
all
do,
of
I'm
that,
confused.
which just consumed about, what was that, about 20 minutes of our lives. The conclusion that I came to anyway, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe you view it in some other way, but if I'm taken away, the big takeaway from Al's call tonight is we live in interesting times.
And it's
Wow.
a quote from Sun Tzu. I don't remember that from reading Sun Tzu, actually. I do remember that Sun Tzu is all about war strategy and the way that you win a war. Or, for example, when your enemy does a mistake, just let him do his mistake, so you don't interfere, and basically it's going to be easier to strike down after all. Or my enemy's friend is my enemy, is my friend, or keep your friends close and your enemy closer, stuff like that. What do I take from that? There's a lot. I mean, that's just the first three that comes in on top of my head.
Yeah. Yeah, like I've got The Secret of Life. Does anyone want to know what it is?
Yeah,
there are 7 levels.
What? Yeah, well,
there you go.
Yeah, and our friend from Sarnia has been, I think, absorbing a lot of the fake photos of Mark Carney with Mr. Epstein. There's a lot of that stuff circulating on social media. The one that is authentic is the one at the music festival with Ghislaine Maxwell. From how many years ago was that now? Anyway, there was a photo of them there together. That one is real. There are a bunch of others that are fake. And that's because of these smear campaigns that have been ongoing. And paranoid schizophrenics tend to latch onto that kind of stuff and believe it.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of photos of Trump with Jeffrey Epstein too,
Yeah.
and they're real.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Those are real. But
you know what I've seen earlier on X, and basically it's a satirical montage, if you will, on a picture. It's the liberal flag, basically, with you got Carney on one side, you got right next, you got Freeland, then another guy that I don't remember who it is, and then you got Xi Jinping on the end of the photo, basically clapping the end. It's like, okay, we see where some people think that the interference all comes also from China. Like I said, satirical.
Okay, okay, Al. Okay, Al, I've let you in one last time. just because.
Not Al. This is Sean calling
Oh,
back.
Sean.
First of all, Rick, I don't look at fake photos. I make sure I look at the sources. I check many different sources. And the only photo I've seen is the real one, which Rebel News uses on their truck, I believe.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
not sure
a
if they
stellar
on the
news
truck.
organization.
Yeah. What?
What?
Okay, don't mimic me. What did you just say?
I said they're a stellar news organization.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
I think they are a stellar news
course you
organization.
do.
I don't always agree with them, but I think they do a lot of good work.
Yeah. Well, they certainly get arrested a lot.
There's nothing wrong with that. That happens.
Yeah, record number of arrests and assaults, especially when you run right into the middle of a protest.
That was actually on a sidewalk, and I saw that. I know the incident you're recently talking
one?
about.
Because
Rick,
there
you
have
really,
been many,
you really
many,
have
many.
changed, man. You really have changed. You disappoint me.
Do I? Yeah, because you know what? I don't really give a damn if
neither
I
do I.
disappoint you at all.
Neither do I. I don't give a damn if I disappoint a single person in this world. But let me tell you something. There's about the thing I was talking
What
about
are you
earlier.
going to tell me now,
I was
Sean from Sarnia?
There's a delay. There's a delay here, by the way. That makes the call difficult.
Well, that's not my problem.
Try to keep up.
Try to keep up, Sean.
Try to keep up.
Yeah,
wow.
Try me.
So let me say, what I was calling about before was an observation, and I asked if you noticed it.
I don't like. You know what? I don't like you. I've decided.
Oh, I don't like you either.
Yeah, that's why you're calling. So what the fuck do you want, shithead?
No, I don't understand it because, sir, you know what? You know what? You're like other YouTubers. You're just here for the grift, I guess.
No, it's not
I
much of a
supported
grift
your
here, man.
program for a long time, a long time.
Yeah, what?
Supported for a very long time.
You supported what?
I supported your program for a very long time.
Well, good.
I thought you said you didn't mind differences of opinion.
I don't mind differences
You know what
of
I'm
opinion,
saying?
but I don't like it when people come in here and hijack this platform and just come in here and
Oh.
attack me personally.
Attack you personally?
Yeah,
I did not attack you personally. The first call was
Why
about.
are you so aggressive,
I said,
Sean?
Did you
And
observe?
You've been here before.
Did you
You
observe
got
what I
banned for
saw?
a reason, Sean.
Pardon?
You've been banned here before for a reason.
No, I wasn't banned for any good reason. You know what though?
What?
People can get banned. People can get jailed actually for wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Correct?
What do you want here, Sean? What is
No,
what
I
is
just
the
came. I
purpose of
just
your
tried to call. I just tried to call in and say to you, did you notice what happened with the different politicians tonight when they came on to speak, and how their wives reacted to them and how they reacted to their wives? That's it. I don't know why you hate me for my. By the way, I don't know why.
Because you've
you
called
really
up
have
here
gone
and you're
all-
clearly trying to pick a fight with me.
No. You see, no. It's just no. How would I be? Why? I haven't.
Listen to
you know
the
what?
tone.
It's
Am
late
I-
at night. I called in because I saw you were on, and I thought of you too, by the way.
All
I
right.
was on Rebel News, right? Like, following their thing, and I thought, oh, maybe I'll check in on Rick.
Okay.
See, you were so wrong. I followed your program for so long. I care about your program, dude.
Yeah.
You're hurting the wrong person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, I certainly apologize.
Yeah, like I don't have to. We don't have to agree on everything, but I care. Like, remember with what's his name from Windsor that you had a little tiff with? I forget his name right now, but what is she saying liar for in the chat? No, I don't. I've never. Why would I? Anyways, Rick, I'm holding up, but basically I was just calling in earlier, and, I have trouble speaking sometimes, and I'm a little nervous. It had been a while since I spoke to you, and I was worried about attacks, and look what happened. But I was because I just found it weird how the interactions were between Jagmeet Singh and his wife, and then Mark Carney and his wife. It just seemed odd, like in a big moment like that, wouldn't you want to show affection? And it just seemed odd. They didn't seem to be affectionate towards each other. And that made me think about some things. It doesn't
Listen,
mean...
I'm going to apologize to you if that's really what you're calling to talk about.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
God,
that's
I love your
fine.
program, man.
I do apologize if I've mistaken your intent here tonight.
Yeah.
The
And
tone
I've
just
always
came
pushed for-
across just sort of aggressive to me, and
okay.
and so I apologize if I've misinterpreted what your intent is here
Yeah.
tonight. I do.
And you've been on for 4 hours, Rick, so you know what I mean? Things get a little weird on that long, sometimes, I mean, I don't know what you've all been talking about tonight, but, oh, sorry. What's going on? Oh.
She's gone.
He's gone?
Are you in? So, yeah.
He sounds
look,
pretty
man,
angry.
People, and as far as what he's talking about with regard to the interaction and the body language and whether a politician chooses to kiss his wife in public on a stage, some people might be comfortable with it, others maybe don't. That's up to them. Why would I judge?
I wasn't even noticing that.
At the final rally yesterday, poilievre, kissed his wife in I think a fairly tender yet passionate way. And I understand because it was like the end of a long campaign and emotions were running high and he did what he did there. You might also say that when a politician does something like that, they might be accused of grandstanding or showboat. Like, I don't know. People in their personal relationships, especially in public, interact in the ways that they choose to interact in whatever way they're comfortable doing it. And people tend to, I think, read too much into that stuff because then they spin it up either way. I just watched a video today about Zelensky and his wife because he, honestly, in the video looked pretty smooth and kissing his wife's hand, and so that video was designed to generate support for him. But then I see other videos about Trump and talking about his wife who his wife can't stand to be around him. Well, do I buy into that stuff? Like, not really. And that's their business. And even though they do stuff in public and they make public appearances together, I try not to judge people and their personal relationships too much.
Right on.
So,
I mean,
it is what it is.
What do we know if Mademoiselle Carney doesn't want to be kissed in front of a million of people in front of a camera? She feels probably bad about it. So, I mean, Mr. Carney will respect his wife and not doing it. And so why putting the fingers for stuff that we don't even know about?
And I have to say, my apology to Sean is sincere, but please understand that I've just been on a call with somebody who I think may have been drinking, maybe a little too much tonight, and I'm trying to make sense of what this guy was saying again. After what was that 4 calls in total or 3 that we got from Al tonight, who also I actually from previous interactions a long time ago, there were many things about Al that I actually like, but I don't like those kinds of calls. And if somebody says something that is frankly offensive, then I'm likely to respond in a way that I did tonight. And I don't apologize for that.
Yeah.
But when I've got somebody on here, and then, this whole pedophile thing, yeah, Sean, you want to make an accusation like that against somebody. I don't care if it's Mark Carney or if it's, my next door neighbor or me. If you're going to accuse somebody of pedophilia, bring real proof, not just smears and allegations. That's, a photo, like that photo on the side of the Rebel News, propaganda machine. I'm sorry, but, that's not proof of pedophilia. That's guilt by association. A photo that I know was taken at a music festival. And yes, Ghislaine Maxwell went to high school with, I think it was Mark Carney's sister years ago. And then they were seen together at this music festival. These photos were taken. And yes, those are authentic. They're quite real. But it doesn't mean that Mark Carney ever did anything illegal. I'll tell you this too. And I wrote a Substack about this. Nobody on the face of the planet, very few people have undergone the same level of scrutiny and investigation as Mark Carney to make sure that they're not a security risk. And very few people have to operate professionally with the same level of professional restrictions and need to meet the ethical standards that someone like Mark Carney has had to meet. When you're the governor of the Bank of Canada or the governor of the Bank of England, do you think that the elites give you the keys to the piggy bank and don't keep you in check? Quite the contrary. There are all kinds of rules that he has to follow, all kinds of rules that restrict the kinds of investments that he is allowed to have all the way through his career. There are all kinds of security clearances that he has had to pass all through his career to make sure that he's not a security risk, because he has the keys to the entire piggy bank. And if you have the keys to that piggy bank, you better make damn sure that the guy in charge of it isn't just going to sit there and pilfer the piggy bank. The elites are keeping that guy in check. Nobody on the planet is checked more than a banker, because the banker holds all your money. And Brookfield and all these asset management companies, they hold the keys to all of your assets. If you want to blame somebody for owning a pipeline, blame yourself, because it's all of us. It's not just Mark Carney. It's everybody with a pension fund, anybody with a mutual fund, anybody with stocks, anybody with these kinds of investments. And Brookfield takes those investments and that the money invested by their clients, and they invest them in a diverse number of companies. Yes, some oil, some in green energy, some in solar panels, some in electric vehicles, some in modular homes, some in agriculture, some in transportation, some in tech. They spread the risk. They diversify and invest the money for their clients in ways that meet his fiduciary duty to his clients. When he was the chairman of Brookfield, where he also was bound by professional standards, ethics, laws and contractual obligations that obligated him as the chairman of Brookfield Asset Management to get the maximum returns for the investments based on the contract and the predicated objectives of Brookfield Management Company, which are to say that Brookfield states very clearly that they are not just a green energy company. They are a brown energy company where they invest in carbon-based industries and green and in energy industries. And the objective of Brookfield, with the overarching goal, is to take those carbon-based industries and then invest in them with technology to try to make them greener over time. That is part of their objective. But by also investing in those carbon-based industries, and I'm not defending Brookfield, I'm just telling you what the company is about, because I have looked into it. And so by investing in those carbon-based industries, they're also diversifying risk while acknowledging the fact that we are still a society that relies on carbon-based fuels like oil and coal to survive, because we're in a transitionary period. And also Brookfield and Mark Carney directly recognizing that, yes, the world, many countries around the world are transitioning, moving toward a greener future, or what they say is a greener future, renewable energies, solar, wind, various kinds of, other energies that are not carbon-based. And so those then represent potential investment opportunities. And if there are companies that are emerging and investing in and developing these new greener or sustainable technologies, and if they represent viable investments where there's a return to be made on the dollar, then yes, Brookfield invests in those too, because Mark Carney is legally obligated to do it. And if you're going to point to those offshore investments and the shell companies that they set up in other countries, and where's it? Bermuda, I believe, is the country where, Rebel News is focused. And actually it was CBC that broke that story. It's a legitimate question, but the reality is he didn't break any laws, and he's bound by contract to get the maximum return and do the best thing for his client when he's the chair of Brookfield. And it's not him exclusively that is responsible for making those decisions. I think he did have a hand in setting up that company in Bermuda directly, but overall, as the chair of the company, it's the board, it's the individual asset managers, who manage the client's assets, where those funds are directed. And keep in mind that it's not just Mark Carney that owns all of it, because it's an asset management company. So it's like teachers' pension funds are invested. And so now you're administering the funds for all of those teachers. So if you want to blame somebody for owning the pipelines, blame the teachers. It's your next door neighbor. And then if you have assets, if you have investments in mutual funds, if you have a retirement fund, if you've been putting money away and through various investments for your retirement years down the road, you might own some of Brookfield and not even know it, especially if you have somebody like a banker at your local branch who's a professional investment advisor. They're helping. Like, I have somebody, I don't even know what I have, because I put some money away when I was like 19, 20 years old. I started putting money away. Thank God I did, because I'm not making any money now, because this isn't a grift. I'm not taking money from a foreign government. I don't receive much in the way of any donations here. This is not a money-making operation. So thank God I put some money away when I was younger, because later when I get a little bit older, there'll be maybe something so I won't be living in the gutter. But I don't know. I've left that in the hands of somebody who manages that for me. I always have, because I don't have the time. I'm too busy doing this. And so I might own some Brookfield and not even know it through various funds. I have no idea. And so I would say that when Mark Carney puts his assets into a blind trust, he's probably extremely wealthy, because he's very smart. He's an economist. He works in the financial field. So what do you expect? He's probably very wealthy, because he's probably made some very shrewd investments over time, all within the bounds of the law and the ethics which he's bound by. And I've already told you that he has to follow some of the strictest rules of anybody on the planet. And I've looked into him. I really did, because of all these allegations and smears against him. And I'm like, well, I should look into that guy too. And I have. And you know what the reality is? You know what I found is that through his entire career, not even one time has the guy ever been charged with a crime. He's never been, he's never had a scandal. When he's really held positions of extreme responsibility, like extreme.
Yeah.
This guy's managing the money supply for entire countries, Canada, Britain, managing the money supply. You think that guy, you better have somebody who's pretty damn trustworthy in that job. Nobody's thinking about it in those terms, because all they're hearing is Rebel News smearing the guy with allegations not proven. And asking questions. Well, what's in his portfolio? What's he got? You're going to find out more now, because he was just elected prime minister, and the standards, the ethics that bind the prime minister require him now to reveal much more of that information. So you're going to find out. Now, he's entitled to some degree of privacy, but less than other members of parliament. But because he's the prime minister, there's actually a higher standard for him. The other thing is, he's already passed his security clearance again, because he's had to pass security clearances before, undergoing extreme scrutiny in order to hold the positions as the governor of the Bank of Canada, as the governor of the Bank of England, to make sure he's not a traitor. Has Pierre Poilievre passed that security clearance recently? He did when he was serving with the Harper government, but that's expired. And then he's kind of avoiding it at this point. Will he get a security clearance now? We're going to name some names. Where's the security clearance? Where's the security threat for Canada really coming from? Is it all China, or is it coming from the United States? I think probably both. What's Pierre Poilievre's real reason for not going through the security clearance now and getting his security clearance so he can see that top secret information and be briefed on it? Is it just because he doesn't want to be gagged, doesn't want to say he can't talk about it? I'm not so sure. I'm wondering.
I think he should get it now.
But I think he probably should get it now. I don't know. But Mark Carney, he's already passed. And because he's passed multiple times, you know what I'm very comfortable with? I think that he's not a traitor. He's not one of those under foreign influence. Of that, I'm pretty damn sure. Because he wasn't before. If he had been, they certainly would not have given him the keys to the piggy bank. If he's under like Russian or Chinese influence, they're not going to give him the keys to the central bank. He's not a traitor. And even though he was the governor of the Bank of England, and even though he lived outside the country for the past 10 years to hold that position, Britain is part of the Commonwealth, and so is Canada. And we are directly tied to them more than to the United States. And thank God for that, because I don't really want any part of what Trump has become. That's why, Sean, my tone has changed, because you have a guy sitting in the White House right now who's rounding people up, not giving anybody due process, violating their rights, and thereby violating all of our rights. He doesn't respect anybody's rights. He's a control freak. He's not a conservative. Quite the opposite. He's an absolute authoritarian, and he wants to control the world. Saying even today, coming right out and saying it, that he basically is ruling not just the United States, but the whole damn world. This is dangerous talk. I don't know what more it takes to wake people up, but some people better bloody start to wake up. And it's not the people that keep being accused of having Trump derangement syndrome. The people with real Trump derangement syndrome are the people who refused to hear or choose not to hear what this maniac is actually saying. The people who refuse to see the actual existential threat to our country, Canada, which is coming directly from the frickin' White House. Wake the hell up, people say. Look in the mirror. You want to find out who's an unwitting participant in this foreign interference? Look in the mirror. If you're allowing it, if you're excusing it, you're an unwitting participant. You're aiding him. You're aiding it.
Well, I think that's why people voted for the Liberals.
That's exactly why people voted for the Liberals. You're right, Brian.
And all Carney has to do is keep his chin up, hold the line, and the Liberals will probably be okay for 2 years.
And I was encouraged to hear...
He's not exactly sweetness and light, more like lukewarm sweetness and light. But
and I was encouraged to hear him say tonight too, Brian,
than the Conservatives.
I was encouraged to hear him say tonight that, Poilievre loves Canada too. These are good words, both from Poilievre and Mark Carney tonight. That's what we need in Canada right now. That's also why my tone has somewhat changed over time. My tone changes because I'm open to all kinds of ideas. I am open to other opinions. I'm not entrenched. You show me something good, I'll acknowledge that it's good if I think it's good. You show me something that's bad, I'll call it out as bad. I see somebody stand on stage tonight and he's a liberal and he's saying good things about a conservative who's in opposition to him, conciliatory words to unite. And I'm like, okay, that's Canadian. That's not what we get out of the United States right now. That's not attack politics. That's not insulting people. Poilievre, same thing, comes out and he's like, oh, no. Congratulations to Mark Carney on your victory. And these were good words. This is what the country needs. These two guys, I think, will work together in the best interest of the country overall. They'll clash in the House of Commons during question period. They'll disagree on many things. There will be rhetoric. They'll wrap the stuff up. But from what I saw tonight, I'm encouraged. I'm hopeful that they will come together to save Canada.
Yeah.
Yep. Totally agree with
Canada. Canada is the jewel in the crown.
It is. But it's not under threat from some secret cabal. It's not under threat from some shadowy elite group of people in back rooms and star chambers sucking the blood out of sacrificial children. That's not what's going on. It's much simpler than that. It's rich people like Mr. Trump who now is using tariffs and other, I would say even illegal measures to manipulate stock markets so his rich friends get richer by sending out buy signals on social media. Now would be a good time to buy Donald J. Trump stock. Having it tank one day, jack it back up the next. All he has to do is talk about these tariffs, and he's huge market swings this way, huge market swings that way. You think that they're not profiting from this? This is the big rig. He's rigging everything. This is the guy's like, they rigged the election. They stole the election. If I lose, it's rigged. If I win, it's legit. They rig everything. It's a witch hunt. I'm a victim. Just like Rebel News. I'm sorry, but it's taken me some time to open my eyes there too. They're rigging it because they get accidentally on purpose assaulted at in protests that they go to, and then they just conveniently, it's a good thing they had the video rolling. And then you saw at the debate the way David Menzies was shoving his camera with the bright light into that guy's face, right into his eyes. Just the most recent examples. But you go back, you start to look at the things they've done over time, all these times, and they get hammered. And so this is also why they're on the radar with police every time they go out, because the cops know what their methods are. They're martyring themselves, and then they use it to solicit donations. It's part of their business model, man. That's the grift. Not only that, they use it as a political tool to generate sympathy for their cause.
Yeah, and it's muckraking, it's paparazzi, and that's why people hate the press so much, the media.
This is what I've been saying, Sean. This is what I've been saying, Al, for the last few months. I'm a veteran news reporter. I've been to more protests than you can shake a stick at. I can't even count them all. I can't remember half of them. In all the years that I worked as a journalist in the field, like breaking news, fires, floods, car wrecks. I've seen more bent metal than any human being should ever see. I've seen dead bodies, dead babies, man. Like, it's scarred in my mind. I've paid my dues, and I've been to so many protests. I've been to G7 summits. I've covered the Queen. And in all those years, I've never been arrested, not even one time. I've never been assaulted, not even one time, working in the field. And I've been in some really dangerous situations. But you know what I do when I'm in a dangerous situation, or a volatile, or a situation that I know could blow up? I back off. I don't inject myself into the situation and make it worse. I don't inject myself into the situation to get accidentally on purpose assaulted so that I can then put the video out and martyr myself. No, that's not my job. My job is to be the eyes and the ears of the public, to serve the public, to record the events, to share history on the run, to chronicle things and provide assessment now as a veteran journalist, to provide perspective, to help people understand, to bring my experience to bear here, to serve the public, not to serve myself. Now, people want to support me, support what we're doing here, that's fine. But I'm not going to breach my ethical standards or sell my soul for a grift by acting out, by becoming the story. That's not my job. That's a breach of ethics. That's not honesty. That's not acting in good faith. And that's what's going on out there. And people buy it because it's entertainment. It manipulates people. It uses emotion in order to get people to respond in a particular way. And that's why this election has been so weird, because there's been so much of that going on. And that's why journalism is dying if it isn't already dead. Because it's not journalism that we're seeing out there. When you have these streamers cheerleading for a candidate and literally buying cars for people, if not directly, then indirectly by leveraging their platform to get people to donate, so that that's not journalism. It might be some new version of the Oprah show, politicized, but it sure as hell isn't ethical. They're like not only just maybe trying to buy a vote and get this person to vote conservative, which they were going to vote anyway, but they're trying to like portray a message, a political message, that this poor person is so destitute they can't afford a car, because look what the liberals did to this poor person. And look what great people we are, helping this poor person. We're good, they're bad. We're good, they're evil. And that's it too. It's like evil, they're evil over there. Well, I've been saying for quite a while, responding even to Maxime Bernier, who was on this program, and I said to him when he asserted that, the Russians aren't our enemy, our government is our enemy. Your government is your enemy, he said. I was like, whoa. Put the binders on there.
That's a bridge too far.
Slow down just a little bit. The government is my enemy? That's radicalization talk. That's like time to rise up against your government. No, maybe not. Okay, my government is not my enemy. Liberals are not my enemy. Liberals are my neighbors. That's why, I don't feel deluded.
Sounds like old Max was quoting The Art of War.
Yeah, I don't feel deluded by my neighbor. My neighbor's a Muslim. He's my neighbor. He's not me. He's different. But you see, I believe in freedom, and he's free to be him. He's free to practice religion any way he wants. He can raise his kids any way he wants. I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge Mark Carney on whether he kissed his wife tonight or not. He's free to interact with his wife any damn way he pleases, and I'm not going to judge. And Poilievre can smooch with his wife on stage all he wants, because that's his wife. Not going to judge. Not too much. Free to do it, because I'm dedicated to freedom, because I believe true diversity comes through individuality. I'm still committed to that and won't deviate from that. So you see, as much as everybody thinks, all these people, honestly, I haven't changed, but a lot of you have. A lot of you have changed.
It's just one battle Canadian patriots won tonight. You haven't won the war. There's just one battle we won. There's so many more over the next 4 years.
A lot of people have changed, Brian, over the last 3-4 years, because they've been on this steady intravenous mental drip of this conspiratorial anti-Semitism. Everybody's going down these rabbit holes. They think that because people telling them that your government is your enemy, that the government is trying to kill us all. These are crazy. This is crazy stuff. I don't agree with everything the government does, but there's reality, and then there's the wackadoodle stuff. And if you go too far with this, it really starts to warp your mind. And a lot of what's going on social media right now goes too far, and they exploit this kind of rhetoric in order to get people to donate, or in order to get people to, because they're using people as foot soldiers, weaponizing them through these psychological warfare campaigns, psyops. These people calling in tonight, they think they're awake. No, you're the victim of the psyop because your mind has been turned dark and you're full of emotion, anger, and you say, I'm not racist, but then you speak to me using racist language. You say, I'm not racist in order to shield yourself in your mind against attacks for the racist thing that you say. My neighbor is sure as hell not my enemy. He's my friend. And I'm not going to deviate from that either. And truth is truth. Some people are buying into these new realities, this new truth that is being created for you by people like Donald J. Trump. I talked about this the other night. Why do you think he renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America? He's screwing with your mind. It's part of the psyop. That's him saying, I'm so powerful, I can make you think whatever I want. Some people think it's trivial, like it doesn't matter, but it's everything. If he can just rename the Gulf of Mexico unilaterally on his own and make you say it, that's Orwellian.
I'm surprised more people haven't called in tonight, because the few minutes I was over on Rebel, the hours ago, for $20, you can ask the host of the show, Ezra Levant, a question, and he'll answer it for $20.
Yeah.
You do it for free.
Yeah, but this is the
And
grift.
not many people know all the things you've done for people behind the scenes, in quiet. And you're not plastering it all over your show.
Because,
You do it
Brian,
privately.
a lot of people today don't want the truth. They'd rather have the lie. It feeds their emotions. It reinforces their worldview, their new reality, a reality that is based on lies. And once they get you on the first one, it takes you down a road where you buy into other ones. It doesn't take long before you no longer know what's real and what isn't. What was it that happened just the other night? There was, I can't remember what it was, but somebody called in and they said, I can't tell if it's even real. Oh, you know what it was? It was the buying of the car thing. Okay. With Mr. Sunshine Baby.
Yeah.
And I think it was John. He said at the end of the call, I think it was him who was talking about it. He said, okay, so that all happened, but you know what? I don't even know if that's real. That's the problem. It's gotten so bad that people no longer know if what they're looking at is even real. Was that just staged? Was it real? Did it really happen? Was that an act? Are these real people? I don't even know if it's real. That's right. We don't even know if it's real. You watch all that stuff coming out on X. Elon Musk is not really doing us a favor with his, free speech absolutism, which he isn't a free speech absolutist, because there is still censorship over there. Worse than that, what's going on is it's sort of the opposite of censorship. It's the opposite of, well, it's not the opposite of censorship. But it's certainly not free speech. You know what it is? It's controlled speech. It's controlled information flow. He's controlling what you see. It's not, you see, he'll let people say whatever they want. And then he feeds you through his algorithms the information that he wants you to consume. Information that he's either going to make money from, or information that's going to manipulate you so that you think a particular way politically, or that keeps you engaged in the platform, whatever his objective is. And we don't even really know what the objective is because we don't know how the algorithm works, because that's secret. But we do know that he's using the platform to manipulate political outcomes around the world. That much is certain, documented, and confirmed by even Steve Bannon, who talks about it openly in a recent podcast, saying that there's nothing, that there's, really very little that Europe can do to stand against it. You don't want to be up against it, he says. And I totally understand. And a lot of that is what was going on here in Canada during this election. Huge amounts of, social media warfare going on, not just from Elon Musk, but from other social media platforms too. People need to wake up to this. See, that's not really free speech. That's something new. This is dangerous because, yeah, you can say what you want on the platform, but they're using the platform to feed you the information they want to feed you. It's controlled speech. They're controlling the flow of information. And that's also why people are calling in here angry with me tonight, because of the way they're thinking. I'm still dedicated to freedom. I believe in individual rights and freedoms. Individual rights and freedoms. That is liberalism. That's classical liberalism, not big L liberal party branded liberalism. That's classical liberalism. That is what all of Western society is predicated on, based on, is that. Freedom, rights. I'm devoted to that. I've spent my entire career defending that. But that means acting in good faith, serving the public, being ethical, not lying, being honest with people, correcting mistakes when you make them, being open to new ideas. All of these things that I come to bring to bear here. Not running into a crowd and making yourself part of the story. It's not just about telling the other side of the story. It's about telling a story that's balanced so that people get a proper perspective. It's not about just this side of the story or just that side of the story to fit your narrative. It's about balance, getting people closer to the truth, because therein lies the freedom. That's true journalism, at least ethical journalism, journalism as I was taught and practiced and continue to try to practice here in this new medium. This is what it's all about, folks. This is how you use this platform in a positive, constructive way to serve you. That's what I'm doing here. And I'm in a position to do it because I'm an old fossil. So I have the time, sorta, to devote to it. Costs me a lot. Costs me time with my family. Costs me time with my dog. Costs me time with this old car that I've been trying to fix up for the past 5 years that I just don't have any time to go and work on. Still sitting in my driveway 5 years later. Okay, because I'm here with you, serving you. And yeah, I'm not getting $20 to answer a question from people. That's true. This ain't a grift.
No $500 donations from the NRA.
So, but
you can
know
be
what?
so lucky.
Yeah, but you know what? Like I could do these grandstanding things. I have learned, because I've worked in media all my life, I've picked up on how this stuff actually works. I know how to screw you. I could do it. I know how to use keywords. I know how to reshape the messaging. I know how to push the buttons. I know how to set the broadcasts up. I know what to say. I know how to create the graphics. I know how to do all of these things to screw with your mind. I could make you donate to me. That powerful. I used to say when I worked in television, and this is true, you give me a story, I can make people cry. And I have, when appropriate to do so, by telling a compelling story on about a person on a human level, so you can relate to the person. I'm very good at it. I know how to do that stuff, but I also know that it's irresponsible to use it in evil ways. That's why I always say to everybody here, and I mean it, you're mavericks. You use your powers for good, never for evil. because we are powerful. The pen, mightier than the sword. Social media, the most powerful weapon or tool ever created by man or humankind. We have to be very careful where we go with this, and I am a steward of that. I'm a vehicle for that. And the more I understand it, the more I understand its potential and its threat. I'm afraid of it, but I'm also dedicated to using it here to serve you. That's what this place is all about, Sean. And I hope that you continue to watch, and I hope you come back. But I don't want to be attacked just because I'm open-minded, and I'll listen to a liberal and a conservative. And I'll even listen to people with the most radical ideas, and have. And I've even platformed them on here so that we can have these open discussions, because that's how we find our way to peace, peaceful resolution, to working together, not resolving things through conquest, but through cooperation, conciliation, compromise. That's the Canadian
I've
way.
learned a lot watching your show, Rick. You know, you've done some interview with Bridget Belton. That was one hell of an interview. You got to get her back for part 2. And the 6-hour interview you gave a few days before that, yeah, completely different direction. But
and just to kind of wrap up things here tonight, guys, to Al, you're afraid. I think maybe that's why I still kind of like you, because you say you're not racist, and then in your heart, I don't think you really are. See, all these people calling in, Brian, Dragon, Mavericks, these, maybe I'm talking to some of you. It's people who are afraid of you because they think you're racist. All the Freedom Convoy people, they're a bunch of fascist, Nazi racists. Why do you think they talk about you that way? Because there's some people who really do talk like that within that circle, within our communities. I've become more aware of it, and I'm appalled by it. And yet, even as people say these terrible things that are frankly very racist, I tolerate it, because I look at these people, and a lot of them never used to talk that way. And now they sort of do, and they do it because they're afraid. It's the fear. It's not because in their heart they feel that way. They're afraid. Got to stop. Let go of that fear. That fear has been planted in your heart, man. I understand the concerns about the immigration. I do. There are some legitimate concerns there. And the reason that is because it's the volume of people coming in. And it's also because, yeah, some of these people that they're letting in, they're racist. I get that, because there's a lot of hate out in the world. And so, yeah, you got to protect yourself against people who hate you. But at the same time, you got to make sure you don't hate them. And the way forward, you're not going to find that by being fearful and allowing that fear to turn you into a racist. You can't fall into that trap, because then you become the very thing that you say that you're opposing. There's no solution in that. That only leads to a very dark, dangerous place, where ultimately you end up destroying yourself, because you support a guy and ask a guy that you elect and give ultimate power to go and take the people that you are afraid of and deport them with no due process. But in the process of doing that, you're really giving up your own rights, because he's violating theirs, and you're applauding while he does it. And as you give that ultimate power to somebody, you've hurt yourself. You've destroyed yourself, and you've become evil. All because you're afraid. Stand up, have the courage, do the right things, stay in the right lane. We'll find the way forward together, not through fear.
Wise words.
Through cooperation, through conciliation, compromise, tolerance, wisdom, and love. That's what this place is all about. That's what I'm about. I haven't changed. And
Well, I'm going to sign off, Rick. Maybe I'll have a final statement. It's a little proverb from Wicca that I remembered. It's something that goes, there's struggle in this life, but happiness in the next, but there's also peace in the center. Deep, deep in the center.
And with that, Dragon, very quickly, 2-3 words, sum it up for us tonight.
Well, to all of you guys, whoever you are, wherever you are, whoever you did vote for, thank you for done your citizen work, and thanks for voting, basically.
Yeah. What we witnessed tonight is democracy and exercising freedom. Love you guys. Really do. Especially you, Al. Especially you, Sean. And I do apologize. See everybody back here, 7 p.m. Eastern, tomorrow on the
flip side.
Flip side. Good night, Dragon. Good night, Rick.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Touching the sky. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmos free.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.